Enya realized she had transmigrated into a dark romance novel where love and possession led to a terrifying demise. Knowing that the arranged marriage would destroy her entire family, Enya decided to leave her father's territory, beginning her journey to escape fate. Through a broker, she rented a floor in a house and happened to meet the landlord, a mercenary. After agonizing over it, Enya made a bold decision, to hire that man to have a fake marriage with her. But she did not expect that it would be the beginning of a mysterious connection. How will Enya uncover the secrets behind the fake marriage? Can she save her family from destruction with just one escape? Join Lisa MANHWA on a thrilling and surprising journey in this captivating story. The story begins with an undefined, hazy scene, light filtering into every corner, the sun of the empire. A powerful man appears, his name is Fabry Blanche Elcastone. A noble crown sparkles with brilliance, carefully held in his hands, with golden hair and eyes like precious jewels. He is the greatest emperor in history. His slender hand reaches out, thanks to his noble character and talent, the empire has ushered in unprecedented peace and prosperity. Enya, with a sad face, tears streaming down her cheeks as Fabry embraces her, but, this glorious era. A book, like a life, is opened, its title is, The Imprisoned Empress. Tears roll down Enya's cheeks, someone gently wipes away the blood from her lips, just reading the title and you can already understand part of it, can't you? The story of the emperor, the male lead, and the empress, the female lead, and the genre of this novel is. Fabry's lips curl slightly, blood staining his face and the symbolic attire of royalty, extremely dark, are 19 romance. The story officially opens, and the unlucky female lead of that story is none other than. The old woman sitting across from Enya asks curiously, "Doctor, are you really not planning on getting married?" "Not even a little." She waves her hand, giving a smile, "No, I am Enya Lockhart." The old woman stubbornly tries to persuade Enya, "Oh, come on, like I mentioned last time, how about meeting my grandson? He is a very independent man and..." Before she could finish, Enya quickly interrupted, "Grandma," she smiled brightly, instructing, "You are being too insistent. You will take your medicine this time, right? Don't throw it away like last time." She became disappointed, "Oh dear, I just remembered I have something to do. I have to go now." She turned and left. Enya stood up and watched her back, thinking to herself. Her spirits are better now, her cold will probably get better soon. Enya saw the old woman all the way to the door, her heart full of thoughts that only she knew. "Grandma, please do not be sad because I keep refusing. I just want to save your grandson from that crazy emperor, and to avoid the same fate as the original." Sunlight shone on Enya's beautiful face, she raised her hand to shield herself from the glare and wondered, "Maybe it is time for me to move again, is not it? I have been constantly running away from the emperor." A richly dressed white-haired man appears with a crown in his hand, with the catalyst for all these events being when the female leads Lockhart family, who played a crucial role in helping the current emperor ascend the throne, were raised from marquises to dukes. Next is a simple but no less formal invitation, which is natural for the young emperor and the duke's family, now the leader of the new aristocratic faction, have arranged a political marriage to consolidate their power. Images of Enya and Fabry dressed in luxurious wedding attire appear. In the bedroom, he embraces her on the bed, but there is no love between them, however after their first night together. Suddenly, a sword stained with blood appears, the emperor, who previously had no interest in the female lead, begins to become obsessed with not only where she goes and who she meets. Fabry watches Enya talking to another man from afar, but her every action, everything about her. His eyes immediately gleam with danger, his sudden obsession, even making him jealous of the female lead's own family. The entire kingdom is almost submerged in a sea of blood, culminating in him falsely accusing that loyal family of treason and killing them, so that he can completely possess the female lead. Enya is locked in a birdcage, Fabry gleefully embraces the cage, the emperor is such a crazy person. Enya remembers the time when she had just transmigrated, she looked at herself in the mirror in astonishment, realizing she had transmigrated into this deadly novel. When I was only 8 years old. Her small hands clenched tightly, when a disaster is destined to happen, what can an 8-year-old do? No matter how much I think about it, I can only feel helpless. Suddenly, Enya felt something was not right, she looked around uneasily, but, what is that strange smell? 2 men are standing talking to each other, surprisingly the solution was right at hand. Enya ran over, pointing directly at one of the 2 men from before. "I was born with the ability to detect illnesses based on smell. Mister, you have a strange smell." Her small hands carefully hold the large bag of money, her face revealing obvious joy. "Thanks to that, I was able to discover his illness early, I was rewarded with a large sum of money. While saving up, and utilizing my family's knack for using herbs along with this ability, I prepared to run away when a letter was sent to her. The royal family issued an edict designating me as the empress. The content of the letter was, by order of the emperor, the daughter of the Lockhart family will enter the royal palace, and this came 3 years earlier than in the original story. Night fell, enveloping all things. That day, I left home and prepared everything. A sigh of relief was heard as if a burden had been lifted. Enya squatted on the ground, saying with relief, "Okay, now all traces have been erased." Before her was a blazing sea of fire, the magic bag with an unlimited amount of herbs, and I also brought a fake identification card. Enya looked at the sea of fire in front of her, expressing her disgust when mentioning Fabry, that disgusting emperor. The next morning, the carriage set off. Enya resolutely told herself, "I will never fall into his hands." Enya propped her chin on her hand, looking out the window. "It has been 3 years since I started running away from the emperor. I have moved at least 10 times during this time." She pondered, if it were not for the recent reform of the residency registration law, I could have stayed in this village a little longer. A map appears. The current emperor, intending to check the nobles who held too much power during the reign of the previous emperor, reformed the residency registration law under the guise of compulsory military service in order to investigate the people of the empire. More precisely, this is like an attempt to prevent nobles from expanding their influence through parasitic lifestyles. Enya dejectedly raised her hand to her forehead, asking herself, why did the emperor send the empress edict 3 years earlier than in the novel, making me have to live such a miserable life from the start? A scene of a small village appears. At least the southern region with a sparse population will be the last area affected by the residency registration law, so that means. Enya stepped down from the carriage, opening her eyes wide, looking at the beautiful scenery before her. Let us go to Count Grinwald's territory in the south. She was engrossed in speculating as she walked. Grinwald is a remote and barren countryside, therefore with very few young people. This is the perfect place for me to hide. Suddenly it started to rain heavily. Oh, it is suddenly raining, and this is. Finally, a spacious and warm house appears before Enya, my new home. She walked forward, reaching out to open the door, her expression revealing surprise. I should go in before the rain gets heavier. In this new house, the interior is spotless, almost everything is complete, a house good enough for 2 people, not just one. Enya was so happy that she could not stop smiling. It is even better than I expected. She suddenly remembered the manager, but there is one thing I am worried about. He was always hesitant. That house has a small problem, but it is not much of a problem either, to let her live there. Perhaps, she began to ponder, the manager's suspicious words are bothering me a bit. Enya sighed helplessly. Anyway, to escape from the emperor, this place. Suddenly, a sound caught her attention. Enya stood frozen, looking around in fear. What was that just now? She anxiously began to stride towards it. Before Enya was a person, the unexpected event causing her to scream in fright. The strange man was lying motionless before Enya. She stammered, there is someone here. Enya covered her mouth in shock, wondering, what is going on? She anxiously looked around. Is the reason this house is cheaper than other places because of security issues? A painful moan was heard, immediately catching Enya's attention. Dale in front of her frowned, moaning in pain, his face flushed red. Enya regained her composure, squatting down beside him, hesitantly asking, are you okay? She reached out to touch Dale. Please try to wake up, the smell of illness. Dale's face became clearer, his eyes tightly closed, his cheeks flushed red, rainwater pouring down his face. Enya wondered, has he just fainted? She did not know what to do. This person is suspicious. What should I do? Calling the guards would cause unnecessary attention on my first day, a burden to someone who is running away. She looked down at Dale again, but in this weather, leaving someone passed out here is against my conscience. Enya slowly stood up, struggling with the decisions in her mind. If I leave him here, he will definitely get sicker, even though I am on the run. In the end, she decided to grab Dale's wrist. I can't pretend not to see a sick person right in front of me. Enya embraced his body, carefully helping him up. Let us treat him first. In her heart, she was still full of thoughts. People can't guess, can they, that this person might be the one who will end this painful life on the run. Dale actually gave a strange smile. They will probably be very helpful. Enya struggled to drag Dale's body into the house. She panted. It was so hard to drag him here. Enya sat on the floor, helplessly raising her hand to her forehead. Out of all the places he could have fainted, why did he choose right in front of my house? Her eyes suddenly lit up, remembering something. Wait, Emma's letter. She said she would send someone to help me. An image of Emma appears as Enya remembers the letter. So that she can escape safely, I will hire a skilled mercenary and send him over. Emma is my only friend and also my personal maid. She is the one who wrote the escape plan and has always been secretly helping me. She focused her attention on Dale, who was lying motionless. So could this person be the mercenary that she hired from the guild? She frowned, thinking for a long time. Dale's peaceful face as he was unconscious, while Enya was considering carefully, after all, I am still being hunted. If by chance, he is someone sent by the royal family, then I will be in big trouble. She immediately reached out, searching his body. First, I will check if he has a mercenary badge. After searching for a while, a card was found. Here it is, the mercenary badge. She took the badge in her hand, carefully observing it. Oh, it is even rank A. With a ranking system from D to S, A is quite impressive. His name is Dale, sounds normal enough, I guess. Enya recalled a bit of the plot. The early emperors and some nobles liked to name their children in a very ridiculous way, so maybe he is not a member of the royal family. An imaginary version of the first emperor. I will wipe out your bloodline. Enya began to analyze carefully. Am I overthinking this? But he looks too outstanding to just be a minor character in the novel. An image of the powerful Fabry appears. In the original plot, the emperor was described as extremely handsome, and in typical transmigration stories, anyone with an outstanding appearance is definitely an important character. Enya leaned forward. I need to be sure. She reached out and parted one of Dale's eyes. Wait, let me take a closer look. Black eyelashes and hairline, but he has golden eyes. Dale remained motionless, completely different from the emperor, who was famous for his golden hair and blue eyes. Enya blushed slightly. I am still not very convinced, but first, I will treat him. She tried to reassure herself. When he wakes up, I will ask him everything. Even if he was sent by the emperor, he would not dare mistreat the woman destined to become the empress. Dale's hand did not move at all. I will continue to find ways to escape. Enya was busy preparing treatment tools. Besides, Grandpa always said, never turn your back on someone who is in pain. That is the fate of the Lockhart family, the ideology of a true healer. Grandpa always said that. She frowned slightly, her face flushed red. Lucky for him that I am very good at this. Enya declared firmly, I will heal you completely. Dawn gradually appeared. The small house was very peaceful. Enya collapsed on the floor, exhausted. Staying up all night is finally done. She curled up, wearily giving a faint smile. His fever has gone down, and his breathing is more even. What a relief. She felt a little satisfied. It has been a long time since I focused all my energy on treating someone. I wonder what happened to him that he was unconscious for so long. Hopefully he will wake up soon. Enya fell asleep with her face buried in her knees. A mysterious foot approached. The man carefully took a blanket, covering her. Enya moaned softly while sleeping soundly. The man was slightly startled. The early morning was clear and peaceful. Enya hugged the blanket on her body, drowsily saying, Emma, you are too noisy. What are you doing so early in the morning? She suddenly realized something. Her eyes widened. Wait, I have been on the run for 3 years. Enya panicked and sat up. No way, Emma, who works for the Duke's family, is here. She observed her surroundings. This is the second floor. When did I come up here? Yesterday I was treating him. Enya hurriedly got out of bed, carefully assessing the situation. If someone followed my tracks then. She walked down to the kitchen. Before her was Dale, engrossed in cooking. He noticed a sound. Ah. Dale turned around, smiling brightly. You are awake. Enya was stunned by that radiance. She looked at him in shock, thinking, that guy from yesterday, he is recovered to this extent. She took the broom and pointed it at Dale. Who are you? What are you doing in my kitchen? He innocently replied, I just wanted to cook to repay you for treating me. Do not you usually eat breakfast? Enya remained firm, making him completely bewildered. I was going to make something delicious. Oh no, I mean, that is not important. I am asking who you are. Dale slowly took off his apron, giving a bright smile as he introduced himself. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the owner of this house. My name is Dale. Enya was completely stunned. Ah, so he is the landlord. She almost trembled as she asked again, what, you are the landlord? She could not believe it. What the heck is going on? Sitting at the tea table, Enya sighed. No wonder, even in the countryside the price was suspiciously cheap. She asked Dale, who was sitting opposite. You, Dale, are the owner of this house and I am renting the second floor, meaning you live on the first floor and I live on the second floor. He confirmed, that is right. Enya looked disappointed. Then, why are you only renting out one floor? I thought I had rented the whole house. The delicious plate of cookies in front of her attracted her gaze. He explained, I needed money urgently. If there was not a suitable small house to move into immediately, then I had no other choice. Enya pondered. Dale sat anxiously opposite her, looking at her. I guess I can't argue. This place is all I could find anyway. I was too hasty. I did not even read the contract carefully. In the end, I went back to the brokerage office, and found out the whole story. Enya rushed over, angrily asking, are you kidding me? Why did not you explain it clearly from the beginning? The brokerage manager startled and trembled, replying, Hey, I did say that this house has a few special points. She angrily pointed at him. This is clearly fraud. I just thought there were ghosts or insects or something. You made it seem like I had gotten the whole house. He stubbornly said, there is nothing wrong with the contract, so I won't refund you. Enya calmed down. So, this is all the broker explained. She summarized the main points. 1. This house is divided into the first floor and the second floor. 2. The second floor has a separate staircase outside, and I can design a kitchen there. 3. Even if I want to leave, the only place available right now is Dale's house. Enya suddenly remembered Dale from this morning. I also heard a little more about Dale. He has lived in that house since the decision to make me empress was made. His smile was radiant. It is said that he is very trusted by the villagers because he helps everyone as if it were his own business. Anya turned her head to look at the brokerage manager, who was confused, bowing to her. That information helped me dispel all my doubts about Dale, but I can't live in the same house with someone I hardly know. I also can't take any legal action because I am hiding my identity. Back at the house, she sighed in frustration, making Dale sitting opposite extremely confused. In the end, there is no other way but to go back to that house. Seeing Anya's weary appearance, he sat opposite her, anxiously looking at her. Of course, things went too smoothly. She suddenly looked towards Dale. Dale sat silently in front of her. She was troubled. How to solve this? His hand turned red, fidgeting. If it makes you uncomfortable, I will go somewhere for a while. She was shocked. In this cold weather, where can you go? Dale gave Anya a pitiful look. Well, anywhere. She startled, thinking, ugh, do not look at me like that. Anya sighed and pondered. However I think about it, it would be guilty to kick out the landlord. Besides, I know very well that there are no vacant houses in Grunwald. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, catching both of their attention. Anya worriedly thought, who is it, at this hour? She curiously asked Dale, are you waiting for someone to come? He carefully stood up. No, let me go see, you stay here. Dale walked towards the front door, cautiously opening it. Before him was a man with brown hair. He smiled brightly. Good day, I am looking for the most beautiful woman in the world. Is Miss and here? Both Dale and Anya looked at him blankly. She remembered that, and is the fake name I used to hide my identity, and the most beautiful woman in the world is the code that Emma set. Anya was suspicious, so she raised her hand. Wait, Dale, he is here to find me. He happily quickly introduced, you are Miss and my client, right? I am a rank S mercenary, assigned to you from now on. Anya carefully inquired, do you have any documents to prove that? The rank S mercenary produced the documents. Of course, I had the request form with the client's signature. She seemed to have resolved her suspicions. Legal, no doubt, he really is a mercenary. Anya suddenly realized the problem. If he was sent through the mercenary association, then do not I have to pay them a fee, and what about providing him with accommodation? She looked towards the door, despondently thinking, my escape budget is already extremely tight. Suddenly her eyes fell on Dale standing next to her. Ah. Anya regained her composure. If I want to hire you, then there will be additional fees. Right, that is right. You will have to pay a service fee, separate from the initial contract fee. She bluntly asked the mercenary, you do not have a place to stay in Grunwald, do you? He confirmed, I do not. She walked over and took his hand, smiling brightly, making him bewildered. Sorry, but I am going to cancel this request. She continued, I can't afford any additional costs, then quickly closed the door. Forgive me. Then Anya asked Dale standing next to her, I can use the second floor of this house for a year, right? Anya thought to herself, in this world, there are two types of people, those who value efficiency and those who care about cost-effectiveness. She continued to confirm. You agreed, right? Dale replied, that is right. She carefully calculated, my mother is completely the type who values efficiency. I only care about cost-effectiveness. Anya silently pondered, perhaps my mother requested a rank S. Because she was worried and wanted me to be safe, but she recalled the image of the rank S mercenary from before. No matter how I look at it, this agreement is too expensive. Brokerage fees plus surcharges, accommodation problems plus surcharges, food costs plus surcharges. Anya secretly compared him to Dale. Compared to those things, Dale is actually. She quickly asked the question, so, according to the residency law, my temporary registration will be recorded under Dale's name, not mine, right? He innocently replied, that is right, but if you want, we can inform the inspector and put it under your name instead. She immediately denied it. No, that part is actually very reasonable for me, no matter how you look at it. Dale's rank A mercenary badge appeared in Anya's mind. There is no reason not to hire Dale, is there? I can evade the residency law. I get a rank A mercenary as personal protection. She carefully considered, and he cooks pretty well too. Then Anya made a proposal. Dale opposite her was made nervous by her. Dale, I have a job for you. She slowly stated her proposal. I will pay you 1 million krovats as a basic salary, and since we live together, I can also provide additional living expenses. So. Anya looked at Dale with determination as she made the request, become my mercenary. She took out a bag of gold and pushed it towards Dale. Actually, when you fainted, I saw your ID card. Anya stated the reason. Based on this amount of money, this is clearly not a normal request. I am running away from home and need someone to protect me. Dale curiously asked. Is someone threatening you? She replied, it is almost like that, but a little different. The person I have to deal with is extremely powerful. He pondered, powerful, Anya immediately made an additional request. Because this is a dangerous mission, I will also pay additional compensation. I will add 10,000 krovats per day. Totaling 3.64 million krovats, including the initial amount, The total is 4.64 million Crobots. That amount of money is enough to buy an entire mansion in the capital. She was immersed in her thoughts, and I have a reason for investing so much. Dale calmly replied, with a client who is willing to pay so much money, this mission will definitely not be simple. Especially when the person involved is Miss N. He seriously looked at Enya. Okay, I want to hear more details about this request. I will keep everything completely secret. Enya could not hide her joy, he really is sharp. I knew it, choosing him was the right thing to do. She finally made her main request. The thing I want to ask of you, Dale, is, for 364 days, I want you to become my legal husband. Enya anxiously looked at Dale. That is the real reason why I offered such a huge compensation. Even the Emperor would not dare to touch me if he knew I had a husband. Dale was shocked. The teacup next to him was somewhat displaced. You said husband, Enya thought. Does marriage sound a bit excessive? This is probably the first time he has received such a request. Right. He looked at her with wide eyes. 364 days is quite a long time. She avoided his gaze. But, this is not a real marriage. The reason why our contract marriage lasts exactly 364 days is because of the marriage postponement law. Marriage procedures in this empire are very simple, but divorce procedures are extremely complicated. The divorce processing stage alone takes an average of 3 to 5 years. When this problem caused the marriage rate to decline, the government has enacted a marriage postponement law allowing only a 1-year postponement from the date of registration. Thanks to this, even if legally recognized as husband and wife, it will still be postponed, and during that time, each party can cancel the marriage contract. It is truly a wonderful law. Enya raised the teacup in her hand. I know this request sounds utterly absurd, but the truth is, someone has proposed to me. An image of Fabry gradually blurred into view. She gradually revealed, a very dangerous and cruel man. I have had to run away from him for the past 3 years. If we sign a marriage contract, then on paper, I will be registered as your family member, Dale. That means I can stay here safely, under the protection of the resident identification law, without worrying about my identity being discovered. Dale curiously asked, who is the man who proposed to you? Enya put down her teacup. I won't say anything more about him. You have not officially accepted this offer yet, have you? She looked at him and asked one last time, while he was silently embarrassed. So, what do you think? Are you willing to accept it now? Enya stood up, holding the bag of money. Take your time to think about it. I won't force you. She made a hypothetical situation. If you refuse, then I will have to find another fake husband. Dale reached out and grabbed her wrist. I accept. He repeated his acceptance in full. I will be your husband, Miss N. On the carriage running smoothly in the forest, Enya asked Dale, have you memorized all the necessary information? Dale immediately repeated, yes, we used to be in a long-distance relationship, then broke up because of Enya's parents' betrayal, but Miss Enya could not forget me. So she traveled all the way to the south to find me, is that right? Enya smiled in satisfaction. Exactly, and now we are trying to register our marriage. From ancient times, all marriages on the continent have been supervised by the local temple. A magnificent temple appeared before their eyes. The temple we are about to go to is known discreetly as a place for couples in love who have run away together in the night. As long as you offer more gifts, you can quickly register for marriage, but to guard against the priest asking anything, we have also practiced the story of our relationship. Enya immediately noticed Dale's calm expression. But, you do not seem very surprised, do you? I am the daughter of the Lockhart family, and the person who proposed to me is none other than the Emperor. You know that too. He was silent for a moment, then replied, as I said before, I accepted the risk when I took on this mission. Even so, I am still a little worried. Enya looked at Dale in front of her, realizing, no wonder he has been fidgeting restlessly. But that is only natural, for a contract marriage. She immediately comforted him, don't worry, Dale, because you bravely helped me, so if anything happens, I will do anything I can for you too. Dale blushed, his heart seemed to be pounding, you will do anything for me. Enya looked at him, worriedly thinking, he must be very nervous, right, he is even stuttering. The carriage stopped, she eagerly looked outside, we have arrived at the temple. Dale reached out to receive Enya as she stepped down. The first time we met was at a ball in the capital, when Dale participated as a guard for a noble. Should we say it was at the banquet hall of a noble family? Dale immediately said, the city of the empire. He smiled as he offered the idea. I think the garden behind the city of the empire would be more ideal. His next sentence made Enya stare at him in a daze. That would be much more romantic. She smiled with delight, taking his arm. Dale, I did not expect you to be such a sentimental person. I must remember this detail to build the story of our life on the run. Enya began to recall information about Dale. Before entering the temple, we must also review the information about you. First, Dale comes from the Pendragon region in the north. An image of Dale appeared, looking heroic in combat gear, and the mercenary logo appeared. and currently you are a rank a mercenary belonging to Blacktail, the largest guild in the north. Right, Dale quickly confirmed, yes, that is right. She eagerly said, ah, and what reason made you travel from the north to Grunwald, the southernmost region of the empire, if you want our marriage to look really convincing? Then we must make sure that we know every detail clearly. Dale smiled gently, there was an accident, a dream that I had been pursuing for a long time did not come true. He continued, I came to Grunwald to try to make that dream come true again, he chuckled lightly. Enya listened and encouraged him, so that is it, good luck, Dale. I do not know what happened, but I hope everything goes well for you. Dale was about to enter the temple, then, before it gets completely dark, we should go to the temple. Enya hurriedly grabbed his arm, wait, Dale, there is one more thing. She carefully inquired, are you currently dating anyone? Dale replied, no, I am not. Enya breathed a sigh of relief, ah, that is good. Just be honest with me. I promise not to interfere in your personal life, so if you meet someone you like in the future, you can just. He straightened his face, no way, absolutely not, so, no need to worry. Dale affirmed to her, I will not neglect the mission. You saved me, and I will definitely repay that kindness in kind. She looked somewhat bewildered, I only let you stay in the house. Though. Oh well. She asked again, the temple in front of us is shining brightly under the sunlight. So, let us go become a fake couple together, shall we? Enya took Dale's arm and walked into the temple, looking very intimate. She repeated the request, so, as we said, we are here to register for marriage. The priest smiled contentedly as he looked at the bag of gems brought by Enya, a marriage for love on the run, or a second marriage, or another reason, what is it? She immediately replied, it is a marriage on the run for love, so please do the procedures as quickly as possible. He immediately understood, I understand, please follow this way. Both of them walked following the guidance of the priest. Enya looked around, am I also feeling nervous? This place is so big that I feel pressured, but Dale is surprisingly calm. She stopped, looking at Dale next to her who was now stiff with extreme tension, or not, he is thinking like a tin soldier, just standing stiff because of tension. He may seem calm, but in fact he is very shy, is not he? The priest walked forward and opened the large door of a room, then. His voice rang out as Enya and Dale entered, bride and groom. He invited the two to come inside, please come in. On the platform, he held the Bible in his hand, kindly asking, bride and groom, are you ready to vow to be bound in this marriage? Enya looked up at Dale as he replied, yes, I am willing. He smiled shyly, because I have been waiting for this day for a long time. She looked around the room, no magnificent wedding dress, no expensive rings, not even a guest to offer blessings, it is all just a play. Yet, Dale's eyes are on me at this moment, the priest continued, then. He made the declaration, I declare this marriage to be officially recognized. It felt like this marriage was truly the result of genuine love. Enya praised, hey, you acted very naturally, looking just like a man who finally married the person he loved for a long time. Dale was still immersed in his role. It is all thanks to you, Anne. She laughed heartily, haha, even though it is just a contract marriage, we are now legally husband and wife. Let us work together for the next 364 days. She suddenly realized, ah, my coat, where did it go? He made his judgment, it seems you left it at the temple, I will go back and get it. Enya watched Dale leave, a satisfied smile on her face, he really is very sweet. She said firmly, I knew it, signing a contract with him was the right decision. Dale, at the temple, the priest was in front of the bookshelf searching for books. Suddenly a terrifying voice rang out, scaring him, where is our marriage certificate? It was Dale, the priest tremblingly asked, ah, who are you? You got this close without making a sound. He remembered, wait, is not this the groom from just now? But the aura is completely different. Dale reached out and snatched the marriage certificate from his hand. This must be it, right? He could only weakly cry out, ah. He shouted, but Dale only smiled faintly as he looked at the marriage certificate in his hand. What do you think you are doing? He was still shouting, but he did not care, that is not what I wanted to take anyway. He took a pen and signed his real name, Fabry Blanche Elkestone. The priest was angry, Elkestone, how dare you sign the royal family's name, are you crazy? He still rambled on, that is not a name that a commoner like you can casually mention. Dale took out the gold ring and put it down, okay, this is enough. The priest was shocked, that ring, it is something exclusive to the emperor. Dale sneered, making a threat, exactly, even a corrupt priest who only knows about money, must recognize this, so unless you want to die. He retracted his smile, his expression becoming serious to the point of being terrifying, conduct the wedding ceremony immediately. He continued to make the request. Just proceed with the registration, anyway, marriage must be a clear matter. The priest tremblingly reached out to take the marriage certificate from his hand, yes, of course, your majesty. He reminded in a stern voice, I am not the emperor. He glared at him, I am Dale. He stepped closer to him, making a threat. Unless you want to be beheaded, it is best not to say anything about what happened today, got it? Dale reached out and took Enya's coat. Then he turned and left. The priest fearfully bowed down, yes. Placing the coat on his hand, so the marriage is complete. He walked away step by step. Things like contracts and grace periods are nothing but falsehoods. Dale returned to where Enya was waiting for him. Since we have completed the marriage registration at the temple, I have officially become her husband. He reached out to adjust Enya's ribbon. Enya smiled innocently, while Dale was having dangerous thoughts. Yes, I never intended to let her go in the first place. His cheeks flushed slightly, his eyes looking at her with infatuation. He softly called her name in his head, Miss Enya Lockhart. The carriage began to roll away. Two maids and the young lady walking on the road immediately discussed, Miss Ameline, the man who just passed by, is not that Dale, who came from the house on the hill in the Grunwald territory. They continued, the one that Miss Adeline was planning to invite to her birthday party, right? The lady holding the umbrella slowly replied, that is right. They still continued to discuss, didn't he just come from the prayer house, where marriage vows take place, and look at the beautiful woman next to him. The black-haired girl next to her said, don't tell me he came here to get married, right? The brown-haired girl next to her immediately reminded, what nonsense are you talking about? The girl holding the umbrella seemed angry but always maintained a calm voice, anyway, we should go and verify it ourselves. The next day, Enya and Dale's house was full of gifts. Enya was astonished, wow, is all this our wedding gifts? She walked over to the dining table, curiously asking, how did they know the news so early, and even give gifts so quickly, and in such quantity? Dale, you must be very famous. Dale embarrassedly apologized, sorry for scaring you. She laughed loudly, you are not denying the fact that you are well known, are you? He sat down at the dining table, it is not like that. She still smiled like that, well, Dale is a kind, exemplary guy, always proactive in everything in the village. And above all, his appearance alone is enough to attract attention. Both began to silently enjoy the morning, but Enya was lost in her thoughts. If I think about it rationally, this is not an ideal situation for someone like me, with many secrets to hide. Although the environment is harsh, the people in this territory live closely together like a family, and now I have become the wife of a guy who is said to be. I have attracted more attention, surely I have noticed, with an apprehensive confidence. She looked at the knife in her hand, pondering, I had planned to attract more attention, but if I can make good use of this, the story will change completely. She revealed, this region contains fertile land that even the villains in the novel want to have. According to the original novel, in Grunwald, there is a large herb field that will allow possession of the hexagon formula. Enya pondered, but when I observed during my trips to the temple, I do not remember seeing any land that looked like an herb field. She immediately asked, Dale, has anyone from the Duke Hexagon family ever come to Grunwald? He thought carefully and replied to her, there are still many people who visit the landlord's estate regularly, but I have not heard about that, and I am sure I would not miss it if the Duke's family visited. Enya wondered, just as I thought, the formula must not have exploited that herb field yet, if so then maybe I still have a chance, right? She put down her fork. Dale, I want to ask you for a favor. She looked at him, smiling brightly as she made the offer, can you help me find some land? Dale curiously asked, land, are you planning to cultivate it? Enya immediately confirmed, that is right, I definitely have to get it close to the possession of the landlord and formula. He stood up, taking his cloak, I understand, today I will find a piece of land that suits your requirements. Enya smiled happily, thank you, Dale, have a good day. Dale made an appointment, I will complete the work early and be back early before something approaches. He looked at her, blushing slightly, I will be back soon. Enya raised her hand to wave goodbye to him, he really is a reliable contract husband. In the warm shared house with sunlight shining in, Enya wondered, okay, Dale will definitely find a suitable piece of land. He is so busy, maybe I will clean the house today. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Enya, who was cleaning the house, immediately said, yes, I am coming right away. Who is it? Did someone else in the village come over? The black maid looked angry, saying loudly, what is going on? Why did you open the door so late? Enya completely did not know who they were. Who are these people? Why do they look so angry? She looked at them, hesitantly asking, may I ask what is going on? They asked loudly as if they were going crazy, did you really marry Dale? They made assumptions one after another, did you threaten him? Don't tell me you bribed him. Enya was stunned, where did these girls come from? And only a few hours after Dale left the house to work. They shouted loudly, he actually married someone like you, instead of Miss Adeline who has everything in hand. No way, Enya politely replied, sorry, but what does my marriage to Dale have to do with you guys? The noble woman in the back slowly stepped forward, ladies. She made a reassurance, causing Enya to focus her attention on her. Please do not be too harsh, you are making Miss Enya feel embarrassed. She is Adeline, she smiled lightly, you are Miss Enya, so the rumor about Dale getting married is true. Enya nervously replied, yes, I am Enya, and who are you? She worriedly thought, don't tell me she was sent by the emperor. Adeline looked happy, starting to introduce, it is a pleasure to meet you, I am Adeline Kydland, daughter of Duke Kydland, the lord of the land next to Grunwald. Enya repeated her name in her head, Adeline Kydland, she smiled brightly, slightly tilting her head, no need to be so wary. I just came to invite my new neighbor to a gathering. The map gradually appeared, to put it bluntly, as Miss Kydland, she has to be a neighbor. It is true that they are two different territories, but the Kydland border extends much further. Enya wondered, what is Miss Kydland's purpose in coming to Grunwald? She immediately asked, why is Miss Kydland inviting me to the gathering? One of the two maids immediately said. Miss Adeline, the relative of the Lord of Grunwald, said that she wanted to personally introduce you to this place on his behalf. She seemed annoyed. Suddenly Adeline raised her hand to signal after she finished speaking. Well, she is sure different than the Lord's own niece and granddaughter. You should feel grateful. Adeline still kept a smile on her face. I love the nature in Grunwald, so I am temporarily staying at the Lord's estate, thanks to the close relationship between our two territories. She took out a card, asking Enya, I am planning to invite you to a tea party at the Lord's private estate tomorrow. Her maid looked admiring. Miss Adeline is so generous. Even inviting someone like you to the party. Adeline pretended to be pitiful. After all, she is an outsider, so she must not be familiar with this place. We are also the same age and status, so we should help her. Enya had already realized her intentions. She is pretending to be delicate and a lady. She observed Adeline holding the invitation towards her, but it was clear that it was fake. She is giving a fake smile. You will come, right? Enya knew Adeline's intentions. It was clear that she was insulting her. She gave her thanks. Thank you for the invitation, miss. Enya took the invitation in her hand, pretending to be happy. I believe I will learn a lot about this place. In fact, this is quite convenient, because I originally had something to do near the landlord's estate. That night, Dale came home. He immediately asked Enya after hearing the story, you mean Miss Kydland's tea party? He placed the cake on the table, kindly saying, are you okay? If you do not want to, you do not have to go. Enya smiled mischievously, it is okay, I am also curious about the estate. That cake you like? Enya ate the cake and asked Dale. Dale found a piece of land near the estate, so I want to go see it. He sat across from her, then maybe. He smiled gently, you will need a dress for the tea party, right, if you want, Miss Enya, feel free to choose any dress in the changing room on the second floor. She immediately replied, oh, that is right, I need a dress, thank you. Enya hesitated and asked, Dale, before we talk about that, I have something I want to ask. Have you ever lived here with a lover? Enya remembered when she was cleaning the house, she entered a strange room in the house. Today when I was cleaning, I opened the door to the changing room on the second floor. Inside were women's clothes and accessories neatly arranged by season and purpose. These things are unnecessary for a man living alone. I wondered if they were the belongings of some previous tenant. Enya continued, I would feel a little embarrassed if those things belonged to your ex-lover. Dale explained, actually, it is my sister, she used to live here with me. His expression became serious, it is not what you imagine, Miss Enya. Dale flushed and awkwardly explained, and because I was busy with work, I never thought about love, until I met you. Enya was also flustered, I was just asking to be sure. It is not because I am worried or anything. She smiled brightly, asking for permission, if no one is using them anymore, then that is great. Then I will borrow a dress to wear, okay, Enya thought to herself. Yeah, someone as shy as him, he probably could not have lived with a lover. Dale is definitely not that type. Adeline's bitter scream echoed throughout the mansion, it is so frustrating. She kicked the door open and yelled, Sophia. Before she could finish speaking, Adeline slapped her hard in the face, you called for me, miss. She insisted, this year's birthday party, I will have to make it the most magnificent ever. Adeline growled with resentment, I will let that arrogant commoner know her place for daring to covet what belongs to me. Contact my assistant immediately. The next day, near the Lord's castle, Dale and Enya went out. This is the land that fits the conditions you mentioned. She enthusiastically looked around, showing obvious interest, it really is very spacious, and the price is cheap too. He told her some more stories, there is a ridiculous rumor that the Lord is sick due to a curse, people say land near the castle can't be sold at full price. Enya nodded in agreement, now that you mention it, I remember hearing that rumor too. She secretly calculated, a large piece of land near the Lord's castle and the ginkgo forest, from the location to the terrain, everything is exactly the same as in the original story. This must be the land I am looking for. Enya seriously considered, but, what is this strange smell that keeps assaulting my nose? The information she had was quite vague. In the original story, this place was only described as fertile land, where various herbs were grown, there was no mention of any smell. Anya was wary. Something's not right. She asked for help. Dale, can you bring me the shovel I prepared earlier? Dale immediately handed it over. Here. Anya was surprised. Didn't you leave it on the carriage? Dale shyly explained. I brought it along so I could give it to you as soon as you needed it. She happily replied. Thank you, Dale. Then, let us start right away. He stepped out to stop her. Wait, first, there is something we need to do. Anya looked up blankly. Dale. Dale gently spread his cloak down. Please sit down here, you have to go to the tea party soon anyway. She was a little flustered, but are not you going to work right after that? If your clothes get dirty then. He politely helped Anya. I just need to brush it off. It will be fine, but I heard that in high society, even a small stain can be seen as a serious mistake. Dale gave a charming smile. I really want to do all this dirty work for you, but... She did not even listen to him, and immediately began analyzing. The soil deep down has a completely different smell than the surface layer. Anya seriously questioned. It is loose soil, rich in microorganisms, but, on top of soil so fertile that anyone who grows herbs would desire to own, why is there a patch of foul-smelling soil covering it? She speculated, is that the reason why Duke Hexagon has not bought this land yet? If that is the case, then I have to act immediately and take it before they do. So Anya immediately decided, Dale, if I want to buy this land, I should contact the Lord's castle in Grunwald, right? Dale unexpectedly said, no, currently, Grunwald is only allowed to use this land for convenience. He pointed behind them, but this wasteland actually belongs to Lord Cadland. She could not help but be surprised. What? Adeline's formidable face immediately appeared. He said it was Cadland. It is really unusual for a large piece of land to be located right in front of the Lord of Grunwald's castle, yet be owned by another territory. Anya became more and more uneasy. Moreover, it is suspicious that such a fertile land has become barren. While being helped up by Dale, she was still lost in thought, and the landowner is from Cadland, which is said to have a blood relationship from the powerful lady in Cadland to this land. And now even in Grunwald, Cadland seems to have a lot of influence. For some reason, this feeling is very familiar. Anya looked ahead, resolutely. I do not know what is going on here, but I can't give up such a good piece of land. The two of them together came to the first obstacle. Let us go to the Lord's castle. She thought to herself, I need to find out the truth. The carriage quickly took them to the Grunwald Lord's castle. Dale helped Anya down. We have arrived, Miss Anya. She politely said, thank you for bringing me here, Dale. He gave a radiant smile. It is my honor. All the ladies around focused their eyes on this side. Oh my gosh, this is the first time I have seen Dale smile like this. The discussions of the people made Adeline tremble with anger. I heard it was a forced marriage, but maybe it is not. She walked over gracefully. Welcome, Miss N. Anya replied, thank you for inviting me. She easily recognized, she can't hide her gaze, the one who was invited is me, but all of her attention is focused on Dale. Anya mischievously thought to herself, after what happened yesterday, maybe I should tease her a little. She staggered and fell into Dale's arms. Maybe it is because of the carriage ride. I feel a little carsick. He quickly took care of her. Are you okay? Should I take you back? Anya nestled affectionately against Dale. Dale's concern seems to make me feel better. Dale also cooperated very well. That is good then. She immediately waved her fan to cover her expression. She guessed. Her face suddenly darkened, but she was still trying to endure it because Dale was here, right? He regretfully left. I am leaving. See you tonight, Miss N. Adeline immediately folded her fan, creating a cold sound. She coldly turned away. Now the meeting is over, let us go inside. Adeline forgot all her friends. Adeline, let us go in together. Anya smiled secretly. This way of provoking is really effective. It feels so refreshing. She bitterly vented her anger on the door. Unfortunately, someone standing nearby was injured. Sophia painfully hugged her face. Adeline immediately vented her anger on her. What is wrong? Why are you standing in front of the door? Adeline disliked continuing. All the preparations for the tea party are all ready. Anya rushed over quickly. Are you okay? She quickly gave first aid to Sophia. Oh my gosh, you are having a nosebleed. She weakly leaned on Anya. Thank you. Suddenly she noticed something strange. Anya keenly saw some problems. This woman's clothes seem ordinary, but they are not like the clothes of a maid. I also heard that the Lord's castle in Grunwald is so poor that they can't afford to hire maids. Could she be a noble lady who is having difficulties? She kindly asked, are you here to attend the tea party? Let us go together. I will help you. Sophia was about to explain. No, I live here. Adeline angrily interrupted. Sophia. She deliberately stepped between the two of them. I told you not to wander around like that. Your health is very weak. Adeline pretended to care, reaching out her hand. Go back to your room and rest. Okay, she obediently replied. Yes, sister, thank you. So, can I wait in your room? She reflexively shouted loudly. What? Of course not. But Adeline suddenly remembered her current situation, quickly corrected. Of course it is not impossible. Why would you ask such obvious questions, Sophia? Oh my gosh. You scratched your hand, go put some ointment on it and rest. Sophia and her acted out a scene of a kind sister and a grateful younger sister. Thank you, see you later. Anya doubted, sister, is she her real younger sister? But the two of them do not seem very close. She suddenly remembered some details. Miss Adeline and the Lord of Grunwald are relatives, she is his niece. This made Anya feel even stranger. The Lord of Grunwald's real niece, if so, then that is strange. The Lord's real niece is not even allowed to attend the tea party. Adeline professionally directed the guests, excuse me for a moment, now let us go inside. She had a hard time understanding, Adeline is just a relative, yet she is acting like the owner of the estate. Anya was very suspicious. What exactly is happening in the Lord's estate? In the luxurious atmosphere of the party, the ladies discussed interesting gossip. I have never seen her here before. What noble family is she from? They only identified the situation from one side. It is really one-sided. She came with Dale, right? It seems that she is the woman in the rumor. Oh my gosh, is she the girl people say is a commoner? Poor Dale, marriages should be considered carefully. It is really unfortunate, that is right. Malicious rumors about Enya spread with lightning speed. Shouldn't a wife be a support for her husband? For example, if someone married Miss Adeline, they would have both fame and wealth. If it were Dale, he could have easily left that dangerous mercenary life. As the main character being attacked, she was not moved at all, really. Enya was even a little bored, is that all? Adeline was sitting at the head position enjoying the play she had arranged. I thought I would see something more impressive, but anyway, Dale has always lived simply. All the ladies present at the tea party turned their guns at her, but if the wife is a little understanding. Enya boredly looked around the tea party. I wondered what she would show off. It turns out that she is just embarrassing herself. A lady suddenly raised her voice, then, let us celebrate the birthday of today's main character, Adeline. Immediately, large and small boxes were brought over. Adeline, please accept my birthday gift. I am first. She refused with her mouth, but accepted everything. You do not need to do this. I said you do not need to bring gifts. Seeing this, she frowned unhappily. She said it was just a tea party, but now, I am going to become impolite for not bringing a gift. I only intended to come and see who might be useful to me later. But this is really childish. Adeline eagerly opened all the gifts. All of them were luxury goods. She explained happily, you are so sweet. Suddenly Adeline turned her attention to Enya, right, and, what gift did you prepare for me? The other ladies then spoke up to mock, no way, she did not come empty-handed after Adeline made it clear in the meeting, did she? This side. Enya gave a knowing smile, it seems like it is time for that. She was still enjoying playing the role of a generous and perfect lady. Please do not be like that, I told him not to, she interrupted the mockery, it is okay. And then, Enya took out a small box from her bag, of course I brought a gift. She gave a sincere smile, saying softly, happy birthday, Adeline. Adeline's smile immediately froze at this moment. When did you prepare this? Thank you. Enya heard her say that and secretly mocked. When did I prepare it? From the day you barged into my house. The previous afternoon, Dale unexpectedly mentioned, have you thought about a gift? Hearing this, she looked blankly with a question mark, a gift. She asked back, causing him to also be stunned. They said it was a tea party, but, was not it an invitation to a birthday party? Enya seemed to have no idea at all. I did not hear anything about a birthday, is there any reason to think so? Dale then tried to recall his memory. I do not remember the face clearly, but... He affirmed with certainty, someone claiming to be the daughter of Kidland invited me to a birthday party. At that time, Dale did not pay too much attention. I guessed that the party was for her, because she mentioned the Yonju castle. Maybe I was wrong. She was no stranger to these childish tricks and reassured, no, maybe you are right. It seems they deliberately did not say it to smear me. He heard this and left for a moment. Then, please wait a moment. Later, Dale brought out a small box. I have something that is very suitable to be a gift. It would be troublesome if you came without bringing anything. Do you want to bring this along? When she saw it, Enya immediately changed her expression. Is it the real thing? How did you get something so rare? Seeing that it seemed to help her, he generously gave it. I received it as a righteous gift. You can take it, because I do not need it either. Enya looked very expectantly. With Dale's help, I have solved this problem, so, how will they react? Adeline immediately opened the box, muttering, I am very eager to open the gift from our new friend. Her tone carried sarcasm, oh my, it really is a small and cute gift. Adeline fondled the large pearl necklace on her neck, implying disparagement, but what can I do? I am more suited to larger necklaces. This is beautiful, but it is too small. She tried to satirize to the end, it is hard to overrate this, well, I will accept your kindness. Enya could only give a forced smile, just as I thought, no surprise. At this moment, she immediately raised her voice to move on. I understand. Suddenly someone stood up. She exclaimed excitedly, it is real. Amanda stepped closer to Adeline. This is a necklace so precious that it is priceless. Enya was surprised. Is she the daughter of a merchant? Her eyes lit up brightly, a masterpiece of the 6th Imperial General. Amanda was extremely moved. I can't believe I get to see Angel's trumpet here. Then, can I? She suddenly startled. What? Angel's trumpet? How did she get something so rare? It must be a fake. After temporarily borrowing the precious jewelry, she approached Anya with incredible speed. She is coming this way. Amanda grabbed her hand, sincerely pleading, I know it is a bit impolite, but I am very interested in this necklace. Can we talk in private? The others also began to whisper, if this is really Angel's trumpet, is not at the beginning of the pendant trend in our empire, it can't be the real thing. She admired it while being touched. I have to say this is a true masterpiece. From afar I was not sure, but looking closely, it is definitely Angel's trumpet. Amanda immediately turned around and declared, it seems that Adeline refuses because this is too gorgeous of a gift. She pushed her straight to the wall with just a few words, is that right, Adeline? The ladies around gradually became suspicious. Could it be that she did not recognize it? She said it was too small and laughed at it. Adeline lost all face, hurriedly stood up and left. Of course, how dare I accept such a precious gift, and I just remembered that I have urgent business to do. Let us end the party here. Enya knew the reason clearly. Adeline must be embarrassed, so she dismissed the party. She now had some thoughts about Amanda. She is definitely not an ordinary person. 2 days later, she was invited to play. This must be the newlyweds' home. Amanda bluntly commented, and he must be the one Miss Kidland can't live without. He is really handsome. Enya was a bit speechless. Please do not look at my husband like an object. She immediately took out a contract. Then, I will take the liberty. Let us get straight to the point. Do you want to sell the Angel's trumpet? I will pay 2.5 million. She was slightly surprised. You are okay with that price? I thought you would bargain. Amanda affirmed firmly, this is a rare thing that is not easy to see, and the one who keeps it is not an ordinary person either. No joke. With that amount of money, you can become wealthy. Enya also had to glance at her husband. That is true. Thinking about it, how did Dale get this? She unexpectedly mentioned, by the way, you do not intend to give that necklace to Adeline, do you? She bluntly admitted, you are right. She looked down on me. I thought she would not recognize the value of the necklace. Enya expressed her intention, and I thought if someone recognized it, it would be great if I could make friends with that person. She thought to herself, I want to have someone to trust besides Dale. Amanda poked at the apple that Dale had elaborately styled, her head full of question marks. So I have passed, have not I, a rabbit? Enya confirmed and made a new deal. That is right, I can give you a discount for friendship, but in return, can you provide information about Grunwald? Anything secret or related to land is fine. She took a sip of tea. I am not from Grunwald, so I won't be able to help much. She immediately suggested, what about the castle? I heard the lord is so sick that he can't move. Amanda was quite surprised. You know about that? That is right, because there is a rumor. She gently put down her teacup elegantly. Then you must also want to know the reason why the lord is sick, right? Enya spoke up to confirm, yes, and also the relationship between Kidland and Grunwald. Amanda sorted out the information in her head. Where should I start? Ah, there is a map here. She spread it out on the table. Did you know that they used to be one territory? The story began several generations ago. The Lord of Grunwald ceded a piece of land to Kidland, and from then on they began to rule the separate lands. Therefore, Kidland helped Grunwald control and hunt demons, but one day, when Kidland was negligent, the consequences were terrible. The demons broke into the Lord's castle. The Lord fainted from being attacked. Kidland helped the Lord recover and took the land of Grunwald that they had been aiming for as compensation, but the Lord of Grunwald never woke up again. Enya, as if she had been aiming for it, asked softly, one of them is the bad land in front of the castle, right? Amand immediately confirmed, that is right. She needed more information. Kidland, who already has a lot of land, wants that piece of land. What reason do they have? She replied, I do not know about that. Suddenly Enya spoke up to propose, maybe I will find the answer. Do you want me to share if I know? Amanda looked up enthusiastically, and what do you want from me when you say you want to be friends? She sincerely replied, just help me when I need it, just once. She shook hands with Enya happily. Of course, if I can help, I am very willing. Time passed quickly. Dale brought drinks to Enya. This is warm cocoa. She received it. Thank you, Dale. By the way, what kind of work do you do on the island? He sat down opposite and replied, in case there are unusual water currents falling down, I have to monitor the hunting area. Enya wondered, he does not even dare to kill an ant, yet he is in charge of overseeing the hunting area. She had something she wanted to ask for help. Then can you take me there tomorrow? Dale immediately agreed, okay, but can I ask why? Enya mentioned that thing again. Do you remember the piece of land we investigated? She gave a radiant smile, saying her plans cheerfully, I just thought of a good way to make that land mine. The next day, at the Grunwald Lord's castle. As always, Enya was carefully escorted to the place. She sincerely said, thank you for bringing me here every time. In contrast, Dale also regretted it, softly replying, "I am sorry that I have to let you go alone because of work." Anya quickly left. "It is okay, I can take care of myself, see you at home later." Hearing the two important words, he turned into a puppy wagging his tail. "At home, yes, I will go too." She thought to herself, "Anyway, the more I look at Dale, the more attractive he seems. Maybe it is because he is a mercenary, but he rides a horse very skillfully." Anya could hardly avoid being moved by Dale, and his elegant appearance. Looking at him, he is easily mistaken for a noble. Suddenly she felt a malicious gaze directed at her. Sure enough, she was staring and pinning Anya from the upper window. "Adeline, how long has she been watching from?" Adeline pulled the curtain hard in anger. She was a little flustered. "Oh no, I did not mean to mock her." She was extremely anxious, constantly biting her fingernails. Why does that cunning woman keep coming to the Lord's castle? What is she trying to interfere with this time? Inside the Lord's castle, Anya secretly admired. "There is one thing that surprised me when I came here." The butler bowed respectfully. "Welcome." She was stunned. "It is true that the person who swindled my money in the house purchase was here." The nightmare reappeared. Anya was angry and kicked him out while yelling, "Swindler." The butler explained apologetically, "I heard Dale said that you wanted to meet the Lord, however, the Lord is currently unable to receive guests." She was also sympathetic. "Yes, I heard that he is bedridden." He was immediately relieved. "You already knew, then everything will be easier." Anya sincerely asked for help, "But today I came as a doctor to check on the Lord's condition. Can you allow me to visit?" The butler looked delighted. "Doctor." However, his face immediately fell. "But..." The butler sadly confessed, "As you can see, we are not able to afford medical expenses." He clenched his hands, trying to restrain his emotions. "I even have to take on extra work to maintain the castle, just like when I introduced that house to you." She immediately reassured, "It is okay, I won't ask for payment immediately." The butler was surprised. "This is not simply kindness, is it? Do you have a reason?" Anya held the suitcase tightly in her hand. "Because I am confident that I can cure the Lord. The reward for the treatment can be discussed after the examination." When he led her into the room, Sophia was extremely surprised. "Butler, the guest is, are you the person I met before?" The butler politely guided Anya. "Please come in." She spoke up, asking for permission. "We meet again, Miss Sophia. Can I check on the Lord's condition first?" He whispered to her, "Miss N is actually a doctor. She came to examine the Lord." Anya immediately felt the faint odor that I noticed at the party last time. That is definitely a smell I recognize. She spoke up, asking, "When did the symptoms first appear?" Sophia was slightly startled. "Ah, well." She shed tears of pain. "It has been about 3 months since he completely lost control of his body and collapsed." Anya quickly prepared the tools. 3 months, that is a bit late for treatment, however. Anya shook the medicine bottle in her hand. "Fortunately, I have the perfect medicine for the Lord." The butler's voice sounded worried. "I apologize for doubting you, but is this medicine really reliable? We have tried countless treatments, but none of them have been effective." She did not pay attention to those words and said a series of the Lord's symptoms: hallucinations, talking to himself, eczema appears especially on the arms and soles of the feet. Anya continued to analyze as if she had directly examined him many times, and the other symptoms make it difficult to distinguish whether it is mental or physical. They suddenly appeared at the same time, right? He stammered. "How do you know that?" She made up a reason. "My grandfather used to have similar symptoms. Fortunately, he was treated in time and recovered his health." Hearing this, Sophia immediately asked with a worried look, "Then, what illness did my grandfather have?" Anya's next sentence denied everything. "No, this is not an illness." Her expression was serious, her eyes as cold as ice. "It is poison." They could not believe their ears, constantly asking again and again, "The Lord has been poisoned." "What, poisoned? No, who could do this to our Lord?" She excitedly grabbed Anya's hand. "Please, save my grandfather. I lost my parents in a carriage accident. He is the only relative I have left." Compared to Sophia, she was much calmer. "Then, can you follow my instructions from now on?" She hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes, I will do anything." Immediately, Anya opened the medicine bottle. "Good, then." Then, without hesitation, she poured it straight into Grunwald's mouth. "Please hold the Lord's hands and feet firmly." The Lord trembled, tears streaming down. "He looks like he is in so much pain." Anya waved her hand. "It is okay, the medicine is just bitter, that is all. He is complaining about the taste." The butler panicked. "Miss N, what exactly is that? You did not give him anything strange, did you?" The smile on her face became even clearer, directly showing them the bottom of the bottle. "It is holy water, an extremely rare and expensive item from the temple." They were surprised and shouted, "What?" Both of them gaped. "Holy water, the thing that costs a fortune. You actually have that, Miss N." Seeing them looking at her like that, Anya just smiled without explaining further. "They are looking at me like they can't believe I possess something so precious." She had planned everything in advance and made a wise decision. "I kept it for emergencies. I stole a few bottles from home when I ran away." Grunwald continued to struggle, causing all three of them to have to reassure and hold him firmly. Grandfather, you have to endure it, even if it is bitter. Please try your best. Lord, do not spit it out, swallow every last drop, she thought to herself. At least they believe me now, what a relief. After a while, seeing that the Lord was breathing evenly, everyone felt very relieved. He seems to be calmer now. I will continue to take care of him regularly until he recovers completely. Sophia was extremely happy at this time. I am really very grateful. She could not restrain her emotions, holding Enya's hand and crying, I do not know how I can repay this kindness. There was one thing she never revealed. I never considered holy water as a treatment method because it is too expensive. It is only used for diseases that can't be cured with ordinary herbs. Is the Lord's condition really that serious? At this time Enya suddenly remembered something. Miss Adeline said that treating with herbs regularly is enough. The butler was also very grateful. Thank you, this is the first time the Lord has had some improvement. I would really like to offer some compensation, but as you know, our territory is having financial difficulties. She proactively mentioned her other main purpose for coming here. What about land? He looked suspicious. Land, what will you do with it? Hearing this, she said, there is something I wanted to do. Enya expressed her ambition. I want to grow herbs for those who can't afford treatment. Is there any suitable land for cultivation? The butler said to himself, herbs, this person really is a dedicated doctor, but, even so, he had to refuse. I am sorry, but Grunwald has very little fertile land for growing herbs. There is no land available from the Lord's estate that has been cultivated. But she insisted, it is okay, as long as it is wide enough, I can handle the rest. This made the butler very surprised. How? Anyway, the other party had just saved the Lord, so he had to compromise. Then, I will grant you the garden in the forest behind the Lord's castle, along with the small vegetable garden next to it. How does that sound? The butler's expression was full of apprehension. Actually, the wasteland in front of the castle is the largest in the vicinity, but it currently belongs to Kidland. So I can't grant it to you. Enya smiled slightly. I like it, it is perfect. In her heart she felt very excited. Today, instead of the wasteland that Dale found, I hoped to win over some nearby land first, and this has gone well. But as soon as she found it, Enya could not help but exclaim, this land is really ideal. There was a truth that the Emperor's orders are always sent to the Lord's castle first. So, if I set up a herb field near the Lord's castle and maintain a close relationship through my work as a doctor, I will be able to hear news about the Emperor the fastest. Before her was a vast expanse of green land. She constantly marveled, oh, it is so beautiful. The butler, hearing this, also became excited. Then, please wait a moment, I will bring the doctor's contract. She heard this and did not refuse. Yes, please do so. But they did not know that Adeline outside had heard everything. She clenched her hands in resentment. After returning home, the first thing Enya did was show off to him. Dale, look at this. On her face was a radiant smile. Tada, I got accepted to work at the Lord's mansion. Dale had just finished showering, looked like he was asking, you got a job. Enya was overjoyed and replied, I was assigned to take care of the Lord's health for a while. He sat down next to her, a little worried. Do you need money? Maybe. I am just worried you might be pushing yourself too hard. Enya immediately reassured, oh, no. She revealed her plan, it is just that I have another goal, that is all. You can say it is part of the plan to make the land you found mine, and in addition to that. Enya's finger lightly touched the file. I have a strong feeling that someone deliberately poisoned the Lord. As a doctor, I can't ignore a patient in danger. The more she talked, the more excited she became, and working at the mansion has another benefit, I will receive royal news much faster. On the contrary, Dale was more cautious, but the Emperor may be interested in you, Enya, if the Lord Grunwald, who was believed to be cursed, wakes up after 3 months of being bedridden. He continued to warn, people will naturally be curious about the doctor who cured him, rumors about you will definitely spread. These things were a bit pessimistic but completely true, and because the Emperor is building his support base by recruiting talented people regardless of their background, he will almost certainly shift his attention to you, Enya. But Dale could not deny that. Anyway, you are a talented doctor. Hearing these things, the corners of her lips suddenly turned up. Enya's voice was very gentle. It is touching that you have thought about me so seriously, Dale, but do not worry, I have my own ways to deal with this. Hearing this, he was surprised. Your own way, she recounted everything. It has been 3 years since I ran away from the Empress' edict. If my father, Duke Lockhart, and the Emperor joined forces, finding one person should have been easy, so why do you think all those powerful people have not caught me yet? He immediately replied in disbelief, because you have been extremely careful in hiding your identity. Enya immediately denied, no. Her eyes flashed with wit, it is because the Emperor is drowning in an overload of work. Enya proudly showed off her achievements. I have anonymously provided the capital with a continuous stream of reports on the wrongdoings of the old nobles. It took a lot of time and effort to do these things. The previous emperor and the old aristocratic faction committed countless crimes, right? They have ruined this country for many years. So digging up all of that is not easy. Enya's voice was high-pitched with excitement. That is why I hired informants to dig up corruption and their evidence, and I personally submitted those reports. Her reasoning was very clear. The more she talked, the more energetic she became. The emperor benefits because it helps him consolidate power. Without paying attention to the face of the person next to her that had long since darkened, and I benefit because it makes him too busy to hunt me down. After saying that, Enya raised her chin. What do you think? Pretty smart, right? She thought to herself, I can both tie down the emperor and punish the villains in the novel. It is a win-win. Dale was still shocked, murmuring, I understand. Enya did not hear clearly. What did you just say? He covered his flushed face with his hand. I am just surprised that your method is too unexpected. The problem in Dale's heart for a long time now had a solution. So that is why government problems suddenly increased in recent years. It was all done by Enya. In the following days, Enya went to the Lord's mansion as usual. How are you feeling today? Is there any discomfort anywhere? Grunwald had been awake for a long time. Miss Enya's water seems to be very effective. Sophia, who was next to her, was also in a very good mood this morning. The Lord even walked lightly around the mansion. It has only been a week since Miss Anne became his attending physician, and he has recovered so much. Seeing her patient getting better made her feel very relieved. I am glad he is recovering so well, but really, the poison in the Lord's body is rare and has a unique characteristic. This type of poison is too dangerous. It spreads very slowly, meaning continuous contact is needed, and until it reaches a lethal dose, there are absolutely no early symptoms. Enya seriously thought, more importantly, it is impossible for someone to be poisoned like that naturally. The person who poisoned my grandfather in the past was an agent from Hexagon, the leader of the old aristocratic faction. In her heart, she had already narrowed down the suspect. They did that to try to overthrow my family, the heads of the new aristocratic faction, if this time it is also done by them. Now that the examination was over, Enya left, but her mind was still full of thoughts. Then an agent of Hexagon must have sneaked into Grunwald, stayed close to the Lord for a long time. And won his trust. That agent must be. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by in the corner. A glance was enough to immediately recognize that it was Adeline. Enya's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Where is she hurrying off to? Unexpectedly, Sophia appeared from behind. Miss Enya, you are still here. Thank goodness. Hearing her voice, she immediately asked, Miss, the examination is over today. What is wrong? The corners of her eyes were filled with tears. I just wanted to thank you one more time. Before she knew it, tears were streaming down. Sophia tremblingly confessed, if it was not for you, we would never have realized that poison was the cause. We might have continued to try other treatments. And lost my grandfather in the process. Her shoulders shook slightly, her voice sobbing. Grandfather raised me since I was little, in place of my parents. He has always been very kind and gentle. Who would want to harm someone like him? Suddenly Enya remembered something. She immediately asked back, you said the herb that the Lord drank in his tea was called cozy flower, right? She immediately admitted. Yes, it used to be a specialty in Grunwald, but it suddenly stopped growing, so Adeline went to find a supply route. Hearing this, her eyebrows furrowed. Cosry flower is a herb famous for its detoxifying properties. That is why I am also using it to treat the Lord, but if his condition worsened despite drinking it. Enya said the question in her heart for a long time now. Then something must be wrong with that herb, or maybe the cozy flower from Kidland has been transformed into something completely different. And the culprit could only be the one who handled the herbs closest to him. The following sentence made Sophia's eyes widen. You should keep an eye on Miss Adeline. Her hand trembled, clutching her hand tightly. No way, my grandfather is very fond of her. She lives like a real sister to me. Family. Even though the truth was in front of her, Sophia still chose not to believe. I can't suspect her. She is also my only true friend, afraid that the other party would misunderstand. She explained again, but that does not mean I am ignoring your advice, Miss Enya. In her heart she sighed, Sophia, too naive and kind, to the point of almost being foolish. Even in this situation, she still always trusts Adeline and Kidland. Suddenly Sophia's smile became bitter. It is not easy to become cold and ignore it right away. I am sorry, I guess, I am too soft, are not I? In her heart, a battle between her heart and reason was happening. I can overlook that, but, why only Miss Adeline? Not wanting to see Sophia like this, Enya interrupted, why not do that to me too, friends, do not you think so? Her eyes widened, not reacting in time, Then Sophia stammered, is that really okay? No, let us do that, please call me Sophia, she smiled in reply, then call me Enya, but, calling a noble by their first name seems a bit. Status does not mean anything between friends, besides, Enya, you saved me. She excitedly squeezed her new friend's hand, I am so happy, one day I will take you to visit the Lord's study, it is the place I love the most. She smiled brightly, as beautiful as a flower. I like that very much. I am really looking forward to it. After that, Enya went home in a blissful state. Okay, I will probably come here more often from now on. It would be great to have someone close to me in the mansion. Suddenly, a noisy conversation was heard from the end of the corridor. She immediately paid attention to this sound. What is that sound? It sounds like someone is arguing, very loudly. Enya cautiously walked down the stairs, heading towards that sound. It was a girl. Her voice rang out shrilly. Father told me to come here, but what is this mess? She startled slightly. They are talking about me, a strange woman who cured Count Grunwald. What should we do now? If this is revealed, our whole family will be doomed. Even though it was very dark down there, it was enough for Enya to know who that person was, that voice. Enya was surprised to see the person at the bottom of the stairs. It is Adeline Kielen. Adeline was having a conversation with her father through the magic orb. He asked cautiously, calm down and explain again. So you mean Count Grunwald has recovered? She hid behind the wall, witnessing her anger. Father, have I ever lied to you? That woman stole Dale from me and humiliated me, and now she is ruining everything for the family. Adeline's father was negotiating gently. We have not said anything yet, but Adeline was gradually losing patience and replied, does that matter now? She shouted anxiously, if this is revealed, it won't just be the end of me. If the Duke finds out, we will all die. Enya was shocked by what she heard. The Duke, and what are the documents they are talking about? Adeline's father urged, don't talk nonsense like that. As long as we find the documents, there is nothing to worry about. Quickly find them, she asked helplessly. How can we still find the documents hidden by the dead? Adeline angrily threw the orb while blaming, if you want that, then why do not you find it yourself? The orb shattered with every word she said. I am fed up with it. I can't stand it anymore. Adeline seemed to be going crazy. She muttered curses. It is all her fault. Adeline vented everything she had endured for a long time now. Since she appeared in Grunwald, nothing has gone smoothly. Enya waited for her to leave and then quietly went down. She hurried down the stairs with a long train of thought. If they said the Duke, it must be Duke Hexagon then. In this empire, there are only two current Duke families. Our family, Mozart, and Hexagon. Enya stopped in front of the shattered orb. She picked up a piece of debris. In Enya's head, there was a speculation, just as I suspected. She gradually learned other mysteries, so the one behind everything is Duke Hexagon. The truth about him was gradually revealed. Duke Hexagon, the leader of the old aristocracy and also the villain in the original story. Like our family, the Hexagon family also specializes in herbs. The Hexagon family is called the Angel of the People. The reason is because they provided the people of the empire with something called the miraculous cure for all diseases. A medicine that can cure all diseases and eliminate pain. Despite its magical effect, it was extremely cheap. For the poor people who could not afford it, this medicine was distributed as a charitable act. But in reality, it was a nightmare from the darkness, despite the serious side effects, including paranoia and addiction, with the backing of the Hexagon family. The former emperor turned a blind eye, and the innocent people have been exposed to this drug for decades and fell seriously ill. However, the current emperor did not accept it. Despite facing fierce resistance from the old nobles, he acted decisively to destroy the Hexagon Duchy. As a result, Duke Hexagon was sentenced to house arrest, although many people were disappointed that he was not executed, but due to lack of evidence, there was nothing more that could be done. Enya vaguely guessed Duke Hexagon's purpose. He is the type of person who likes to pull the strings from behind instead of acting directly, now that his sentence is about to expire. He will find a way to restore his power. She strung everything together. It is not a coincidence that both my grandfather and the Lord were poisoned in the same way. Enya secretly resolved, using pharmaceutics, a science that should have been used to save people, to harm others. I can't ignore this. At the same time, she also found a solution. I do not know what that document is, but if I can find it, there will be evidence. Sophia unexpectedly poked her head out. Who is there? Causing Enya to jump in surprise and almost drop the shard of the orb. She smiled and replied to her, while quickly gathering all the shards. It is me, Enya. Feeling relieved, oh my gosh, it turns out to be Sophia. She was no less surprised. Oh, and I heard a loud noise so I came to check it out. This is a sealed underground staircase, so usually no one comes here. She hurriedly made up a reason. I must have dropped something, so it made the sound that you heard. Enya's heart was a little worried with the lie. I went in the wrong direction and panicked. The reason sounds okay, right? Sophia naively believed her words. Oh my, are not you hurt? She gave a forced smile. It is okay, I am fine, she thought to herself, because I know how this will turn out. So it is best to keep it a secret from Sophia for now. Wait, if that is the case then. Enya suddenly spoke up. That is right. As it happens, I misread the schedule, so I am a little free now. She immediately offered, if it is not a bother, can you take me to the library? She heard this and smiled brightly, replying, yes, of course, I am very willing. Sophia took Enya's hand and walked quickly forward. This way, Anne. She also had her own purpose. Now that it has come to this, I will start searching for those documents in the library. Enya was excited. There are so many books. She quickly pulled down the cloth. Hee. I think it has been quite a long time since I returned to this room. She looked around. With such a large library, it will be very difficult to find something by myself. Sophia introduced her. Before the Grumbald family declined, this library had even more books. This family has a tradition of loving books for many generations. Enya understood after hearing her say, "Ah, so that is it." Sophia smiled brightly. Now this place has basically become an abandoned storage. She covered her mouth, thinking, no wonder it is so dusty. Enya curiously asked her, "Has Miss Adeline ever been invited here?" Sophia then recounted, yes, but she said this place was too dirty, so she never returned after the first time. Remembering that time, she enthusiastically guided Adeline. Ah, it is a painting, but she completely rejected it. Oh my, how can I step into such a dirty place? She heard this and could only sigh, a typical spoiled noble lady. For Enya, this was a stroke of luck, but precisely because of that, those documents are likely still here. If Adeline has not found them yet, then she must have missed something. If they are here, perhaps it is in a place that outsiders will never check, whether it is accidental or intentional, a document that is well hidden, pressed in the right place. While searching, Enya discovered something. She turned to point to Sophia. Sophia, what is that? She explained. Ah, that is a family portrait that the head of the family from several generations ago was painting. I heard it was never completed for certain reasons. Enya curiously approached. Really, can I take a closer look? Sophia happily agreed, of course. She slowly removed the cover. Be my guest. Enya was a little disappointed when she saw it. It is just a normal family portrait. I thought it would be something special because it was painted by the head of the family from the previous generation. Suddenly she felt something strange behind the painting. There is some texture here. Enya unexpectedly discovered a clue. Wait, there is something showing between the layers of canvas. She secretly rejoiced in her heart. I found it. In a flash, it was dark. Enya was walking home. She stared blankly at the sky. When did it get so dark? Enya recalled the afternoon. I spent too much time hiding the documents from Sophia, so I am this late. She immediately thought, Dale must be very worried. I should go home quickly. Enya walked while smiling happily. Last time, he even went all the way down to the foot of the hill to wait for me. I feel guilty for making him worry, but it is really cute. Suddenly a sound startled her, causing her to turn her head. What was that? A wild animal. It scared me to death. Enya gradually trembled in fear, perhaps because this house is too isolated from the village. After the sun sets, the atmosphere is somewhat eerie. Then she quickly went home. But a sudden burst of light appeared behind Enya. She turned around sharply and shouted, "Who is there?" It was Dale, limping towards her. Enya was surprised. Dale. He could not support himself and immediately fell to the ground. She frantically ran to Dale's side, asking quickly, "Are you hurt?" Enya did not understand what the scene before her was. What happened so late at night? She hugged him to check on his condition. Dale, oh my gosh, you are burning up. Try to wake up. Suddenly Enya discovered a piece of paper flying out from behind Dale. She immediately recognized it. This is a teleport scroll. Enya secretly wondered, Dale just used this, but why? The two of them barely managed to get home. He lay on the bed, gradually waking up, making some small sounds. Dale woke up with a start when he saw her walk over. Enya asked softly, "You are awake, Dale?" He startled, "Enya, why are you in my room?" Dale struggled to sit up in horror with a small towel on his head. What is going on? She was afraid he would misunderstand and hurriedly explained, "I saw you faint, Dale, so I asked the neighbors to help carry you into the bedroom." Enya sat down and spoke, more importantly, Dale. She gently cared, "Have you been working too hard lately?" An uneasy look was evident in Enya's eyes. "This is the second time I have seen you faint. I am worried that something will happen to you, Dale." She sincerely shared, "I do not require you to tell me everything, but, if there is anything I can help with, I will try my best. I worry about you not as a client, but as a colleague and a good friend." Dale shyly bowed his head, "Thank you, sincerely, but, this is not a problem that you need to worry about. It is just that while being wholeheartedly devoted to married life with you, Enya, and focusing on my main work." He looked at her gently. "It seems that I have been pushing myself a bit too much lately." Dale was very grateful at this time. "Thank you for worrying about me and taking care of me, Enya." Enya had one thing she wanted him to explain. But why did you use such an expensive teleport scroll?" Dale turned his face away in embarrassment. "You saw it. The work lasted until late at night, so I decided to splurge once." She seriously instructed, "Those scrolls are convenient, but using them often can put pressure on the body. It is okay to be a little late, so do not use those things again next time." "Got it." He obediently sat and listened like a child, replying very gently, "Yes." Enya finished speaking and also said goodbye. "Then, I will let you rest." Dale also did not spare her a wish, good night. After she left, he suddenly clutched the blanket tightly. Dale covered his face in disappointment. I did not expect to faint in front of Enya like that. He understood the reason why he was like this. It must be due to the accumulated fatigue from working too hard and using the teleport scrolls too often. Dale pondered wearily, that is necessary to secretly travel between the royal palace, but I have made her worry, perhaps it is time to find another way. Outside, the door gradually closed. Enya simultaneously had the same anxiety as him. She found the reason. If he was sick, then with my sense of smell, I would definitely have noticed it first. Clearly this is a side effect of those teleport scrolls. Enya thought of a worse case, however, side effects rarely occur after just one use. It is highly likely that he has been using them much more frequently. Dale, a mercenary, is using those expensive scrolls to the point of exhausting his body. She recalled what happened recently, using them so often. Now that I think about it, the necklace by the master craftsman that he said he was paid after a mission is an item too precious for a regular person to use. Enya became even stranger. Dale definitely said that after moving to the south, he only accepts small tasks in the territory, and that he no longer accepts dangerous tasks. The suspicion in her increased. Could it be that Dale still has secrets that I do not know? The next morning, he woke up with a surprise. Enya had gotten up early to cook for him. Ah, you are awake. Sit down here. I have prepared all the food that is good for restoring energy. Dale suddenly froze. You must be very tired, Enya, because you have to do the work of a doctor, and also take care of the herb garden. She heard this and proudly said, it has always been you who prepared the meals, has not it, Dale? When you are sick, Dale, it is only natural for me to do this. He was eating when he suddenly noticed what Enya was reading. Dale found it strange and asked, you are looking at a document that I have never seen before. She pointed it out to him. Ah, this is the original contract signed by the ancestors of Grunwald and Kidland. Enya discussed with Dale, the problem is that this contract and the current situation between the two territories are a bit different, in my opinion. She bluntly said, I think Duke Hexagon and Kidland have joined hands to distort the truth. This made him stunned for a long time. What do you mean by that? Enya recounted the events of yesterday and the things she found strange. Yesterday, at the Grunwald Lord's castle, I happened to hear Adeline talking on the phone. I have been wondering why a princess from the wealthy region of Kidland would stay in such a barren Grunwald. Finally she knew, it was to find this document and destroy the evidence that was unfavorable to them. The truth is just like that. Kidland and Grunwald, with the Gonia mountain range, famous for being inhabited by magical beasts, lying between the two regions, due to the hilly terrain, the territory that was mainly attacked by magical beasts was Grunwald. In the past, Grunwald had a stable income from mineral mines. Signed a periodic contract to exterminate magical beasts with Kidland, where the mercenary industry was developed. In return, they granted the right to exploit the mines located near the border area, because minerals are the main source of income for Kidland today, so it must have been profitable at that time as well. Could it be that had aroused Kidland's greed when Count Grunwald, who was directly involved in signing the contract at that time, suddenly passed away? And the place where the contract signed by the two territories was stored also became unclear. Enya tried to guess. Kidland, instead of helping their neighbor, plotted to take over all of Grunwald. I can see a few very suspicious places. Dale presented what he had learned. The land boundary between the two territories marked on the current imperial map is clearly very different. If there had ever been such a large-scale land transfer, it should not have been forgotten by now. He suddenly understood her intention. So, you think the current contract between the two territories has been forged, and that Duke Hexagon has helped with this? Enya slightly curled her lips and smiled. Her expression gradually became serious. That is right, Kidland, with the help of Hexagon, hid the real contract from Grunwald, then relying on a forged contract. They slowly took over Grunwald's land over a long period of time. Then Enya showed Dale the evidence. This is the original contract and the map proving Kidland's guilt. She excitedly showed off her achievements, and in the communication records stored on the magic stone. And one especially important thing, the voice of Adeline mentioning His Grace the Duke was also recorded. Dale was amazed by these things. How did you get this? Enya happily pointed out. High-end comstones always have a magic stone embedded inside, right? To record the call log for a certain period of time. She seemed very proud of her achievements. Adeline was so angry that when talking to the Viscount, she not only smashed the calm stone, but was also so agitated that she did not think about retrieving the magic stone. Thanks to that, I was able to get it. Maybe when she was still in Kidland, she always had a maid to assist even when using the con device, so maybe she does not even know about the existence of the magic stone. Enya also felt more at ease. If we report this to the royal family, Grunwald's situation will definitely improve, and the people in the territory will also be happier. But she still hid a few things. Actually, there are more evidence that I have not told Dale about. Enya secretly calculated, I had to open it first to collect the aura emitted, but I want to show this to the Lord and Sophia first, before it goes through anyone else's hands. On the contrary, Dale was not very trusting. Do you think the Emperor will resolve this matter properly? She confidently replied, of course, until now, he has handled everything I entrusted him with perfectly. At this time Enya impartially commented, if we ignore the marriage thing, I think the Emperor and I could also become quite agreeable colleagues, if there is anything I want more. It is just hoping that this will be resolved quickly. She smiled gently, anyway, I hope everything goes smoothly. He sat to the side and quietly spoke in support, Dale encouraged her, his voice gradually softened, just as you said, Enya, this matter too, will definitely be resolved smoothly. Time quickly passed a month later, just like Dale said that this matter would be resolved smoothly, everything was rolled out quickly, everyone was hurrying to work. Hey, move the materials over here. The royal family has investigated thoroughly about this incident, one person enthusiastically remarked. Did you see him just now? He looks very healthy, his friend also eagerly agreed. You mean the Lord, I told you, there is no curse here. Under the garden, there were two figures leisurely strolling, as expected, the Lord's illness was due to poisoning, by a cozy flower species, along with that. A series of evidence has been presented, Kidland had no choice but to confess. Enya's speculations were all accurate, just as I suspected, the land transferred from Grunwald to Kidland had been contaminated slowly, when conducting the geological survey. The inside story was also considered properly by her. On the outside, they still maintained a close relationship. This made it difficult for Grunwald to freely develop the land. Even when it had been given for exchange, if that land was fertile, Grunwald would benefit, so Kidland acted to prevent that from happening. If the Lord died from poisoning, they would seize Grunwald's land immediately. In the end, Adeline was forced to flee from Grunwald. The return of the land and compensation for damages was carried out quickly, because it was a reasonable process. And as a result, not long after, they visited Grunwald, Miss Anna, Dale. She happily thought to herself, Grunwald has recovered very quickly. Enya friendly said, Lord Grunwald looks very energetic. The butler replied with a bright smile. It is all thanks to you, Miss Anna. He immediately proposed, you two must be very busy, right, let me take you straight to where the Lord is. Suddenly, the sound of excited footsteps running towards where she was standing. Sophia called out happily, Anna, she was slightly surprised, Sophia. Enya kindly asked, you have been waiting here, coming all the way to welcome us. She took her hand without hesitation and replied, of course, my grandfather and I have only been waiting for you too. Sophia warmly opened the door to the room in front of them, please come in, he will be very happy to meet you. As soon as she saw Grunwald, she had to hesitate a bit, grandfather. Sophia lowered her voice and gently blamed him, come on, are you reading that letter again? You always cry when you read it. With tearful eyes Grunwald smiled and said. You brought her here, right, I was just planning to review the letter one last time before telling you about it. Enya's calm voice rang out, the one that came with the document, right, Grunwald quickly corrected, that is right. He somberly recalled the past, it was a letter that my ancestor left to my grandfather a long time ago. She gently continued, were you close to your grandfather? Holding the warm cup of tea in his hand, Grunwald replied gently, very close, he taught me when I was a child. With sparkling eyes Grunwald understood one thing, he had been waiting for his father until his last breath. Grunwald nostalgically recounted, I am glad that I can read this letter in his place. My grandfather once said, that when he was young, the Southern Empire often had natural disasters during heavy rain. Grunwald's voice carried a hint of sadness, perhaps because he was worried that something would happen to him. He left this letter. It turns out that my great-grandfather passed away in a landslide caused by a big storm. The feelings of that person were revealed, seeing that he left a letter full of worry and advice to his son. It seems that my great-grandfather also suspected Kidland. Then Grunwald could not help but tears streamed down. Actually, I also knew. I knew Kidland coveted something more than family affection. I felt something suspicious, but I pretended not to know. He reproached and blamed himself, because they were helpful relatives, and there was no definite evidence. I kept making excuses and then finally left this child alone. Sophia whispered softly, Grandfather. Grunwald's hand was extremely tense. Imagining the terrible things they did to my granddaughter hurts me so much. In the end he sincerely sent his message, thank you so much, Miss Anna, for saying everything before that happened. The matter was settled smoothly, making Enya also secretly happy. What a relief that everything was resolved peacefully. Grunwald's voice continued steadily, so, I have been thinking a lot, how to repay your kindness, Miss Anna. Hearing this, she hurriedly interrupted, there is no need for that, it is all thanks to the royal family for taking care of this matter. The most important evidence was also found by the royal investigator. The beginning and end of the story are as follows, the one who was revealed through the Empire's investigation, was a central nobleman of the old aristocracy faction. A partial affiliate of Duke Hexagon, in the past, he had visited the Lord's mansion to propose to buy the land of Grunwald. But the Lord did not intend to sell to outsiders, so the way they did next was use Viscount Kidland, a relative of Grunwald, and hope to hide it permanently. Their vile purpose was the land, their mines, and keep the secret. The central noblemen helped Kidland take over Grunwald. In return they would receive a portion of the land of Grunwald, as an agreement. Enya secretly thought that is how the transaction was made, because Hexagon is involved, the royal family must act quickly and carefully. Sophia hesitated and said, all of this is thanks to the evidence that Miss N found. Are you really okay with this? The indictment has also been recorded under the name of the Grunwald family. So no one will acknowledge your efforts. Enya happily corrected, that is what I want, so it is okay. In fact, in her heart she had her own plans. If the fact that I solved this problem gets out, there will be big trouble. As Dale said, it is best not to attract attention. Enya gave a satisfied smile. It is enough as long as everyone in the Lord's mansion and Sophia know the truth. Before the great kindness, Grunwald insisted on expressing, then at least let me do something to express my gratitude. You not only treated my illness but also saved Grunwald. We can't easily let this pass unless we repay you in some way. She also quickly pleaded, that is right, please do not refuse. Enya sincerely expressed that she did not want to receive anything more. The forest and the land that you gave me before were already too generous, so there is no need. Yet Dale suddenly interrupted her, actually, there is something I wanted to say. He opened the map and went straight to the point. I heard that this time Grunwald has received a lot of land back from Kidland. Enya sitting next to him could only stare blankly. Dale, when did you get that map? Using his hand to point to a circled area, Dale frankly continued, and the wasteland in front of the Lord's castle. I know that it used to belong to Kidland and has only recently been handed back to Grunwald. He now resolutely made a proposal. If you give the forest that has been returned and the wasteland to Enya, would not that be more of a repayment? With a firm tone Dale authoritatively concluded, after all, she is the Lord's lifesaver. Suddenly Enya realized his intention, this land. So Dale did this for her. Don't tell me he remembered what I said and mentioned it first. Enya's heart was a little hesitant. Initially, the goal was to get this land, but after hearing the story about Grunwald, asking for more is a bit. Who knew that he would enthusiastically agree immediately? That is really a good idea, she deserves to have both. She awkwardly waved her hands, hesitating to refuse. No, I. So that Enya would not feel awkward, he winked and decided for her, in order for them to show their sincerity, just accept this. Now that it had come to this, Enya did not want to haggle any further. Dale, you really are. She had to accept. Well, it would not be polite to keep refusing like this. So I will accept it gratefully, but I will only accept the forest area that has been returned. Enya sincerely continued, if you give me too much of this valuable land, then receiving it would not have any meaning. Her subtlety made Grunwald slightly surprised. Miss Enya. Enya quickly proposed, instead, let us work together to turn this wasteland into fertile land. She had already thought everything through for the situation. I have checked the soil in the forest and garden, it is not necessary to stick to the original. Besides, I do not want to accept the wasteland and attract unwanted attention from Duke Hexagon's faction. More importantly, Enya decisively declared that, let us announce to the whole world that Grunwald has risen again, I will help. She happily assured everyone, I have learned methods to detoxify the wasteland. If we also get the help of the temple, everything will be resolved quickly. Enya's heart was stirred by her affection. For this place, I really like everyone here, so I want to return all the assets originally belonging to Grunwald. The butler asked in surprise, the temple. Grunwald generously commented, those are good words, but I am not sure those busy priests will come to this remote and distant place. Facing this problem, she was the most enthusiastic. Didn't you have enough charity funds to call a priest? It just so happens that I know a priest. Enya decisively stood up and proposed, although he is a bit corrupt, if I pay him generously then there is someone who will come regardless. The priest unconsciously shuddered from afar. No, I definitely do not want to get involved with those two again. After she and Dale left, Grunwald murmured to himself, what did I do wrong? The butler gently spoke, no, Lord, you did very well. I just can't believe it. Dale's identity had long been recognized by him, that His Majesty is here at Grunwald, then Miss Enya must be the person that His Majesty has been searching for all along. Grunwald quickly cleared his throat and interrupted, let us keep this a secret between the two of us. The glittering pair in his sight made him believe in a brighter future. Yes, they both look happy, that is enough. After that, as planned, Enya proceeded to list the items needed. Here are all the things necessary to purify the wasteland. She stepped out onto the windy balcony, smiling and whispering, I wonder how Dale is doing. Below in the garden he was holding an axe in his hand, preparing to chop wood. Sweat glistening on his face made Dale even more handsome. Standing on the balcony Enya blurted out in admiration, he really is very handsome. Towards him she called out his name, Dale, are you okay? Noticing Enya from afar he happily replied immediately, I am fine. The more she looked at Dale, the more relieved she felt. I am glad that Dale's skin tone has improved a lot recently. It seems like he has not been using the magic scrolls since that day. Dale, with an expectant look, left the axe and asked, have you finished your work? Enya murmured thoughtfully, since coming here, I feel like I have received a lot from Dale. He always listens and seriously helps me solve problems. Looking at him with affectionate eyes she softly spoke, we have been through a lot of things together. To Dale's astonishment, Enya proactively proposed, how about tomorrow we make a trip out to the city? So the very next day, the two had arrived at a city south of Grunwald. The two of them were strolling on the street when suddenly a child tripped and fell. He quickly helped her up, not forgetting to seriously remind, you kids have to be careful, especially when holding something sharp like this. The girl happily left, thank you, sir. The girl's innocent form of address made Dale stunned, sir. Embracing his arm, she happily explained, perhaps for tourists, every adult is a sir or madam. Dale heard this and stopped wondering, I guess so. The peaceful scene made Enya thoughtfully commented, seeing the children running and jumping so energetically makes me happier. You would not often see children in Grunwald. Holding Dale's hand, she excitedly commented, these things are very different from the big cities. He blushed and inquired about Enya, by the way, about our date, is there a specific reason why you wanted to come to the city? She laughed loudly, eagerly correcting. Of course, the more things there are to see, the better. Enya sincerely expressed her feelings, and I really want to repay you for your help, for me, Dale. Every word from her made him flutter immensely. Now that I think about it, we have not had much time alone together, what a pity, so let us make today special. Giving a radiant smile Enya happily spoke, after all, this is our first date. Take me around the block, she proactively led Dale. Let us go over there first. Soon after, they found themselves at a high-end suit store, and Dale, trying on outfit after outfit, mumbled self-consciously, it is just. He blushed, exclaiming, so many clothes. Even so, Dale indulged Enya's wishes, constantly trying on clothes. It is really not necessary. His handsome face and proper attire made him shine. Just spending the day with you is more than enough. I do not want you spending so much money on me. Even she is enjoying this. He said, don't say that, Dale. Enya gave him a thumbs up, full of praise. When else would I have the chance to have you try on so many beautiful clothes? She was thrilled. I swear, everything looks good on someone as handsome as you. Enya had already bought countless clothes at this store for one simple reason, he looks good in everything, making me want to buy him more. And this store is for the middle class. So it does not cost much money. What, 20 suits? Sitting beside him, watching him, she beamed. I have got my contract money now, so I am loaded. Don't worry. In fact, Enya had planned this long ago. Before the truth behind Grunwald's case was revealed. I told Rosanna why Kidland was after Grunwald's land, and I helped her start investing in the area before it boomed. She made the most of this opportunity. In return, Rosanna promised to be a solid partner in the herb project I have been planning. Enya thought happily, the deposit money's paid. I think I have more than I need. Suddenly, a store employee approached her and eagerly made a suggestion. Madam, the suit your husband is wearing is actually a matching set with a women's outfit. Would you be interested? Without hesitation, Enya immediately bought it. Great, I will wear that outfit out of the store. Please send the rest to the address I gave earlier. Her directness made the employee burst out laughing. Wow, you are so bold, miss, matching outfits for newlyweds, you two really have style. Afterward, they walked out of the store hand in hand. Enya was already wearing the matching dress she would bought for herself. Quite a successful shopping trip. Was not it, Dale? He happily replied, I love that you pick out clothes for me. Where are we going next? This time, Dale proactively invited his beloved. I heard there are many famous tea houses around here. Squeezing his hand, she cheerfully agreed. Oh, do you want to get something to eat while we are there? Dale gently smiled, unable to hide his happiness. He lovingly confirmed, anywhere is fine, as long as I am with you. Enya blushed and playfully scolded, you always know how to say such sweet things, Dale. And then they enjoyed a heartfelt moment beside a table of delicious tea and pastries. Only then did she realize, I have not known Dale that long. Enya elegantly picked up a strawberry, but strangely enough, her mind was filled with images of them walking side by side. Just being near him makes me happy. When Dale, both thoughtful and kind, saw a little girl struggling to sell flowers, it felt like we have been close for years. He did not hesitate to buy the entire bouquet of beautiful flowers. How wonderful. That little girl beamed and was incredibly grateful. Even though it is just a marriage contract to avoid marrying the emperor. And as Enya widened her eyes in surprise, every moment with Dale Dale, with his radiant joy, gave her the whole bouquet. Makes me feel like this situation is just light and happy. His gaze was loving, and Enya was so happy. Maybe relaxing a little would be okay, right? Returning to reality, Enya asked Dale, "So, did you have fun today?" He did not shy away, but smiled brightly. "Yeah, I feel like it was a dream." Seeing him happy made Enya happy too. "Thank goodness, I am so glad my efforts paid off." "Ugh, it feels awkward saying things like this." Suddenly, Dale asked her, "The reason you ran away all these years, was it for today?" She immediately confirmed, "Yes, Rosanna helped a lot." "I am glad you liked it." Suddenly, Dale took off his glove. "Actually, I have this for you too." Enya asked curiously, then blushed in surprise. "What is it, a gift?" Dale sincerely held out the item in his hand. "Our wedding rings." Enya was taken aback. "Wedding rings, but we are not really." But he did not let her finish, and took her hand. "To avoid suspicion, I thought we should wear something like this, so I had them made." Even though he had proactively taken her hand, Dale still asked again, "May I put it on you?" This unexpected event made Enya question herself endlessly. Why am I blushing? Is it because Dale is too charming? A flurry of emotions welled up inside her. It is so much like a real proposal. Night had fallen, and the streetlights were shining brightly. "I had a lot of fun today." Enya had taken the ring, but she still felt a bit embarrassed. "Me too. It feels like a waste to just go home like this." Suddenly, her attention was caught by a sign for a shop on the side of the road. Enya curiously peered inside the shop. A fortune teller, it looks like they do everything from horoscopes to compatibility readings. Hearing this, Dale could not hide his excitement. "Did you say compatibility readings?" Enya thought to herself, looking at those bright eyes. It seems like he is interested in things like this. She proactively asked him, "Shall we go in and see? It looks like it could be fun." Dale quickly accepted. Great. Inside was a mysterious fortune teller with a large crystal ball in front of him. What a lovely couple. "Well then, what are you curious about?" Dale quickly replied, "We would like to see our horoscopes as a married couple." The fortune teller inquired, "Let us see." "Newlyweds, huh?" Unlike Dale, Enya looked bored. "Matching outfits, wedding rings. Anyone can guess that. What was I hoping for, but of course." Suddenly, his tone changed mysteriously. "But..." Enya quickly noticed something different about Dale. Something's not right. Suddenly, his face. The fortune teller continued, "You two." He slowly continued, "You two are not really married, are you?" Enya looked at the mysterious man in shock. "Huh, what do you mean?" An unease welled up inside her. How does he know? He did not answer her but slowly predicted, "It seems the fates of you two have been intertwined for a long time, and not in a good way. A cursed relationship. It is finding its way back." Dale suddenly interrupted, "That is enough." Enya stared blankly as he abruptly stood up. "Dale." Dale quickly grabbed the fortune teller's hand. "I thought you were just a regular fortune teller, but now I see you are using disguises too." Dale's eyes became more wary. The fortune teller frantically questioned, "What do you think you are doing, suddenly threatening people like this?" Enya felt uneasy. Dale looks too agitated. Something bad will happen if this continues. Thinking quickly, she went to Dale. "Wait, Dale." She grabbed Dale's arm. "Please calm down first. If you react like this, it will only make the situation look more suspicious." Only then did he realize his agitation. "Ah." Dale quickly apologized. "Sorry for scaring you." The fortune teller was now pale with fear. "That is right, at least your wife should speak up. Her husband is suddenly grabbing a stranger like that." Enya smiled kindly. "I am glad he calmed down quickly." Dale gently explained, "He seemed dangerous, so I acted without thinking." Enya softly took Dale's arm. "I know, Dale, but I mean we should calmly talk things through." Finishing her words, she quickly turned to stare at the fortune teller. Some kind of magic is flowing from his hand into the crystal ball. "Now it is your turn to answer." Enya sternly questioned, "Why did you have to hide your identity with disguise potions just to tell fortunes?" He struggled to come up with a reason. "I just wanted to create a bit of a mystical atmosphere, that is all." But his appearance did not fool Enya. What is this? He is suddenly being polite. He must be uneasy. She did not hesitate to expose him. "Hey, do you really think that reason is reasonable? Disguise potions certified by the Magic Tower are not something you buy just to create an atmosphere. Are they? Moreover, all the other kinds are illegal and almost impossible to buy." "I know that well." Enya began to reason. Disguise potions are pharmaceuticals that can temporarily change a person's appearance, and because they are very difficult to trace when used to commit crimes, they are extremely strictly controlled by the Magic Tower. She stroked her chin, lost in thought. They are so expensive that many illegal sales have appeared on the black market. I only got one vial thanks to Emma, and even that was difficult. Dale directly threatened him. Listen, if you keep avoiding the truth, I will have no choice but to turn you over to the security bureau. Dale added, you know well that committing a crime while using disguise potions is severely punished, right? He slammed his hand on the table. Isn't this even a banned substance? You do not even know when its effects will wear off. The fortune teller nervously scratched his head and argued. I did not take it to do anything bad, really, I only used it to hide my identity. Finally, he clasped his hands together, trembling. To be honest with you, I am not just a fortune teller. I have some divine power, but I used to be a monk of the Central Temple. Dale repeated, a monk of the temple, don't tell me. The fortune teller quickly confessed, yes, I am not telling fortunes. I am receiving revelations from the gods and making a living based on them. Enya still felt something was amiss. Even if your divine power is limited, the temple must have treated you very well, right? So why did you travel all the way south to open a fortune-telling shop? His eyes flickered with sadness as he recounted, well, it was just a simple hobby at first to dispel the boredom of life at the temple. The image of him back at the temple appeared. Although the accuracy was not high, technically it was a discovery, so at some point, it attracted the attention of the faithful. Along with the profitability of the work, especially young noble ladies and heirs, they were eager to seek answers, along with heavy purses. He explained further, but I told you, right, my divine power is really weak. Revelations do not come often, and even when they do, they are not accurate. Then he laughed. I think I understand now. Enya felt very dissatisfied again. So in the end, you lied and cheated young noble ladies out of their money, right? You were expelled from the temple because of that, so you had to run south. Dale questioned, his face dark. Then everything you said about our past was just fabricated, the fortune teller immediately denied. That part was not a lie. An image of two children holding hands appeared. That was a real revelation. It only flashed for a moment, but I saw children who looked exactly like you two, together. Enya came up with an explanation for that. Then it must have been a false illusion. We never met when we were young. At this point, he rubbed his hands together nervously. Haven't I been honest enough? Please, do not report me to the authorities. Dale retorted, you want me to let this go? Dale's face and eyes were filled with killing intent. Why should I believe and free a criminal, especially when an expelled monk is using divine power? Dale had no intention of letting him off. That is clearly a violation of the temple's laws and must be severely punished. He frantically begged, I am sorry, after being expelled, I was desperate to try to survive. I am really regretting it now. Can you forgive me this once? Enya grabbed Dale's sleeve and asked, Dale, are you worried that he might commit more crimes in the south? He admitted, yeah, that is right. Enya had a different idea from Dale. A monk who has lived his whole life in the temple will definitely struggle to survive on his own. That does not justify his actions, but... Then she came up with an idea, so how about this, for now, let us just report him for possessing banned substances. He was still trembling. So you will overlook the divine power thing, please. Suddenly, Dale placed his hand on the fortune teller's shoulder. That depends on how you answer from now on. He nervously glanced at Dale's hand. But I have said everything I know. Then Dale carefully asked Enya for her opinion. Lady Enya, may I have a little time? I would like to talk to him privately for a bit, and then we will decide what to do next. Enya instructed without hesitation, take your time, Dale. Then Dale pulled him aside. Fortune teller, from now on, you would better only tell the truth. That revelation before, besides the part about the children in the past, did you see anything else? He quickly realized Dale's intention. So that is what you want to know. Are you still worried about the ill-fated relationship in the past? Dale was startled by his advice. Don't fear the past, pursue what you truly desire. As he spoke, he reached out his hand, on which shone a golden magic. Then you two will definitely find happiness together in the future. A little later, Dale returned inside the room. Enya, who was waiting, smiled and asked, was your conversation okay? She worriedly touched his cheek. Dale, is something wrong? He denied it. No, it is nothing. Let us go home, shall we, to our home. After returning, Dale stood by the window talking. And besides the things that were mentioned, the fortune teller had no other suspicious behavior. Dale carefully instructed, even so, keep an eye on him for a while, especially to see if he has any contact with people from Hexagon. The worried tone of the other party came from the crystal ball. But, Your Majesty, are you really going to continue living like this? I have said it many times. This puts too much pressure on your body. Dale tiredly held his head. He lay down on the bed, dejectedly admitting, that is true. Sweat poured down Dale's flushed face. I can clearly feel my body gradually weakening. He tried to reassure himself. But I can't stop now. At this moment, a scene from the past appeared. That ungrateful bastard does not even understand the grace of being spared. That person's face had faded. Until I allow it, the attendant bowed, taking orders. Don't give him even a drop of water, yes, your majesty. Dale collapsed painfully on the floor, his hands covered in a purple liquid. Huh. He writhed, hugging his small body tightly, cold and hungry. Outside, there is a fierce blizzard. Will I have to live like this, forever? At that moment, the kingdom was bursting with fireworks. Negative thoughts flooded Dale's mind. If that is really the case, then maybe it would be better if I... Suddenly, a voice snapped Dale out of his thoughts. Hey, are you okay? A small girl was looking up at him. Why are you up there? Anya held out her hand to Dale. Please, come down from there. Dale lay there, recalling that memory. During the darkest time of my life, she was the only one who told me to leave that place. The image of Anya smiling like a small sun flashed in his mind. I must protect Anya's happiness. The next morning, a footprint appeared on the ground. Anya looked at it helplessly. Honestly, who keeps stealing my herbs? She stared blankly at the fences. These past few weeks, something keeps coming to pick and eat all the herbs in my garden. I thought it was a wild animal, so I fenced off the garden. But it did not work. She picked up a fallen plant and examined it. Actually, lately it seems to be getting more aggressive. At first, it only picked a few leaves, but this time it pulled up the whole plant. Roots and all, clean. Then she put her foot next to that strange footprint to measure it. And these footprints. They are bigger than my feet, but smaller than Dale's. It is definitely not Sophia, who sometimes helps me in the field. Anya could not help but worry. Could it be that a thief is sneaking into my garden? Sophia arrived, cheerfully greeting her. Anne, I am here, she immediately recognized her voice. Sophia. Anya went over to ask. Are you helping out again today? She was excited. Yes, let us do our best together today. I am so happy to be able to help my friend with something. Sophia suddenly became flustered, not knowing what to do. But after we finish today, can you spare some time? Actually, I have something I want to tell you. She became more nervous than ever. It is just a little difficult to talk about it here. This made Anya suspicious. I wonder what is making her so nervous, but, she agreed without hesitation. Of course, an invitation from Sophia is always welcome. Anya thought to herself, I guess it is probably nothing serious. For some reason, she hesitated for a long time. Anne, do not panic, listen to what I have to say. Actually, Sophia must be very surprised. I have discovered Anne's real identity. Seeing her choke, she quickly asked, Are you okay? Here, a handkerchief. Anya took the handkerchief. Thank you. She suddenly felt extremely uneasy. She's discovered my real identity. But Anya still wanted to clarify things. Sophia, what do you mean by that? She seemed to have sensed it long ago. Actually, from the beginning, I felt like Anne was not an ordinary person. Sophia gave a typical example. Even though Anne is a commoner, she did not show any fear at all when standing in front of Adeline. There were a few things she was still wondering about. I also heard that Anne was the original owner of Trumpet. Sophia added, Ms. Rosanna, who told me that story, also said that the reason she partnered with Grunwald even when the conflict with Kidland was not over was because she trusted Anne's advice. She analyzed it very carefully. And this might be my misunderstanding, but I think Mr. and Yurda have also recognized Anne's real identity, so they seem to have a hard time talking to you. Sophia continued her speculation. More than anything, the reason why I, a friend who has been by your side all this time, can recognize it is. She believed in her ability to judge people. It is thanks to the elegance in Anna's every gesture. Even you do not realize it. Elegance. Anya's actions had attracted Sophia's attention. Even when drinking tea, even when walking. She constantly showered her with compliments. Anne is as perfect as an illustration in an etiquette book. Sophia had confirmed her thoughts. Seeing that, I realized. She suddenly spoke hesitantly. Anne's true identity is. That gentle way of speaking made her curious about Sophia's way of thinking. Her eyes were full of anticipation. You are a noble lady who ran away with Dale for love, are not you? So Sophia was guessing based on books. I love romance novels, I can tell at a glance, the romantic love story between Anne and Dale. Anya thought to herself. When we went to find Grunwald's contract documents, this is the novel she was talking about so enthusiastically. She did not want Sophia to have unnecessary misunderstandings. I thought she had discovered that I was Lady Lockhart, but if I let her dig deeper, it would be troublesome. So I should clarify things, right, Sophia? Actually, Anya's voice suddenly dropped. I am the daughter of a noble family who was falsely accused and collapsed. She looked sad when she thought about her fate. When the disaster struck my family, Dale, a mercenary, secretly helped me escape and saved me. If the Emperor finds out that I am still alive. Enya used her hand to make a gesture, indicating that she could be taken care of. Swish, swish. She sincerely wanted to share her sadness. So, I hope only you know about this, Sophia. You can keep a secret, right? She clasped Enya's hand to express her understanding. I am sorry for accidentally saying that so lightly, En. I did not know. I won't tell anyone, En, you are my precious friend. Sophia really cared about Enya. You must have been through a lot of difficult things. If there is anything I can do to help, just tell me anytime. Although she was uncomfortable, she still had to do it. Thank you so much, Sophia. She felt strangely uneasy. Deceiving such an innocent person really makes me feel guilty. She had not finished her thought. Actually, there is another reason why I have always been watching En so closely. Sophia lacked confidence in performing the rituals of the nobility. Because Grunwald's situation is gradually stabilizing, I have also started receiving invitations to social gatherings. But I am still very clumsy in noble etiquette. Indeed, she was a person with keen eyes. Perhaps that is why my gaze is more focused on En, because I can feel the elegance and aura that I have always admired. She was so shy that her cheeks flushed red. Sophia. Enya made a suggestion. Then, I will give you some private lessons on noble etiquette, since you promised to keep my secret, Sophia. Her face suddenly brightened. Really, can I really ask you to teach me? Enya was always ready to help her friends. Of course, such a small thing for friends is nothing to mention. Before anything else, Sophia sighed, I can't take it anymore. She was so tired that her limbs were falling apart. I can't do it anymore. She also understood Sophia's current state. Then let us stop here today. We will continue the next lesson tomorrow, okay, she agreed without hesitation. Yes, I did not expect learning etiquette to be so tiring. A moment later, Sophia waved goodbye. I am sorry I can't see you off. Enya enthusiastically replied, it is okay, get some rest and get well. As soon as she walked out the door, she breathed a sigh of relief. That was scary just now, I thought my identity was exposed. Enya reminded herself, I did not expect myself to look so much like a noble. I have to be more careful from now on. She remembered her promise from this morning and planned to wait for the person who was coming to pick her up, but could not suppress her curiosity. Dale said he would come pick me up. But there is still some time left, so then. Enya stepped into the garden. I will go take a look at the garden. She suddenly changed her mind. The sun is setting faster than I thought, it is starting to get dark. Should I just stand and wait at the Lord's castle gate? Suddenly, Enya felt a chill down her spine as if someone was staring at her. She did not dare to speak, fearing danger. But her intuition told Enya, someone is in the garden. Perhaps she had seen the person in the cloak from afar. They are picking and eating herbs, don't tell me. A thief. Enya did not dare to act hastily. What should I do? Should I call someone for help? No, what if they run away in the meantime and I can't find them again? She saw the person in the cloak eating the herbs. There. At this moment, Enya became angry and grabbed a shovel. How dare you? She rushed towards the thief. Touching those rare and expensive seeds. Enya used the shovel to hit the person in the cloak hard on the back. You thief. She could not restrain her anger. Those precious herbs that I worked so hard to get just a few roots of, you are the culprit who has been destroying my garden all this time. Are not you? The thief refused to admit guilt. Suddenly hitting someone with a shovel without warning. Edward threatened, but it seems the teacher who taught you how to grow herbs forgot to teach you to be careful when meeting a suspicious person, huh? Black smoke emanated from the object in his hand. Enya did not have time to react and inhaled it. Ah. Dale came to find her and heard a piercing scream. Ah. The sound came from a black bag. An image of Enya appeared faintly in someone else's eyes. Edward woke up when he and she were staring at him. Ugh, what the hell is this? He did not understand what was happening. Where am I? Kidnapping someone? Are you people crazy? Enya gently explained, we are crazy, you suddenly fainted, so we brought you here. Don't think Edward does not remember, it is because you hit me straight on the head, that is why. A moment ago, she panicked because of the black smoke. Ah, what the hell is that? Smoke bomb, I can't see anything. Enya pulled hard on the cloak. Wait, this smell. From the front, don't tell me. Ah. Unexpectedly, she made him fall backward. Got you, where do you think you are going? Dale quickly found Enya. Enya, what is wrong? She called out. Dale. Hearing her voice, he rushed over to check the situation. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Enya reassured Dale in time. I am fine, I was just startled because there was a thief lurking outside the field. Edward could only lament to himself. Damn, I have been hungry for days and now I am getting beaten too. My head is spinning, I can't hold on anymore. He could not understand. But how did you find me in that fog? So you politely refused because you had a reason. Now's not the time to talk about that. Am I going to say I followed the smell of illness? He raised a question. A person who owns such a valuable antique, why would they steal herbs from someone else's field? Enya also found it hard to be at ease. Antiques are not something that everyone can own. If he has such a rare item, why would he target my field all the time? It seems he has other purposes besides herbs. Edward's emotions changed in an instant. Just hand me over to the guards. Why should I confess to the people who kidnapped me? Where's that fragrant smell coming from? She now made a request to him. If you answer our questions properly, you might get to eat some. Edward acted noble. What, do not think I am easily tempted like that. Enya pointed to the roast chicken. Even when it is a dish made from the very herbs you were so eager to steal. She helped make the dish special. Moreover, thanks to this recipe, their effects are also greatly increased, you know. He was happy to be full. You are a really good cook, thanks. Now I am full. So, what do you want to ask? Dale was surprised by his appetite. That was fast. He had some questions. First of all, about the antiques you own, where did you get them? Those are not something that everyone can own, right? Edward revealed his identity. I made it myself. Actually, I am an alchemist from the Ivory Tower. Enya argued based on what was known. That makes it even more confusing. If you were an alchemist from the Ivory Tower, then you should not have any difficulty getting herbs. Let alone having to steal from a remote country garden. He was in trouble, which led to this situation. The truth is, I was kicked out of the tower and have been wandering the streets for a long time. The image of the tower appeared in Edward's head. The Ivory Tower is funded by nobles. He did not know what to do. That means it was built to serve their hobbies and interests. If I had chosen to research weapons or cosmetics for the nobles, maybe I would not have ended up in my current situation. Edward had great ambitions. But what I really wanted to research was what people needed. He wanted to do something practical, like helping tenant farmers increase their wheat and barley yields. Edward hoped to contribute to other things. Or find ways to help people living in slums survive the harsh summers and winters. He became confused. When I left the tower, I raised my head and said that I would finally pursue my dreams, but after leaving the tower, I realized that without that place, I am nothing. Edward could only wander the streets. I lost all funding, did not have a penny in my hand, and since I did not know how to do anything other than research, I could not find a decent job. So he only wanted to cure diseases and had no bad intentions. My body was exhausted after wandering for a long time. At that time, I heard rumors about this herb field, saying that even the Lord's health had improved thanks to it. Enya could not reveal, actually, it is thanks to the divine medicine. Edward bowed to her to express his regret. No matter how desperate I was, I know I should not have done that. I sincerely apologize. He showed people his pitiful side. I was exhausted and starving for a long time, my mind was not clear at that time either. Enya knew well but could not help but care. I am always soft-hearted about these kinds of things. She also raised her guard. But even so, those are just words from a stranger, and a thief at that. I still can't completely believe it. So then, Enya wanted to know more information. What is your name? He replied in a low voice, Edward. She had a plan after the recent events. Okay, Edward, I will introduce you to Lord Grunwald. For now, hand him over to the manor and monitor the situation. If he is really a skilled alchemist, he will definitely be useful to Grunwald. Enya stood up to guarantee. He cherishes the people who work for him very much. He will understand the value of your research. He could not believe his ears. Really? She could only say, of course, you can't be hired just because of my words. You will have to prove your worth yourself. Edward was excited. You are really going to give me that chance, Enya did not deny the truth. Yes, you are the one who stole from my precious herb field. But she chose to correct the mistake. But I still want to give you a chance, because I really admire your dreams. His heart rejoiced as if it wanted to bloom. Thank you sincerely. Dale was too familiar with Enya's personality. Enya still can't turn a blind eye to people in trouble, huh? Sunlight shone into the room. She was grateful for her kindness. Thank you for doing that, Sophia. Enya explained for her to understand. I mean Edward, I heard he will be working at the manor from now on. Sophia clasped her hand tightly. We should be the ones thanking you, a real alchemist is an extremely valuable asset. Grandfather was very happy. She belittled herself just because of small things. I always feel like I am relying on you, Enya. You taught me etiquette, of course, and even today, you were the one who chose the gift for the gathering. At the Countess's salon. Sophia thought that Enya was very perceptive, but you were the one who noticed, observing what kind of person the Countess was, right, she knew better than anyone else. But all of this is thanks to your hard work. She did not think she was that important. I was just the one who suggested the right herbal tea for someone who looked tired. Enya added, besides, you have been helping a lot in the fields lately. Right, just take this as a thank you gift. Now let us go, we will be late. She could not bear to refuse her good intentions. Enya. She saw Sophia off to the carriage. I hope you have a wonderful time. At Countess Clementine's mansion, guests came to inquire. Countess, how have you been lately? The blonde woman chatted amiably. This tea set was made by an artisan our family patronizes. Countess Clementine happily replied, yes, thank you. The lady next to her excitedly introduced. My grandson just had a paper published in an academic journal, and She was not very surprised. Everyone is trying to please me. Even now, she found it hard to believe. Could it be that the wealth and influence of the Clementine family are so attractive? Countess Clementine could not hide her fatigue. After losing my husband and children, I am left alone in this mansion. Without guests, the loneliness becomes unbearable. So I started opening a salon, but now, it only makes me feel emptier. She went along with the circumstances. Well, I have also used them to maintain the reputation of the family, I can't blame anyone. At this point, how can I expect anyone to care about me? Countess Clementine suddenly perked up. Ah, Miss Grunwald has arrived too, thank you for stopping by. Sophia greeted her. Thank you for inviting me, Countess. She really liked her simplicity. Ah, yes, this young lady, who never flatters, always maintains a dignified demeanor. By the way, what are you holding? Sophia hesitated to speak. Oh, Countess Clementine always treated her specially. Butler, please show the other guests to their seats, I want to have a private conversation with Miss Grunwald for a bit. At this time, she was curious about the gift. So, what is this? Sophia expressed her feelings. I am always favored by the Countess's invitation, so I can't come empty-handed. She always observed carefully. The weather has been colder lately, and every time I meet the Countess recently, you seem a little lacking in energy. Sophia understood at a glance. I am just a little worried that you are overdoing it. She brought it in person. So on the occasion of the approaching winter, I have prepared some herbal tea to help nourish the blood and chi. Even Countess Clementine was surprised. I thought I had hidden my emotions quite well in front of everyone. She acknowledged this kindness. So this is from the friend that Sophia often mentions, the one who helps out in the garden. She was polite when answering adults. Yes, my friend carefully made this tea for you. Sophia talked about the process of deciding on the gift. When I asked my friend what I should bring as a gift for the Countess, she listened to the story very carefully and thoughtfully prepared this tea. If you brew it and try it, it will warm both your body and your heart. She hurriedly explained. Ah, I did not mean to say that the Countess's heart is cold or anything. Countess Clementine did not blame her. I understand what you mean. Do not worry, I won't misunderstand. She felt so warm. It has been so long since I received a gift that was not for flattery or self-interest, but a gift full of genuine concern for me. Countess Clementine still remembered. That girl's name is Enya, right? She was really happy. Tell her that I am very grateful for this meaningful gift. Countess Clementine did not forget to tell Sophia. And let that girl know, I will definitely remember her. Amata's scream shook the whole house. This is our chance to get rich. She said excitedly, do you know how many nobles have been asking about your herbal tea lately? Even so, Enya only shook her head and explained carefully. Even so, we can't do that. The gift we gave the Countess was just a small part, so it is okay, but if we only focus on quantity, the effectiveness of the tea will decrease. On the contrary, Amata did not want to miss the rare opportunity. Now is the perfect time to act, when the whole society is focusing on us. Although she argued back and forth, she still shook her head and refused. But on the contrary, we can't sacrifice quality if we want our high-end strategy to succeed. She carefully considered the situation these past few days. Recently, the herbal tea gift that Sophia gave to Countess Clementine seems to be attracting a lot of attention in high society. But that tea still needs further research. More importantly, we need to focus on the high-end herbal project that we signed a contract with Rosanna. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Amata's mind. The high-end herbal project is. She gradually outlined a big idea, a welfare initiative that uses the profits from selling high-end herbs to high society to buy more affordable herbs. Even so, Amata gradually considered other benefits. And sell them back cheaper to the poor. She pursed her lips, looking a bit regretful. But it is a pity if this attention is wasted. Ah, how about we take this opportunity to go to the capital? Enya looked up blankly. The capital. She immediately nodded excitedly in response. That is right, actually, the headquarters of our company, Calipelt, where my father works, is in the capital, and all the trends in high society originate From there, seeing that she was interested, Amada was happier than ever. I really want to monopolize this business with you, but since this is a mission for a greater good, helping the poor, I want to give you a better opportunity. Across from her, Enya also began to think about this direction. Just like Rosanna said, going to the capital will help me achieve what I want more easily, but the capital is full of dangers of all kinds. After a moment, she regretfully replied, "Thank you for the suggestion, but I have not thought about going to the capital yet." Hearing this, Amada unconsciously sighed. "Is that so? Well then, if you change your mind later, just tell me. Anyway, we are in regular contact with headquarters regarding the supply of luminescent stone." Then, she smiled politely and excused herself. "It seems today's meeting is over, so I will take my leave." Enya also quickly understood and smiled in response. "Your husband does not like it when you are out for too long, right?" After that, she sat and thought for a while. The business is going well enough for now, maybe I should plan the next step before Dale shows up. On her desk was a letter she was still writing. So many things have happened in the south recently. Enya felt a bit relieved about what she had done so far. Helping to treat the Lord and teaching etiquette to Sophia has helped me completely stabilize my life in Grunwald. Even so, she still had many things she wanted to accomplish ahead. The land reclamation is still ongoing, but now we have an alchemist joining us. She gripped the pen in her hand tightly. Finally, we are about to start accelerating. That alchemist, like me, wants to help everyone. Enya continued to calculate. This high-end herbal project was initiated to help those commoners who can't even afford ordinary herbs. She unconsciously sighed at this reality. Let alone going to the doctor. In this empire, where everyone praises the emperor as a kind and benevolent ruler, Enya thought, her heart fluttering. Only I know what is really waiting for this world. And she also told herself, I won't sit still and be swept away by everything like the original empress. Unlike Hexagon, who used the poor to fill his own pockets, Enya remembered the king's selfish actions and her heart filled with resentment. And the emperor, who confined the empress just for his own selfishness. She clenched her fist to her chest. I want to help everyone and lead this story to a better ending. But thinking about the present, Enya sighed, but living as a fugitive like this does not give me many opportunities to act. She secretly considered many other cases, especially now, when Duke Hexagon is about to be released from house arrest. It is dangerous. So what should I do next? Suddenly, there was a noise outside. Enya was momentarily bewildered. Who could it be? I am not expecting any more guests today. She slowly approached. Someone. An unfamiliar voice rang out from outside. Oh, excuse me, is there someone named Dale living here? In her heart, she immediately had a good feeling. A warm, gentle voice. Even so, Enya was still very wary. I have never heard that voice before. This is a small village, strangers rarely appear. She unconsciously tightened the sword hidden in her sleeve. It is suspicious, but I should still go out and see, just in case. In the worst case, I can use the defensive magical item that Dale gave me. With that, Enya still went out to greet him. Yes, I will be right there. But in front of her was a strange man in a mysterious black cloak. Here. Cashin immediately took off his hat and greeted her. You must be Dale's wife. I did not expect you to be so beautiful. It is a pleasure to meet you. Enya was stunned by Cashin's beauty. Wow, too dazzling. There is no way this guy is just a side character. She hesitantly asked again, do you know my husband? He grinned and nodded vigorously. We are very close, even though he never admits it. Enya still cautiously probed. But Dale did not say anything about anyone coming to visit today. Are you really his friend? Cashin smiled meaningfully. He stepped closer to Enya and observed her. Well, Dale is not the type to talk much, is he? So why do not we relax a bit and chat for a while, share some memories about him, for example? She paused, considering. About Dale, can I trust this person? But remembering Dale over the past few months, Enya seemed curious. Come to think of it, Dale has never really been that open. Sometimes that makes me wonder. At this point, she unconsciously clenched her fist. But anyway, I still want to hear Dale's story from his own mouth. Cashin took in all of this. He secretly smiled. Suddenly, Cashin handed over a magical item. Here. Enya looked surprised. This is a defensive charm scroll, it looks high-end too. His clothes, his way of speaking. Could he be a high-ranking noble? Cashin replied meaningfully. You are quick-witted. Then things will be easier. He stepped closer to her and said, if you are worried that I will do something shady, just keep this with you. As he spoke, Cashin waved his hand and tore it open. His eyes stared at her. It will protect you, I promise. Or, you can also use the magical tool in your bag. As soon as he finished speaking, Enya reflexively stepped back. How did he know I had that in my bag? I knew it, I can't let my guard down. Cashin immediately rushed over and said excitedly, hey, calm down. I was not planning on stealing anything, so you do not need to be so tense. Enya looked hesitant when she heard his suggestion. Why do not we go inside and talk more comfortably, madam? A moment later, she led Cashin into the house to entertain him. Enya thought to herself, great, I let him in. So, what brings you here? Dale is not home right now. Enya even laid out a plate of snacks to offer her guest. Oh wow, these cookies are delicious. You are very skilled. She immediately reminded him sternly, don't beat around the bush. Answer the question. Besides, Dale made those. Cashin was shocked, unable to believe it. Dale made these, that guy, who knows nothing about food. Seeing his reaction, she frowned slightly. Are you sure you are really his friend? Dale is actually a super good cook, did you know that? Hearing this, he immediately sighed. No, I am serious. He almost never had to cook from the beginning, and yet he makes sweets like this. Enya, on the opposite side, immediately became serious. After all, it seems that you are the one who does not know anything about Dale. This guy is really a scammer. I should kick him out right now. Cashin rubbed his chin suspiciously. Still do not believe me, I am telling the truth, I really am his friend. At this moment, his face became serious, and he put both hands on the table. For example, I know that he is currently an A-rank mercenary, and in his heart, he is the type of person who does not care about anyone else. She immediately objected bluntly, that is not true at all. Dale is good to everyone. Everyone in town likes him. Hearing this, Cashin laughed heartily. That Dale, it seems he is really putting on a deep act in front of you. Seeing his mocking look, Enya immediately showed a grumpy attitude. I am not kidding, who are you anyway? She pushed the magic scroll onto the table. Just because you gave me a protective charm does not mean I will immediately believe what you say about yourself. Enya warned sternly, if you do not tell me the truth about your identity, then this won't stop at me politely inviting you out of the house. Hearing this, Cashin was surprised. My identity, but is not that reversing everything, if you are going to ask my name? His eyes suddenly turned sharp red. Then, according to noble etiquette, should not you introduce yourself first? Suddenly a terrifying memory appeared in her. I am Lady Enya Lockhart, daughter of the Duke. Enya immediately left the table warily. She held the weapon in her hand and warned, who are you? From the beginning, I felt like something was wrong. How does he know who I am? Faced with Enya's serious attitude, Cashin replied indifferently, I am Cashin Shulais, I look forward to working with you. In her heart, Enya immediately recognized him. Cashin Shulais, known as the Emperor's only friend, he is famous for being upright in the prestigious mage family. The Shulais Marquis family. She looked at the person in front of her suspiciously. And became the youngest person to ever take over the position of Master of the Magic Tower. Enya silently remembered him in the plot. In the original plot, he helped the female lead while avoiding the Emperor's attention. She darkly remembered the fate of the man in front of her. But true to the tragic color of a typical romance novel, he suddenly died for an unknown reason, and was erased from the story. Enya unconsciously sighed. Even the Marquis family never revealed the cause of death, so in the original work, it was forever an unsolved mystery. Her expression suddenly darkened, even more suspicious. But how could a mercenary like Dale know such a high-ranking noble? Seeing Enya still hugging the magic weapon, Cashin reminded her considerately, that magical item makes people faint. He spoke about the truths at Dale, making her bewildered. It was Dale who gave it to you, right? I am the one who made it. Cashin gently stroked the edge of the table and sighed. He dared to order the tower master of the magic tower to do such personal chores, and did not even bother to tell me who he was giving it to. So I had to come here myself to see it clearly, and unexpectedly that person is the missing Lady Lockhart. He asked mockingly, does the Emperor know about this? Seeing the situation getting more tense, she grabbed the magic weapon on the table as a shield. This man is dangerous. Seeing Enya so serious, Cashin moved closer to her to reconcile. Just kidding. He said seriously, I will keep it a secret from the Emperor, so you can rest assured. Enya pursed her lips warily. Does he think he has grasped my weakness? Then I can't reveal any flaws. She regained her composure and began to question. How dare you speak disrespectfully to me like that? Do you know who I am? Enya said to him grumpily, if you are going to talk about noble etiquette, then you should be the one to keep the etiquette right. Her voice became more and more severe, especially when you know that I am the only daughter of a duke family and also the Emperor's fiancée. Cashin was also frightened by this aura. Oh my, it seems I was a bit too used to being casual and slipped up. He hurriedly reconciled and sincerely apologized to her. I was really rude to you just now. To make amends, would you be interested in hearing something interesting? Enya nodded in agreement. Okay, but first, please sit down. His voice slowly recounted, recently in the capital. Her whole body stiffened when she heard those words, someone claiming to be the daughter of the previous Lady Lockhart has appeared. Anya was startled when she heard the name Lady Lockhart. She often appears in areas for commoners or low-ranking nobles, using the Lockhart name to cause trouble and harass others. She immediately stopped him from speaking. Wait, if you were talking about the previous Lady Lockhart, then that is my aunt. Her face was slightly stunned, hastily determining her identity. She broke off relations with the family and disappeared more than 10 years ago. It is strange to think that someone who has lived in hiding for so long would now calmly let her daughter cause trouble like this. Cashin clasped his hands together and nodded. It is very strange indeed. The fact that she appeared right when the Duke and Duchess Lockhart left the capital to check on the supply. Anya immediately understood his meaning. Could it be an imposter, or could it be? He continued to say the next possibility. She has another purpose. The previous Lady Lockhart, or in other words, my aunt. She darkly remembered her family. Was a person who was loved by everyone, including our family. Anya recalled the story from the past. But then one day, she suddenly fell in love with a commoner and ran away. At this point, she unconsciously sighed. Cutting off all relations with the Duke family. From then on, fragmented memories kept flashing through her. In the family, everyone ostracized that woman. Any mention of her became an absolute taboo in my family. My grandfather still gets angry whenever he hears her name mentioned. Anya gradually pieced everything together. Therefore, the commoners or low-ranking nobles must not dare to report this matter to the Duke family. She had gradually guessed the purpose of the impostor. Perhaps that is exactly what the mastermind is aiming for. Complex emotions appeared in Anya's heart. A scandal spreading secretly, tarnishing the honor of the Lockhart family. Following the clues, she gradually understood everything. Only someone with enough guts and enough power to stand against the Lockhart family, the Emperor's right-hand man, would dare to do this. Immediately after hearing her tell everything, suddenly Cashin had a bold idea. Then, could it be that you are suspecting Duke Hexagon? Anya was speechless for a moment in shock. How do you know? He sighed, not hiding anything. Our Schultz Marquis family, also a force supporting the Emperor, has suffered a lot of damage. Cashin sighed. Now that Duke Hexagon's house arrest is about to expire, a scandal targeting the honor of the Lockhart family has coincidentally occurred. He smiled and explained the reason. Then, should not we suspect the faction that benefits the most from this incident, Anya thought, looking at the teacup on the table. Her heart full of thoughts. I did not expect the Marquis Schultz to be thinking in the same direction. Cashin propped his hand up and gave her an idea. With His Majesty leaving the capital to oversee the winter training of the Night Corps, this time is really too perfect. Since this matter concerns your family, would Madam like to investigate it in person? Anya did not agree immediately. Why are you helping me? We just met for the first time today. Her heart was pounding a few times. That is because. Even so, he just beat around the bush. Let us just say it is because of an old debt. Anya blankly asked again, what are you talking about? Before she could finish asking, Cashin had already stood up to excuse himself. Anyway, I have seen your face and said what needs to be said. So now I will take my leave. After that, Cashin said a mysterious word, he won't be happy if he knows I came here. Finishing his words, he quickly left, leaving Anya still full of doubts. Hey, wait. Finally, she unconsciously sighed. What is that, seriously? A little later, Anya slowly recounted everything to Dale. He looked surprised. Cashin Schultz, you said he came here. She nodded and recounted. That is right. He said he was Dale's friend. How do you two know each other? But Dale quickly found a reason to explain Anya's doubts. We are not friends, just acquaintances through work. The magic weapon I gave Anya was just the reward for an order. She began to feel somewhat trusting. Well, for an A-rank mercenary like Dale, it is understandable to have many noble clients. Dale asked back a little strangely, did he say anything strange? She immediately shook her head, her hands began to clench into fists. Not exactly strange, but. He said one thing that made me uneasy. He suddenly looked up at her, a little scared in his heart. Uneasy, what do you mean? Anya replied in a low voice, first of all, he knows who I really am. Her expression became unusually serious. And, he said that someone is impersonating my aunt's daughter, in other words. She emphasized each word, he said that someone may be impersonating my cousin. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. So that is what it is. I should have known that earlier. Sorry for not being able to help you. Anya immediately shook her head to comfort him. Why are you apologizing, Dale? You have helped me a lot already. Dale seemed more concerned about her family matters. But if I am talking about your aunt, are you talking about the previous Lady Lockhart, who left the family more than 10 years ago? She nodded in agreement. Yes, she was famous for running away with a commoner. An uneasiness filled her heart. The problem is, I hardly remember anything about her. After what happened today, I tried to piece together what I remembered about my aunt when I was young, hoping to find some clues. Enya still tried to rummage through her memories. When I was young, I am sure I used to talk quite often with someone who must have been my aunt. Unconsciously, she seemed to realize something unusual in her memory, but I can't remember clearly what we said. No, it is not just about my aunt. With her existing doubts, Enya spoke her mind. I realized that the pieces of my childhood memories have disappeared from my memory, as if someone had cut them off. In an instant, she unconsciously clenched the hem of her skirt. If I can meet my aunt again on this occasion, I can find clues about the lost memories. She clutched the hem of her skirt. Worried about her aunt, I do not know all the details, but... Finally, Enya made a decision. I plan to go to the capital to check the truth. Fortunately, the emperor and my parents are currently leaving the capital, and my brother has also left the capital to participate in training with the Night Corps, so this is really the perfect time. Hearing this, Dale suddenly put down his teacup. Then, he smiled and suggested, "May I go with you?" Enya was surprised by Dale's idea. "You are going with me too," Dale hurriedly explained. "Coincidentally, the Lord's castle needs someone to handle the trading contract for Luminescent or in the capital. If you allow me, I will volunteer to take that position." Looking at Dale's benevolent face, she had also made her calculations. That is right, investigating alone in the capital would have a very high risk of revealing my identity. Immediately, Enya took his hand and agreed to cooperate. But if it is Dale, then he will be a reliable ally. Then, let us go together. A few days later, in the capital, a conversation rang out, a disguise potion from the magic tower. Enya took his hand, her words shining with praise. "When did you get this?" Dale smiled back. "I had to work very hard to get it, but I guessed that you would need it if you want to move freely in the city." In Enya's heart, she was less wary. "I am really glad I came with Dale. Everything from the beginning has gone smoothly." Huh. Suddenly, in the crowd on the other side, she recognized a familiar figure. "Samuel Lockhart, why is my brother here? Isn't he participating in winter training?" Just then, he was startled and quickly turned around. "Enya." She immediately grabbed Dale's hand and ran away. He asked her back suspiciously, "Enya, why suddenly like this?" Enya excitedly grabbed his hand tightly. "It is him. I think I just saw my brother on the street. Is someone following us?" He looked around warily. "A man with silver hair and blue eyes is walking this way." Samuel slowly approached the two of them. "Hey, wait." Both of them froze stiffly. "This is bad." Enya worriedly thought of a solution. "Did he see me already? What should I do?" Suddenly, Dale reached out and lifted her face. "Enya." He leaned closer to her. "Forgive me for a moment." Just then, Samuel had also just arrived. "Enya." He happened to see the two of them turn in a different direction. "Wait." Samuel hurriedly ran after them. "Enya Laka." Even so, in the empty alley, he saw the two of them being intimate. Samuel turned his face away shyly. He mumbled an explanation. "I must have mistaken her for someone else. I sincerely apologize." "Did I see wrong?" Samuel recalled the figure of the girl just now and muttered, "That is right, her hair color is different. It must just be someone who looks like her. There is no way Enya, who has been hiding so deeply, would be in the capital." The small alley immediately became silent. Samuel had left. Dale quietly observed the situation. After confirming that it was okay, he looked at her and smiled. "Your brother is gone, you do not need to worry anymore." But the next second, Enya immediately turned away to avoid him. "Lady Enya." At this time, she was blankly touching her lips, completely ignoring Dale's voice ringing in her ears. "Are you okay?" Enya blankly recalled the scene just now. What was that just now? A blurred scene appeared in her memory. Our lips almost touched. Seeing that she did not answer, Dale immediately became worried. "Did I startle you? I am really sorry, I was just too focused on resolving the situation." Enya startled and turned back, explaining awkwardly, "It is okay, I must have panicked for a moment, thinking that my brother might see." Dale breathed a sigh of relief. Ah. She also realized that this might not be safe. "I thought you would be busy preparing for the winter training, but you are patrolling. Maybe we should go home now, right?" He also secretly understood, hurriedly reached out to stop her idea. "Yes, we would better go back." After walking around, Enya exclaimed in surprise, "Is this really Dale's house?" It was a beautiful, antique house. The two of them quickly strode inside. Quiet, close to the shopping area, and the garden is beautifully decorated. Enya's eyes sparkled. "It is bigger inside than I expected. There is even a third floor." She eagerly climbed the stairs. Enya gripped the doorknob expectantly. A peaceful scene immediately appeared. Seeing him come over, she could not contain her excitement. "Dale, this house is really..." He also complied. Yes. On the contrary, Dale turned away a little shyly. It is old and has been empty for a while, so it might be inconvenient. I will find a better place as soon as possible. But she hurriedly shook her head and explained, no, I mean this house is amazing. The location and view are perfect. She gripped his arm with both hands, full of excitement. I am just surprised that a house like this exists in the capital. Dale, you are really amazing. Even so. Dale still shyly replied, no, I was just lucky to buy it cheaply from an acquaintance. Seeing Enya happy made him happy too. Anyway, I am glad you like it. Dale began to introduce her. This room has the best sunlight, so it is yours, Lady Enya. Enya shyly asked back, then where's your room, Dale? He decided to take her on a tour of the house. Right next to it, if you follow me. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a room, which also made her curious. Dale, what is wrong? She peered inside and wondered, the room is completely empty. Dale stood silently, dumbfounded. Don't tell me. He remembered Enya's room from earlier and was suspicious. Come to think of it, compared to my room, it is completely empty. Enya's room has a large bed that is perfect for 2 people, with suspiciously romantic rose petals on it. Thinking of the butler and the maid, he covered his face and sighed. Those people must have done this without saying anything. At this time, she hurried forward to inquire. I do not think this room can be used as is, so, is there only one bedroom prepared? Dale hurriedly explained, I am so sorry. He covered his blushing face, his heart in a mess. I rushed to the capital so hastily that I left the cleaning to others, because I planned to live here alone. So I completely forgot to put in another bed. Before Dale could finish speaking, Enya had stepped forward and taken his hand. I will sleep on the sofa in the living room, so you can. She took his hand and comforted him. Don't, I am okay with sharing, anyway, the bed is big enough. In her heart, kindness arose. I do not want Dale to sleep cold and uncomfortable. Dale was completely stunned by what she said. Share, you mean? Enya unconsciously sighed in her heart. Oh right, now that I think about it, Dale is not the type of person who is comfortable being close to others. Seeing this, Enya hurriedly waved her hand to explain. It is just that, from the outside, we look like a married couple, so having separate rooms might look very strange. Don't worry, I won't lay a finger on you, Dale. He softly asked again, not even one finger, she nodded repeatedly. That is right, just trust me. Enya also thoughtfully separated the bed into 2. I will sleep on the left, and you sleep on the right. Hearing her say that, a pang of bitterness rose in his heart. I will even build a pillow wall in the middle so you do not feel uncomfortable, His heart was now even more confused. This will. In Enya's steady breathing, he gradually fell asleep too. It was a long journey. In a moment, it seemed that Enya had a dream. A disease is spreading in the capital, yes, I heard that a very serious skin disease is prevalent among noble ladies. A disease, what is this about? Cries kept ringing out. They say it itches so much that they go crazy, and there is no cure either. What should we do? Terrifying images kept flashing through her mind. Many young ladies have been scarred all over their bodies, and some have even made tragic choices because of it. Enya was frightened awake in the middle of the night, but clearly, the real cause is cosmetics. Enya clutched the blanket in fear. A dream. She sighed, her mind still unable to escape that thought. It felt more real than a dream. In Enya's heart, a speculation arose. Could it be something in the original work? Like what happened to my aunt, something I do not remember clearly. Sometimes I dream like that, forgotten memories resurface. Enya was brought back to her senses by the dream. She held her face in thought. I read the novel in my previous life, and I realized I was in it when I was very young. It is no wonder I have forgotten. Even so, if there really is an outbreak in the future, I need to be vigilant. Suddenly she sat up and looked over to the other side of the bed. Enya gently propped herself up and called him. Dale, are you asleep? She looked at his face for a long time. Enya's heart seemed somewhat comforted. Yes, it is scary, but I have handled everything well so far, and now, I have Dale by my side. She could not help but gently stroke his hair. He seemed restless earlier, but now he is sleeping soundly. Even when he is as busy as a mercenary, he still came all the way to the capital for me. After that, Enya gently placed a small kiss on Dale's forehead. Thank you, Dale. The room gradually returned to its original silence. Dale's arm twitched slightly. In his heart, he could not keep calm. This is driving me crazy. The next morning, sunlight shone through the crack in the window. So then, as planned for today. After finishing her makeup, Enya said eagerly, Dale will go discuss the luminescent stone business with Calipelt, and I will investigate the fake cousin. She chattered non-stop, not paying attention to him standing shyly beside her. According to the information Dale gave me, I will go to the fashion store that the fake noble lady frequents. All morning, Dale was shy and could not focus for a moment. Understood, I will meet you tonight, Lady Anne. She was curious behind her. What is wrong? Dale is acting really strange this morning. Remembering her impulsive actions last night, Anya was suspicious. No way. She blankly asked herself, could it be that he woke up at that time? Coming outside, Dale sighed softly. Huh. He hugged his flushed face and sighed. She really does not understand my feelings. Finally, Anya arrived at the store she was looking for. So this is it. On the door were the words, the fashion store that Dale mentioned, where the newly rich high society likes to frequent. Anya looked up and peered around. Inside the room were a few employees. Because the fake noble lady often comes here, I really hope I can find something useful. The employees are also scratching their heads over the order. What should we do? We still have not gotten the item she requested. 2 female employees were talking to each other dejectedly. That is right, she went crazy again today, and even threatened us last time, saying that she must get what she wants at all costs. Anya also happened to hear that conversation, but the atmosphere here seems too tense. The sighs of the 2 employees kept ringing out. Lady Lockhart might come at any time, this is bad. Anya's footsteps faltered slightly. Today is the day the fake noble lady comes. In her heart, an anticipation arose that was hard to hide. So I will finally get to see her, the fake Lady Lockhart. At this time, seeing Anya enter, an employee stepped out to greet her warmly. Welcome, madam. Are you looking for a specific style? She raised her hand to stop her. Ah, thank you for asking. Anya smiled friendly. Can I look around a bit now? She will probably come soon, so I would better wait. The salesperson smiled respectfully. In that case, I am very willing to introduce a few styles. Suddenly, a door burst open with a sharp voice ringing out. Do you have my order yet? Anya glanced at her. Silver hair like me. The fake lady entered with the welcome of the employees. And blue eyes. Welcome to our store. Anya immediately recognized her identity. That woman is the fake noble lady. She also pretended to softly ask the salesperson nearby, is that Lady Lockhart? She immediately replied, yes, she's been very popular recently. The employee whispered in Anya's ear, every time she comes, everyone is tense. She is very scary, but also the biggest customer of our store, the one who gives a lot of money. Suddenly, she asked about Anya's identity, surprising her. But madam, what family are you from? She hesitated and said awkwardly, oh, I. Meanwhile, the fake lady was constantly making things difficult for the store. What, you still have not gotten it? I told you, the deadline is today. 2 or 3 employees immediately stepped forward to resolve the situation. We sincerely apologize, Lady Lockhart. If you can give us a little more time, we will make sure it is completed. While waiting, what do you think about this new silk product we just received? We have saved it especially for you. She immediately threw it away and scolded, I do not need this kind of trash. She knocked the item onto Anya. The employee attending to Anya was also startled and softly asked, Madam, are you okay? The fake lady glanced over casually. Huh. She noticed the dress that Anya was wearing. Right, wonderful, fresh Western mountain velvet embroidery, this feels so classic. The fake lady angrily pointed at her and questioned, who are you? Why are you wearing the dress I want to buy? She grabbed Anya's arm, full of anger. Don't tell me you sold it to her first, you said you did not have the item until now. The fake lady continued to make a fuss. You, where did you get that from? They said it has not been released to the market and can't be found. Wait, this person. Anya quickly realized that she had a problem. Something's not right. Even though she is threatening, she seems very anxious. Even the arm that was gripping her arm was unsteady, and her hand is shaking too much, like someone being forced to act. Suddenly, the fake lady started to hit people. How dare you show up in an outfit that even I can't have? She roared, take that dress off right now, Suddenly, someone quickly appeared to stop the fake lady. Stop. Cashin appeared at the right time. Looks strange, have we met somewhere before? Seeing him, Anya immediately froze. Marquis Schultz, Marquis Schultz. The employees quickly recognized him. Oh my, is not he the youngest tower master ever? What brought someone like him here? The fake lady immediately brushed Cashin's hand away. Let go, how rude. He smiled back. Rude. He leaned close to her ear with a cold voice. You are an impostor of the Duke's daughter, and you dare to say it is rude. The fake lady said loudly, startled, what did you say suddenly? She trembled and stepped back. You are saying I am pretending to be Lady Lockhart, if that is true, what proof do you have that you are Marquis Schultz? Cashin shrugged and made up a reason. I know you look familiar, you attended the royal banquet once, did not you? But she quickly refuted. No, confusing me with someone else and accusing me like this, how ridiculous. You are not qualified to associate with me. Cashin stood on Anya's side and shrugged indifferently. Just wait, the Lockhart family will never forgive this, huh? At this time, she softly turned to ask him, thank you for helping me, but what are you doing here? Don't tell me you are following me. Hearing this, Cashin teased softly, following you, saying that is a bit unfair to someone who is just worried about you. Enya hurriedly explained, I did not mean it that way. He felt uncomfortable at the store and suggested, should we move to another place first? Enya could not refuse. Okay. A moment later, at Dale's warm house. Cashin took Enya's hand and did a teleportation spell. She looked around blankly. You just teleported without using a scroll, he nodded and explained. For a tower master, this kind of magic is basic. As if realizing something, Enya blankly asked him, but how did you know where the mansion is? Cashin laughed awkwardly and avoided the question. Haha, let us just go inside, shall we? Suddenly, he suggested, by the way, I will treat the injury on your wrist for you. She shyly used the other hand to cover it. When did he notice that? The conversation of the two people rang out again. The fake noble lady ran away just now. Are you sure it is okay? Cashin did not pay much attention to this issue. Yes, I plan to handle that matter myself. Enya asked suspiciously, but how are you sure she is an imposter? He said and explained, I have done some preliminary research. Cashin recalled his previous face-to-face meeting with the fake lady. But one thing is that I saw that face once at a social party. She did not use the Lockhart name at that time. But after meeting her again today, I am sure. Suddenly, he asked a question, making her bewildered. But did you really just go to the fashion store to investigate? Enya immediately replied, yes, of course. After hesitating for a long time, Cashin also said his thoughts, I think, Madam may be choosing a birthday gift for Dale, because it is coming up soon. Enya's mouth dropped open in surprise. What? She hurriedly rushed forward to question. His birthday, when is it? Why did not you tell me sooner? Seeing her so flustered, Cashin softly explained, please calm down, I thought you already knew. Enya hurriedly explained, not paying attention to her steps. I did not know, I really did not know. If that is the case, then I have to. Just then, Dale opened the door and appeared at home. A shady scene appeared before his eyes. Dale still stood blankly looking at the two people. Dale. Cashin hurriedly let go of her, a bruise immediately appeared. Dale's expression darkened, and he immediately rushed to attack Cashin. You bastard. He grabbed Cashin's collar, his voice hoarse with anger. What did you do to Enya? Cashin was dumbfounded. What? Dale tightened his grip on his collar and shouted, then explained why Enya's wrist, completely fine this morning, has become like this. Enya on the side was trying to soothe the two people. Dale, calm down, it is just a misunderstanding, I will explain everything. Enya trembled all over, becoming flustered. What should I do? This is the first time I have seen Dale so angry. At this time, Cashin darkly replied, before starting to explain, grabbing someone by the collar immediately will make others very embarrassed. Dale softened a bit and asked, why are you here? Cashin smiled and softly replied to him with a mocking voice. Because my friend never invites me to play, so his wife took me on a tour around the house. He kept provoking Dale. Anyway, I am about to leave, can you let go now? At this time, she also ran over and pushed the two apart. That is right, we just met at the fashion store just now. He is Dale's friend, so we chatted a bit. He caught me when I slipped while seeing him off, so please calm down. Cashin still smiled annoyingly as usual. That is what she said, right? Dale turned back and asked sternly, then who made Enya's wrist injured, but she had to beat around the bush. I am so hungry, Dale, I have been waiting to have dinner with you. Seeing the two of them being affectionate, Cashin also understood. If I shamelessly join the two of you at the table in this atmosphere, I might become the main course tonight. So I will leave. She nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I understand, thank you for today. He calculated in his heart, they have to be separated quickly. Before leaving, he patted his chest confidently. Yes, I will bring you good news soon, Lady Lockhart. Enya breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Cashin accepted quickly. She felt like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. I thought things were about to get worse. At the dinner table, she gently explained, so, now you understand, right, Dale, my wrist was just bruised a bit from falling, so do not worry. Oh, more importantly, what happened with the luminescent stone? Dale was also much calmer than in the afternoon. I understand, sorry for startling you. About the luminescent stone, I have arranged to meet with the head of the Kellepelt Merchant Association tomorrow morning. Hearing him share, she also smiled and replied, it is a relief that we have reached an agreement without any obstacles. Dale explained the situation to Enya. Recently, the production of luminescent stone has decreased, but with the preparations for the end of the year underway, demand is booming, so this is not a time when they can be picky. Of course, the market price of luminescent stone has also soared more than 4 times, so the Merchant Association is very troubled by this issue. In her heart, many ideas also sprang up. Luminescent stone, mainly used for heating, lasts longer than firewood and has a special aesthetic value, and so it is often used in year-end decorations. Calipelt contributes to winter heating for the poor every year. Anya thought of the scene of helping everyone and was excited. By distributing excess luminescent stone from seasonal decorations to those in need, Dale looked straight at Anya and sincerely requested, then, tomorrow, please join the meeting with Calipelt with me. Anya was surprised and wondered, me? He continued to explain, yes, I think it is best if you personally present the proposal that I mentioned earlier. Hearing this, she was quite surprised but also understood. Oh, if it is that. Anya stroked her chin, her eyes carefully thinking. To be safe, I have prepared a proposal that the Calipelt Merchant Association might find attractive. Then she immediately agreed. Okay, let us seal this deal together tomorrow. She looked up and carefully spoke. Oh, Dale, oh well, I also heard earlier, do you need anything? Dale looked at Anya a little confused. She secretly calculated. No wait, this is the first gift I am giving to Dale, should I make it a surprise? In her heart, she hesitated for a long time. He has also done so much for me without saying anything. Outwardly, she smiled it off. It is nothing, let us eat. She secretly resolved. Okay, it is time for me to show what I have. The next day, at the headquarters of the Calipelt Trade Association in the imperial capital, Anya sighed wearily, her eyes dark. A person spoke up and called. Hey, Anya. Dale looked at her suspiciously. Couldn't you sleep? Anya awkwardly waved her hand. Yes, no, it is nothing. At this time, in her heart, she was protesting fiercely. Goodness, I lost control of my expression without realizing it. I could not sleep all night thinking about Dale's gift. Anya pushed Dale away and explained, this is the first time I am handling a transaction like this, so I must have been too worried and could not sleep well. Don't worry. The head of the Merchant Association must be waiting, so let us hurry. In a luxurious reception room, the host greeted the guest warmly. Thank you for coming a long way to get here. The host happily greeted the guest. We have been waiting for the two of you. Anya looked at this scene and could not help but think. They are welcoming us so warmly. Did he like Dale's first impression yesterday? She praised. Dale really is different. The host recognized Dale's identity and worried secretly. I did not expect the Emperor to bring Lady Lockhart. The fact that he came in disguise means that he does not want to reveal his identity. Right. He wiped the sweat off his brow and continued to think. The reason we became the top trade association in the Empire is because the Emperor supported us. Although we never swore loyalty to the Emperor. Before, thinking of that grace, we naturally have to accept some losses, but I am a merchant, I must keep the loss at a minimum. Dale suddenly turned to the host and said, now, can we continue discussing the promised agreement? He replied in a calm voice, I heard that you have a lot of luminescent stone, can we listen to your terms? Anya confidently raised 3 fingers. 30 million crobots per ton. How does that sound? The host calmly replied, that price is cheaper than other places but still expensive. With that money, importing from abroad can also be considered. But Anya had gradually heard the hidden meaning. So he is trying to bargain, she still replied confidently, but you know the quality of foreign luminescent stone is not guaranteed, right? More importantly, this agreement could be the first step towards continuous exchange with Grunwald. Anya smiled softly and placed a stone on the table. First, let us take a look at the goods. The host used a magnifying glass to examine the stone and could not help but be surprised. They retain their warmth fully, so they shine brilliantly. The color shows both turquoise and blue at the same time. Excellent quality. He held the stone and carefully observed it. They said the mining rights have been returned to Lord Grunwald, so that is right. With this quality, Grunwald will soon become a prosperous territory. Suddenly, the host seemed to realize something. Inside the crystal ball were words that made him exclaim, no, what is this signature? He shouted and questioned Anya, why are you sabotaging the goods? She cleared her throat and replied, that is not sabotage, that is quality assurance. Anya smiled confidently and explained, Calipelt has become famous for the quality of its products. Even if someone buys stones here, everyone will pay attention. The more the host heard, the more confused he became. That may be true, but what does that have to do with this? She explained slowly, recently, I heard that many merchants are impersonating Calipelt to sell fakes. She winked playfully and explained further, that is because the certificate is easy to fake, however, this method can reliably prove that the goods come from Calipelt. This is a handwritten guarantee mark, passed down with the skill of an alchemist, no one can imitate it. It is very difficult to forge or copy. Anya's words surprised the host so much that he could not speak. With this quality assurance mark, the reliability of the product is certain. This will also be an opportunity to promote the name of Kellepelt more widely. Images flashed in Enya's mind. The Kellepelt Association holds a solid #1 position in the empire, but they want to expand their influence beyond the empire. Throughout the entire continent. She was satisfied when she thought of the Kellepelt Association. Therefore, one of Kellepelt's choices is to contribute to society. Thanks to this, the positive image of the trade association is engraved throughout the continent. Enya continued to explain, this year as well, you will distribute luminescent stones free of charge to those in need, and this opportunity can help promote the handwritten certificate widely. What do you think? The affirmation surprised the host. Of course, if it were me, I would not miss this opportunity to turn it into a symbol. A moment later, she smiled and hugged Dale's arm. We did it, Dale. Enya chatted happily non-stop. I am so glad the head of the association agreed to this agreement. Even my herbs were added to this deal at the end. Dale also happily encouraged her. I am glad everything went smoothly. I am glad Enya also likes it. Immediately after, he said goodbye to her to leave. I need to go to this place for a while, so you go first. Enya obediently replied, yes, okay. Enya remembered something. Oh, that is right, wait a moment, I have a gift I want to give to Dale. Can you close your eyes? Dale asked in surprise, for me. He closed his eyes helplessly and said, understood, like this, is it okay? Dale slowly opened his eyes after hearing Enya say, now, open your eyes. She put on a new pair of gloves for him and took his hand. I made it myself so it is a little messy but... Dale looked at the gloves in surprise. Enya said, happy birthday, Dale. He wondered and said, could it be that the reason you are tired is because you were preparing a gift for me? She calmly replied, yes, I tried not to show it as much as possible, but... Enya happily reached out to touch him. I really want to take care of you. I was worried because your hands are always cold. She gently stroked Dale's cheek, concerned from her words. Because you are a mercenary, I was very worried when the weather got cold. Do you like it? He took her hand, his face a little red. It is really amazing, Enya, I will cherish it for life. At Dale's house. Enya put her hands on her hips and proudly shouted, great. In her head, she thought about the situation from the afternoon. We finished Dale's birthday well, and finally completed the preparations to return to Grunwald. The fake princess case has been resolved, and the contract has been successfully completed, but... Thoughts kept running through Enya's head. I did not find any clues about my memories, it is a pity, but if the Emperor wants to return before the winter training ends, there is no other choice. But Dale told me to go back first, so is the packing done yet? She opened the wardrobe, muttering, I do not want to infringe on his privacy too much, so I tried to arrange Dale's going out clothes instead. Things in the wardrobe fell out, startling her, ah. Enya rubbed her head, constantly sighing, ouch. The things that fell down surprised her and wondered, what fell down? Enya listed each item she saw, a merchant and, a monk, a knight. She asked suspiciously, is this Dale's identification badge? Enya worriedly supported his body. Dale, can you roll up your shirt so I can see the wound? Dale was a little surprised and turned to stammer, here, but Enya did not care that much. Does our location really matter right now? Hurry up. Hearing that answer, he agreed to Enya's request. If you insist. She saw the wound and was startled. Oh. Enya gently placed her hand on Dale's back. Just looking at it makes me think it is very painful. She blamed herself for acting thoughtlessly. If only I had not ignored Dale and disappeared like this. Enya asked him worriedly, Dale, do you feel short of breath or feel pain anywhere? Dale did not want her to worry too much. It does not seem that bad, I will be fine. But not believing that answer, Enya immediately busied herself bringing the herbs from the suitcase. You are not okay, Dale, I will use some herbs. It seemed that Dale was quite concerned. Enya, I really appreciate your idea, but... He closed his jacket tightly, his body trembling. The snow is getting heavier and heavier, ouch. At this moment, she did not know what to do. If I take off my clothes outside like this, he will catch a cold. Even so, the wound needed to be treated immediately. Otherwise it might get worse, what should I do? Enya tugged on his shirt and whispered, I am sorry. Dale felt that emotion and comforted her. It is okay. Then he found a place to rest and recover. Enya, there is an inn nearby, the snow seems to be falling more, maybe we should go there first. Without hesitation, Enya immediately agreed. Oh, that is great, let us go to the inn now. The snow fell more and more outside the inn. She was careful in taking care of Dale. This herb is very good for wounds. It is good that it does not look like any bones are broken, I will bandage it up, so please remind me to change the bandage when it is dirty. After the healing was over, he was putting on his clothes again when he suddenly stopped. It turned out that Dale was afraid of making Enya feel uncomfortable. I am sorry, there is only one room, so I made Enya uncomfortable. She did not mean to blame him. Don't apologize, it is not Dale's fault. Enya only gently comforted him. Because Lord Grunwald's illness has been completely cured, there are more visitors and workers visiting, and I understand, so do not worry too much about it. He was still not at ease. But Dale noticed her every gesture and her flushed face. Enya, your expression does not look good at all. Enya was still hesitant, her hand clenching. Actually, I really wanted to ask Dale about my doubts today, because the house collapsed and I hurried back, so I missed the opportunity to talk for a few days. She knew everything but did not dare to talk to Dale directly. Although he is a mercenary, he still has a decent attitude. Although he overdid it when using a movement scroll. He never told me about the work he was doing. Enya's mind was tormenting her, struggling with her own thoughts. I want to trust Dale, but I want to hear it directly from him. Enya thought to herself, I do not know if he is hiding something from me. Dale spoke shyly. Ah, Enya. He thought that Enya was unhappy. You do not look comfortable, so I will move somewhere else. She did not expect Dale to think that. What, that is not it, really, Dale. Enya took his arm in an attempt to hold him back, but suddenly realized something was wrong. What? Her eyes widened and asked him, Dale, wait a moment. Then, Enya put her hand on Dale's forehead to check. You have a fever. She could not understand. He tried to go out in this condition. Enya wanted to know the reason. Why did you? He kept stammering. Dale's next sentence surprised her. Because I did not want to make Enya uncomfortable. Enya was grateful for the sacrifice he made for her. He was injured trying to protect me from the beginning, so it is even more painful, and while that is happening, he is still looking into my eyes and worrying about me. Enya herself was also moved. How could he be so foolish? Dale did not take his eyes off her. Enya, could it be that? He was heartbroken to see her eyes wet. Are you crying? Images of Dale were all imprinted in Enya's heart. No matter what happens, I really feel that Dale cares about me very much. She affirmed Dale's feelings. No, not for a moment has it been fake. Enya gently called his name, Dale. He heard her call his name and also said softly, yes, Enya. Enya then made a suggestion, if you do not like seeing me uncomfortable. She stepped closer and took Dale's hand. Today, please rely on me, please. A moment later, the thermometer displayed the number, 39.4 degrees Celsius. Enya only glanced at it and knew. As expected, he has a high fever. She praised him endlessly. I know Dale, a mercenary, is more robust than others. Enya observed the details of the situation. I can tell just by looking at the wounds on his back. She did not like being hidden, but when he is in so much pain that he can't stand up on his own, he has to tell me. Enya did not hesitate to say the truth. Before becoming Dale's wife, I was a medical officer. If it were someone else, I would have smelled the disease from their smell and noticed it. At this moment, she felt more helpless than ever. I had suspicions, but this incident confirmed it. When looking at him, Enya seemed to have a new discovery. My ability does not work on Dale. She remembered the moment when Dale fainted on the ground. Even when I met Dale for the first time, or when he fell due to the side effects of the teleportation scroll, I did not smell anything. At this time, he had opened his eyes and looked at Enya, but she was still immersed in her thoughts, doubting her ability to feel. I thought it was because it was beyond my ability. There is no way I would not be able to detect the smell with the amount of bruising and high fever like this. Her question had no answer, so why? Dale suddenly spoke. Lady Enya. Enya startled. Ah yes, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Dale saw that she was distracted. No, I have something I am curious about. He asked worriedly for fear that Enya was suffering some grievances. Why are you crying? She answered honestly, of course it is because I am worried about Dale. Putting down the bowl of medicine in her hand, Enya expressed her feelings. You are so kind to take care of me, but it seems Dale can't take care of himself. It makes me a little sad. Dale could not help but wonder about me. He slowly sat up and gave an explanation for his actions. I am a mercenary, and I believe my mission is to protect Enya, but she did not want Dale to have to work hard. We are just a married couple under contract. I never asked you to try to protect me. Precisely because she did not know his identity, she had prepared in advance. Originally, my fiancé was the Emperor. If Dale was in danger, the Emperor, I could cancel the contract at any time and leave alone. Enya gently explained, because I cherish Dale that much. The moment she said that sentence, he grabbed Enya's arm and looked at her adoringly. Please do not leave me. Dale lowered his head and begged, please do not leave me behind. Seeing that action, she was a little stunned for a moment. Yes, I am not saying I am going to leave now. But he thought otherwise. What I mean is, Dale wanted to hear her evaluation. Are you disappointed to see me like this? Hearing that question, she was a little surprised. Oh, thinking about Dale being so worried. Enya went straight to the point. Do you want to be by my side? He admitted his feelings. Yes. She could not avoid thinking. Dale does not seem to be himself anymore. Is this also how he relies on me? But not wanting Dale to worry too much, Enya comforted him. Don't worry, I will be right next to you when you wake up after a good sleep, Dale. She had also opened her mouth. I told you, right, rely on me today. Enya was very good at coaxing him, and even when he is in that state, I won't turn my back on him. Instead, her face showed happiness. I have realized how precious you are to me. Of course Enya had doubts. Actually, it would be a lie if I said I did not find Dale's identification badges suspicious at all. In the end, she chose to trust. But so far, everything Dale has shown me may not be false. Instead of investigating, Enya chose to convince herself. Because Dale is a mercenary, it is also possible that he needs different identification badges. I know this sounds like a forced excuse. She also did not like forcing others, but I want to wait until Dale tells me the truth first, so let us rest well, I will treat you. Suddenly, he remembered when he was little. At that time Enya looked so cute. Okay, I promise. She understood the situation of the boy in front of her. I promise to treat you so you won't hurt anymore. Hurry, let us hook our fingers and promise. Dale stared blankly at his palm. He took her little finger. That action surprised Enya because Dale did not follow the rules. We do not make promises like that. He was too shy to look her straight in the eye. Dale wanted to get acquainted with his new friend, so he bravely asked, what is your name? Enya smiled and introduced herself. I am Enya Lockhart. Then she took Dale's hand to show her friendliness. Just call me Enya. He suddenly remembered everything. Enya. No longer shy or cautious, Dale comfortably rested his head on her shoulder. Then, I will rely on you for a while. Enya breathed a sigh of relief. Good night, Dale. The morning sun shone through the window frame. She lay on the small bed, faintly waking up. It is morning already, I am too lazy to get up. Not wanting to get up, Enya lay there and felt that something was wrong, but why is it so cramped? She sat up even though she was still sleepy. That is right, I took care of him every day, right? Suddenly, Enya was unexpectedly pulled hard onto the bed, causing her to scream. Dale, still with his eyes closed, put Enya's head on his arm to sleep. She was secretly thankful. Dale, that scared me, he is still asleep. His handsome face, exquisite features, magnified in her eyes, Enya became flustered. Too close, if I move a little more. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not escape his vice-like embrace. It is easy to be misunderstood, I have to get out quickly before Dale wakes up. Enya had no choice but to lie still, unable to do anything. Even when he is asleep, he is surprisingly strong. She tried to check Dale's body temperature again. It seems his fever has gone down, just need to drink a little more medicine. Enya could not help but touch his face, but somehow looking at his face this close. Before she could react, Dale had woken up. I have a feeling I have. He froze, not knowing why he was hugging Enya. As soon as she spoke, the blanket was thrown up. Did you sleep well? Enya hurriedly asked, Dale, did I startle you? Seeing that Dale looked unstable, she asked worriedly, are you okay? On the other hand, he still did not understand what was happening. It turned out that Dale was afraid he would lose control. Enya, did I do anything wrong last night? Enya knew he was thinking negatively and hurriedly explained. Don't misunderstand, nothing happened. Even so, Dale shyly asked, really, but then, why are we in the same bed? Enya said calmly, what is so strange about that? We are in that kind of relationship now. She happily concluded, friends. Hearing this, he asked suspiciously, friends? Enya excitedly explained, that is right, I realized that Dale is a person who is more precious to me than I thought. She confidently emphasized once again, therefore, we are friends, and friends can always rely on and rest whenever they need to, that is the most important thing. Dale murmured, rely on each other. He gently touched Enya's finger, shyly asking, in short, does that mean we have become something more special? Dale's voice dropped. Still not enough for me. He took her hand tightly, saying leisurely, but, I will agree to be friends. Dale gently kissed Enya's hand, gently declared, because I also want to have a special relationship with you, Enya. A moment later, she was sitting writing a plan. But Enya could not concentrate, secretly thinking, Dale really, he said things that could easily be misunderstood. In her head, the image of Dale blushing appeared again, his soft voice announcing, I also want to have a special relationship with Enya. She propped her hand on her chin and thought shyly, saying such things with that face. Enya silently thought, Dale does not mean anything, am I the only one thinking too much? He is such a pure and honest person, I did not do anything wrong either. Just then, Dale came out. She spoke up and asked, did you finish showering? Dale gently replied, yes. Enya picked up the paper and shared excitedly, here, look at this. She happily explained, I came up with some ideas for our new house while you were showering. Anya came over to stand next to him and began to tell, in short. An image similar to a map was drawn by her. It clearly stated the criteria, a place not too far from our current house, but a little closer to Grunwald Castle. And in an area with many houses next to each other, is the most ideal. Anya said shyly, to be honest, this is just my wish list, and I am satisfied even if only these conditions are met. Dale gently replied, understood. She asked in surprise, oh, do you think a house like this really exists? He calmly declared, I will need to find out, but I have a few ideas in my head already. Hearing Dale say that, Anya also hurriedly spoke. You asked me to share what I wanted in the new place, so I said it without thinking. You know you do not have to overdo it, right? But he firmly said, you said I am the person you cherish. Dale's face became gentle, saying slowly, I want the person I cherish to also be able to rest comfortably. Then he leisurely concluded, so you really do not need to worry too much. Time passed. A week later, Anya was surprised when standing in front of a house. Are you sure this is our house? She asked curiously, how did you find a place like this, Dale? I did not think there was a place like this before. Dale calmly explained, this is a private mansion owned by Lord Grunwald. Hearing that, Anya turned to him, exclaiming in surprise. Lord's private mansion, Dale calmly recounted, yes, it was originally a noble's villa, but it was put up for sale after being abandoned. When the two stood facing each other, he continued to explain, considering that Grunwald often has heavy snowfall, villas like this tend to be abandoned. She said, that is right. Anya smiled brightly, saying happily, I was sad that our house collapsed, it turns out we were really lucky. He asked softly, do you like it? She took her luggage and replied with great excitement. Yes, I like it very much. Look, do not you think this place will be very beautiful in the spring? He happily replied. Yes, I am also looking forward to that. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Welcome, madam. A group of servants came out. The woman respectfully said, we are very happy to meet you. She placed her hand on her chest and introduced herself. Starting from today, I will serve as the housekeeper of the house, my name is Mari. Looking at a group of people suddenly appearing in front of her, Anya asked in surprise, housekeeper, Dale, what is going on? Dale calmly said, these are the other employees that I called earlier. He took out a piece of paper and gently explained, with a mansion as big as this, I think it would be too much for just the two of us to manage, so I thought it was necessary, and... Dale whispered to her, since I won't be living in the house full time, you do not need to worry. Anya softly asked, then, where will you live? He hurriedly reassured her. I will have my own accommodation and commute to work. Mari said leisurely, don't worry, madam. She confidently declared, we will handle everything effectively so as not to disturb the married life of the two of you. Anya said shyly, couple, haha thank you. Mari introduced the others in turn. And this is the gardener, the chef, and others who will help me manage the mansion. They said in unison, it is an honor to serve you, madam. Anya looked at him, thinking silently. I am very grateful that he has been so thoughtful, but... She secretly worried, with a mercenary's salary, it must be very difficult to hire these people. Anya wondered, where could such a large sum of money come from? She looked at the garden, then happily thought, it is perfect that I was thinking it would be great to have a yard at home, now I can start a high-quality herb business. Anya remembered Dale's appearance, secretly calculating. Anyway, I plan to save money through this herb business. I tried to offer to help cover the employees' salaries. But he resolutely refused. At that time, he explained in a panic, I am okay because I have money that my great-grandfather lent me. She walked and thought. And above all, my worries turned out to be unnecessary. The employees really just work and go home, there is almost nothing to worry about. Among them, Miss Mari, who serves as the housekeeper, is like a professionally trained person. If I say one thing, she will do 10. Anya's face became wary. She has a strict discipline that is almost characteristic and can be sensed in the royal palace. When entering the study, Mari said, welcome, madam. She thought silently, maybe I am having unnecessary doubts because of the emperor. She respectfully announced, I am just tidying up the room a bit. The temperature and the number of apples are perfectly aligned. Anya gave an awkward laugh and said, haha, thank you. She could not help but ponder, but being cautious does not hurt. She worried silently, above all, the emperor in the original story is meticulous, thorough, and careful, with a strategic mind. Anya quietly concluded, he always gets what he wants without fail. He might be watching for the moment I let my guard down. With just a small slip-up, Fabry could catch her at any time. Anya sat on the chair, holding the letter and lost in her own thoughts, just to be safe, I should ask Emma to conduct a separate investigation. She leisurely opened the letter. It read, to the most beautiful Lady Anya in the world. Emma carefully reported, greetings, Lady Anya. How have you been lately? Regarding the illness related to the symptoms you asked about last time, I still have not found anything. She casually asked, however, if your heart acts strangely when you see someone, could it be that you have fallen for them? Upon reading this, Enya's face involuntarily flushed red. She quickly crumpled the letter. Enya frantically thought, I did not intentionally ask Emma anything strange. She quietly calculated a bit. Anyway, reading Emma's letter makes me want to see her, since it has been so long, and also the nanny and everyone else in my household. But Enya could not help but worry. I left without a word, so father must be very worried, right? I wonder if they are okay. At a luxurious mansion, a voice rang out, welcome. The soldiers respectfully called out, Duke Lockhart. He stood there majestically, Duke Marcus Lockhart of the Lockhart family. He coldly ordered, open the door. Marcus silently entered Enya's room. He carefully examined the surroundings. Then Marcus gently stroked the stuffed rabbit and sadly murmured, Enya. His voice was full of worry, where are you and what are you doing? Emma stood not far away, carefully observing Marcus. Then he suddenly spoke, Emma, are you there? She quickly replied, yes, master. Did you call for me? Marcus sat down on the bed, placing the stuffed rabbit next to him, and sadly recounted, it has been so long since Enya left. Emma stood aside respectfully and said, I only hope that the young lady is safe. He calmly asked, you are the child Enya took with her when she was little, right? A look of sorrow flashed across Marcus's face. Enya has lived her whole life between the duchy and the capital, and now she has been missing for 3 whole years. His voice lowered, she is in a place that I can't find without someone else's help. In a way, that is something to be proud of. Saying this, his attitude suddenly changed. Marcus coldly probed, isn't that right? He seriously emphasized the name, Emma. Marcus leisurely continued, when Enya was young, she saved the previous head of the family, her grandfather, and was given some land as a gift. He dropped a ring into Emma's hand and calmly said, to sell that land. Marcus seriously said, it needs the seal of the head of the Lockhart family. He glanced past her and coldly uttered, but it turns out it was sold without my knowing. Marcus gravely inquired, so why was it sold? Emma hesitantly uttered, that is. He coldly ordered, it seems you know very well where I keep that seal. Put it back where it belongs, Emma, and... Marcus seriously announced, relay my words to Enya. He firmly concluded, no refusal allowed. Tell her that she must return to the capital. Emma anxiously reported in a letter, Dear lady, I have urgent news. It seems the Duke can no longer tolerate your escape. I have heard that you might be coming to the capital soon. And I worry that the Emperor might be behind this somehow. I hope nothing serious happens. Oh, and by the way, Emma continued to report, as per your request, I investigated the servants hired by Dale, but there was nothing suspicious. She suddenly brought up, so, in order to avoid His Majesty. Emma enthusiastically suggested, why does not the lady just go ahead and marry that mercenary, like your aunt who left the family a long time ago? She continued to daydream, if it is the Duke, who is much more lenient than the previous head of the family, then I am sure he will have no choice but to. After reading it, Enya immediately burned the letter. Dale came over, puzzled, and asked, isn't that a letter from Lady Emma? If you are not careful, you will get burned. She calmly replied, yes, that is exactly why. I am just erasing the traces because we are on the run. Still not understanding, he looked at her in confusion. Enya silently thought, Emma, honestly, you are saying such nonsense again. As if I am not worried enough about Dale these days. Don't add fuel to the fire. She secretly made up her mind, no matter what, we are just a fake couple. I am the one who suggested this in the first place. I can't allow myself to develop any strange feelings. Enya looked at him, quietly wondering, becoming a real couple with Dale. Just thinking about it made her face flush red. She covered her face with her hands in embarrassment and thought, no way, get a grip, Enya Lockhart, what am I even thinking? Enya muttered to herself, but... She silently pondered, if I was not running away from the Emperor, then maybe I would have thought about it more positively. Enya secretly worried, but seeing that he is still plotting to find me, even though I have run away, maybe being with Dale is impossible. She dejectedly exclaimed, I wish Dale was the Emperor. Hearing that, Dale, who was drinking water, choked. He coughed repeatedly. Enya frantically asked, Dale, are you okay? Dale's face flushed red from choking. Why would you say that? Seeing this, Enya, while holding a handkerchief, anxiously said, did I presumptuously compare His Majesty to Dale? I am sorry. I know I should not say such things. She awkwardly explained, not wanting him to misunderstand, but I am the one who is running away, right? I mean, if Dale was the Emperor instead of him, then maybe things would be better. Enya gently wiped the water off of him, I think you should change your clothes. They are all wet. Let us go inside, Dale. She handed Dale the clothes and softly said, here are your clothes. He happily accepted them, thank you. Enya looked at the shelf next to him and thought in surprise, that is. She curiously asked, "This is Dale's bookshelf, right?" Then Enya picked up a book and exclaimed, "It seems like my book was misplaced. It must have happened when we were moving. I read this book a long time ago. I am happy to see it again after all this time." Dale exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, that is right." She happily introduced, "This is my favorite book, so it is still vividly etched in my memory." Enya excitedly recounted, "The title is The Lady of the Night. It is one of the most famous novels by Madame Cosette, who is often called the master of romance." She leisurely recounted the plot. The story begins when the female protagonist, who lost her parents at a young age and was raised by foster parents, is locked in a tower and nearly starved to death due to severe mistreatment, until the male protagonist appears, who happens to pass by that tower. Enya embarrassedly exclaimed, "Oh, I am just asking about myself again. You do not like romance novels, do you, Dale?" "Sorry. I was just too happy to see it again, so I asked too much." She shyly said, "I guess I should read books about economics or history like you, Dale. This is a bit embarrassing." He hurriedly comforted, "I do not think you need to feel that way. I like romance novels too." Enya excitedly probed, "Really, so, the reason you have been able to say those cheesy lines so naturally all this time is thanks to romance novels?" She held the book up in front of him and curiously asked, "Is there a novel that left a strong impression on you?" Dale frantically exclaimed, A novel?" He hesitantly said, "That is." A flood of memories came back. A few days ago, in the Emperor's office, someone suddenly called out, "Hey, Getty." Soho surprisingly asked, "Why did you call me?" It was Captain Soho of the Royal Zeta Squad. Getty seriously probed, "What did you do with the mansion in the capital that His Majesty prepared? His Imperial Majesty wants to kill you." The one who answered was Getty, the vice commander of the Royal Zeta Squad. He was not afraid and calmly said, "The mansion in the capital, oh, I am just trying to help those two get a little closer. I have contributed to His Majesty's love life with a great idea, you know." He irritably exclaimed, "Really, if you are so good, then solve this problem right away." Getty leisurely said, "His Majesty can converse entirely with quotes from romance novels. But instead of things like that, he told me to pick out some works and summarize the main points." Soho excitedly exclaimed, "How interesting. So, Our Lady is interested in romance novels." He casually said, "For someone as talented as me, that is just a small matter. Wouldn't it be better to help His Majesty in some way that is more practical for developing the relationship?" Just then, Fabry entered. Soho unexpectedly exclaimed, "Your Majesty." He asked in surprise, "Oh, Your Majesty, you have arrived." Soho curiously probed, "Sharing the same bed with the lady, has your relationship progressed?" He took off his mask, then calmly said, 40. That answer left him completely dumbfounded. "Huh." Fabry coldly ordered, "Summarize 40 romance novels, at a literary level." Back in the present, Dale breathed a sigh of relief and happily thought, "Luckily, I researched beforehand, so I won't repeat the same mistake as before. I still have not had time to read them all. But at least there is one that made an impression on me." He shyly said, "I found the Duke's marriage proposal quite memorable. The male protagonist's act of sacrificing himself for the female protagonist really left a deep impression on me." Enya excitedly said, "That is right, it is truly a wonderful romance novel, but like Dale said at the end, is not it a bit sad that the two main characters do not end up together? It is famous for its sad ending." Dale calmly said, "Being together is not the only path to happiness, right?" She leisurely remarked, "For some reason, that answer really suits you, Dale." Dale confusedly asked, "You mean, because it is me?" Enya gently explained, "I feel like Dale would treat the person he loves very well, even if he had to sacrifice himself. After all, you have already been very gentle with me." She happily concluded, "I am sure Dale's lover will be very happy." Enya continued to probe, "So, among the stories you like best, is not there one with a happy ending? I like happy endings." Dale frantically thought, "Wait, another one." He hesitantly said, Dale silently pondered, "The thing is, I do not even remember if that one has a happy ending or not." He quietly made up his mind, "But seeing Enya so happy, I have to come up with an answer." Dale hurriedly recounted, "Why does Lady Brittany only give the stable boy James meat to eat?" A while later, Enya went out to tend to the garden. Her voice was full of surprise. "I can't believe Dale reads those kinds of books too." Enya muttered upon hearing the title of the novel. Why does Lady Brittany only give the stable boy James meat to eat? Because, that book is a 14+ novel for adults. So, Dale is a real man after all, huh? She said to herself, so, he likes those kinds of stories too. It seems there are still many things I do not know about you, Dale, Suddenly, someone approached. Enya exclaimed in surprise, Cashin. Cashin leisurely probed, "Hello, lady. May I have a word with you?" She poured tea and asked with concern, "What brought you here?" Enya curiously continued to ask, "And how did you know that I moved to a new house? Before those rapid-fire questions, he calmly replied, "For the master of the magic tower, nothing is impossible." Cashin casually said, "Moreover, I told you already." Before, he had confidently declared, "See you again soon." Enya quietly thought, "Ah, he meant that time, I forgot." He calmly announced, "The issue you were worried about regarding the previous generation's Lady Lockhart has been resolved smoothly." As expected, it turns out she was acting on the orders of Duke Hexagon. Cashin seriously explained, "She said that he would do anything to tarnish the Lockhart family's reputation." Enya secretly worried, "I was hoping that it was not true. But as I suspected, Duke Hexagon is behind all of this." She leisurely said, "That is a difficult matter, so thank you for handling it, Marquis, but..." Then Enya seriously probed, "Surely you did not come here just to talk about that, right?" Cashin evaded the question and looked towards the garden. "It seems that the lady has been managing and taking care of the herb garden here. Surely there is more." "Right," she questioned in doubt, "Excuse me, yes, that is right." Enya realized something was amiss. She said, "Cashin." She worriedly inquired, Are you not feeling well?" He calmly said, "Does the lady know about it?" Cashin casually recounted, "Originally, I was planning to inherit the title of Marquis in leisure, but something unavoidable happened." His voice lowered, "After my father, Halo Schultz, passed away." Halo Schultz of the Marquis Schultz. Enya silently pondered, in the original story as well, except for the fact that he was Cashin's father, there was hardly any mention of him. She quietly thought, he passed away when he was young, suddenly, and no official cause was given, and so, Cashin also rose to the position of master of the magic tower from a young age. Enya thought to herself, and inherited the title of Marquis. Cashin suddenly said, "And I." He calmly declared, "I might also die young like my father." Hearing that, she exclaimed in great surprise, "What are you suddenly talking about, die young?" Enya quietly thought, "And for the same reason as his father, is it some kind of hereditary disease?" However, Cashin only leisurely explained, "Toxins caused by mana are corroding my body." She thought in surprise, mana poisoning. Enya silently remembered, mana constantly burns in a magician's body. The Schultz family has long been a prestigious lineage, famous for producing countless skilled magicians, all born with superior mana. Then she continued to analyze the situation, but high-level magicians have a fatal weakness. The more mana they use, the more residual energy accumulates in their bodies. Finally, Enya quietly concluded accurately, when enough has accumulated, they start to get sick frequently, like a time bomb growing inside them. She thoughtfully speculated, normally, unless a war breaks out, they do not use enough power to push themselves too far, so it would not be a problem, but considering the Schultz family has produced many generations of high-level magicians, Enya still continued her train of thought, the more mana, the more residue they will certainly accumulate. She suddenly had a bold idea, so, the mysterious deaths at the Marquis Schultz's house are all due to mana toxins. Enya then spoke, "If that is the case, then those toxins need to be regularly purged from the body, but it seems like there was some kind of error, seemingly because of Duke Hexagon." She hesitantly said, "Anyway, the herbs needed for detoxification have long been exclusively monopolized and supplied solely by the Hexagon house, right?" Cashin calmly replied. "That is right. Now that the Emperor has gained the upper hand and cut off the power and influence of the Hexagon house, they have also cut off support for the magic tower." Enya muttered in doubt, "But, that is strange. Didn't the Marquis foresee that and develop an alternative antidote to mana?" "No way." She exclaimed in surprise, "You failed to develop it," he countered. "What if it was not a failure, but just part of the process and testing?" Enya slumped onto the table and dejectedly said, "So you are saying it failed?" "So this is the pride of the magic tower," Cashin angrily exclaimed. "What? Please be careful with your words, lady." He carefully explained, "Purifying mana requires a rare flower. You need extract from the Kerstella flower for it to be effective, but Duke Hexagon has monopolized that flower. With the support of the former emperor, they even monopolized the method of cultivation." Cashin said irritably as he remembered a warehouse going up in flames, "So getting it from anywhere else has become as difficult as plucking stars from the sky. I even visited the shrine, which used to store a large amount of Kerstella for healing." He coldly recounted, "But the building storing it was burned down. All of it disappeared in just one night." Enya rested her hand on her chin and quietly thought, "There is no doubt that Duke Hexagon interfered to bring down the Schultz house." She seriously warned, "In the end, if you can't get that flower, you will also be in danger, Marquis." Cashin did not hide it and casually admitted, "That is right. That is why I came here to ask you, lady, if you have any Kerstella." Suddenly she slammed her hand on the table and interrupted him, "But Marquis, there are a few things that do not make sense." Cashin asked in doubt, "Yes, what is it?" Enya firmly said, "First, the Emperor has declared Kerstella a special royal herb. That means restricting the Hexagon house's monopoly. The Empire has started sourcing it through official channels. and researching cultivation. An image of a vibrant purple flower appeared, and so, by law, individuals are prohibited from possessing it. Anya continued to analyze. Second, Marquis Schultz, plus our family is known as one of the two moons supporting the sun. She gestured as she spoke. If there was an herb like Carstella, the Emperor would definitely bestow it directly upon you. Anya's seriousness made Cashin think, but since there is no mention of it, that means even the Emperor does not have it. That is, Marquis Hexagon. It seems like no one in this empire has Carstella. And finally, if that is the case, Marquis. She cautiously asked, why, out of all people, among countless herbalists, did you choose me to ask about the location of this herb? I can't help but feel this is really a way to test our loyalty. To see if we are hiding something from the Emperor. Cashin exclaimed, a test. She calmly analyzed, on the other hand, it is also possible that they are intentionally revealing a secret that is concerning, hidden by the Marquis, offering to trade a weakness in exchange for something. Or perhaps this is a way to open a path for communication between our two houses. Anya coldly concluded, after all, both are supporters of the Empire. We have maintained a considerable distance from each other, not to mention, Duke Hexagon's house arrest was soon lifted. So this is the time to be prepared. Her voice lowered. Am I wrong? Cashin sighed. Huh. Anya flinched, staring at him in shock. Cashin cheerfully said, I apologize if I made you uncomfortable. I know too little about Lady Lockhart, so I tested you a little, and as you said, I also hope this can be the beginning of a connection between our two houses. He casually admitted, isn't it the person who needs help who takes the first step? After all, we, the Schultz house, are the ones who need it. Cashin put his hand on the table, preparing to stand up, and softly said, anyway, I assume you are saying you do not have any Carstella either. What a pity. Then he leisurely turned to leave, leaving behind the words, but, since you gently disappointed me. Anya calmly declared, I never said I did not have any, did I? Hearing that, Cashin's eyes widened in shock. She excitedly said, I kept some seeds as a precaution. Anya happily exclaimed, follow me, Marquis. She opened the suitcase and excitedly declared, you are lucky, you know, last time, I almost lost the bag and everything inside. You should thank Dale. Cashin asked in surprise, why is this in your belongings, lady? Anya calmly answered the question, I took anything that could be sold so I would not starve if I had to run away. She leisurely suggested, our family has maintained a devout religious lifestyle for a long time, so if necessary, I can directly support improving or cultivating the plant. But there is an agreement that, in return, the shrine granted the Lockhart family a large plot of land for exclusive use as a burial ground. She happily said, the flower just happened to bloom on that land, but anyway, what a stroke of luck, right? Anya pointed to the suitcase and said with excitement, we donated generously to the construction of the shrine, you see. Of course, I will add a fee, come on, pick one. Hearing that, Cashin burst out laughing. Pfft. He laughed heartily. That made her not understand anything. Cashin suddenly spoke, now I understand why Dale is so completely captivated by having you around. I wonder if he ever gets bored. He cheerfully replied, alright, fine. Cashin sat on the sofa, casually agreeing, let us make a deal. But he still curiously probed, and in return, what do you want from me? Getting to know the lady, I do not know if you are pursuing something as simple as money or something else. Anya muttered, in return, she silently pondered, what I can get from Cashin is. She thought of something that could be exchanged. It was definitely information that only Cashin could provide. After all, in the original story, Cashin was described as the Emperor's only true friend, so. Anya somewhat awkwardly said her thoughts, I want information. Tell me everything you know about the Emperor. Anya awkwardly expressed her thoughts with determination, what I want is information. Tell me everything you know about the Emperor. Cashin casually leaned back on the chair and looked at the girl with curiosity, about the Emperor, I feel like you might know more than I do, lady. Making her bewildered, She looked straight at him and reaffirmed, not at all. I have never met the Emperor before. Cashin suddenly understood what she wanted to find out but still asked, oh, I see. But did not you leave home to avoid the Emperor? Why are you curious about him? Anya suddenly moved closer to him unexpectedly. It is obvious. With sparkling eyes, she expressed with great enthusiasm, as you know, I received a marriage proposal from the Emperor, but chose to marry Dale, a commoner. Anya tightly closed her eyes with worry for the Emperor and complained, that is why Dale could be in danger at any moment. If I could know a little bit of information about the Emperor, I might be able to think of a way to protect Dale. Making Cashin have to hold back his laughter to the point of tears, oh. He wiped away his tears and responded to her, I understand your intention. More or less, you are saying that if you know about the enemy, it will be easier to avoid him, right? She happily nodded in agreement, exactly. But Cashin sighed and had to accept her request, I can't sit still and watch my friend get hurt, so I will try to help you. He held up 2 fingers as if wanting to negotiate. Before I tell you anything about the emperor, I want to negotiate the price for the Carstella. What do you think? Seeing that, Enya thought about it. 2 million, but she was also very clever when she questioned him back. You do not seem too eager for a seed that could save the magic tower and the marquis. Huh. Cashin brought out a suitcase filled with seeds of all different colors, that is for each good seed. But Enya was also very suspicious of the disproportionate price. But 2 million is a bargain. It is a rare seed, rare. Cashin smiled mysteriously and looked at this naive girl, who said it was 2 million, 20 million. With his innocent and bright face, perhaps Cashin had also calculated very carefully with this negotiation. Of course it is worth at least that much. But contrary to what he predicted, Enya did not panic at all and only replied, then, Marquis, I will agree to that price, but with an additional condition. Cashin also started sweating profusely. Lady, that is too much. But Enya was extremely cheerful as she calculated with an innocent face, should I sell it for 25 million instead? Suddenly, the wooden door opened under the setting sun. Dale slowly walked in and tried to move his hand to check his reflexes. I am still not well. He walked step by step towards the office with countless thoughts piling up. I have hidden it well enough so that Enya does not notice, but there is no effective remedy for the teleportation scroll. No progress in researching another way to get to and from the palace. But Dale's thoughts became more and more depressed over time. I feel like I am getting weaker. But Enya is here, waiting for me. Suddenly, when he reached that door, he heard Enya's voice echoing out, so cute, do you have another one? Cashin, who was having a headache with her requests, responded, be grateful that you got that, lady. You are asking for too much already. But in response to him was Enya's sparkling eyes and continuous requests, can you give me one more, you forgot that we have not signed the contract yet. Cashin was about to tease her, you are more like a thief than a lady, when suddenly the door burst open abruptly without warning and Dale appeared with a dark face. The paper fell to the ground under the astonishment of the 2 people in the room, and Enya was stuttering, wanting to explain, Dale, that is. Dale picked up the paper from the ground to look at it and was inadvertently shocked. It turned out that it was a picture of him when he was still in his teens, with cold golden eyes and the majesty of the heir to the kingdom. Enya was startled when Dale discovered her curious action about his past, making her jump, while Cashin was starting to feel guilty and worried about assisting her. And as expected, Dale began to look at Cashin, who was feeling guilty, with cold eyes and threatened in a low voice, causing the photo in his hand to also become deformed. Who told you to hand this over so carelessly? Enya immediately ran over to him in a panic, hoping to take back the photo in his hand. I asked to see it. She looked worriedly at Dale with fearful eyes and explained her mistake along with the photo of his childhood. I did not know you would hate it so much, sorry. I was just curious about Dale's childhood. Enya bowed her head to apologize with endless worry with Dale in his astonishment. Of course I was not talking about anything else, I was just looking at childhood photos. Because Cashin is Dale's friend, I can only. But in response to her was Dale's warm voice, Enya, are you okay, making her startled and have to look up, huh? Contrary to what she imagined, Dale looked at her worriedly and asked, did this photo make you feel unwell or have a headache? Dale gently stroked her hair, making her have to stammer out her feelings. Through seeing Dale as a child, I just thought it was cute. Suddenly his face darkened as if hiding resentment silently. He gently comforted her to reduce Enya's worry, then that is good. But this strange thing made her worry about Dale's mood. Why did he react like that? While Enya was still muddled in her own thoughts, it is just a childhood portrait, Dale suddenly interrupted her train of thought by calling Cashin, Marquis. He immediately stood up to obey. Dale's sharp eyes also proved his anger at Cashin's reckless actions. I need to talk to you seriously. Dale ordered him, come with me. Cashin had to reassure her with a light gaze like silk, okay, it is just a private conversation between friends. After the 2 people left the room, the door immediately closed, leaving Enya in the room. I did not think this would be so serious. Is it okay to let them talk alone? Meanwhile, Dale led Cashin out of the mansion with the majestic demeanor of an emperor in an extremely serious atmosphere. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed across Cashin's face quickly. Without saying a word, Dale immediately used his strength to suppress him with an extremely angry state as if wanting to kill him immediately. Dale immediately interrogated Cashin forcefully and threateningly. Why did you provoke Enya Lockhart? Do you know clearly that recalling old memories will only bring her pain, right? But in response to him was Cashin's provocative face. I have to take responsibility too. Dale did not stop interrogating. Why does your responsibility relate to Enya's risk? Cashin also casually responded to him as well as saying reality and what should be done. You saw her earlier, she is okay. We can't hide it forever. Dale could not restrain his anger and was about to choke him to death, you. But Cashin suddenly shouted to preserve his life, the reason she can't remember your majesty. Cashin shouted the reason that Enya could not remember his majesty, technically, it is because of me. Dale's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. A scene reappeared, which was the mansion being burned in a raging fire. The scene returned to when the two of them were in childhood. The memory appeared clearly when Cashin was extremely confused and scared in the fire. I am sorry. I did something wrong. He immediately knelt down before Dale as if expressing his remorse and trembling before his anger. I am sorry. Dale at that time was like a dead person, standing before this scene because he had no words to say to his best friend. But his first reaction was not anger but running to find Enya with confusion and panic, worrying about her. Enya. He ignored the heat of the flames and ran through the fire to find her. Enya. Suddenly, the scene returned to reality and Cashin was standing before him with a plea, hoping to get a chance to atone for his mistakes. So please, give me a chance to help. Cashin was being suppressed and gasped for breath when he was released, but he did not forget to continue to say, and he, with worry for his best friend from childhood, always wanted a chance to fix his mistakes. Because I am your friend, I want to fix the past. Suddenly, Enya's voice echoed from inside the room, intending to probe the situation. Dale, are you done talking with Cashin yet? Dale had to give up pursuing Cashin and return to the room with her for fear that she would worry about him. Yeah, he has something to deal with, so I sent him away after we finished talking. Don't worry. Enya saw that the situation was not too serious and sighed in relief. What a relief. But when standing before Dale, she still bowed her head to apologize to him for her curiosity. Dale, I want to apologize again. There might be some reason why Dale avoids talking about the past. Sorry for surprising you. She was also extremely ashamed of her impulsive actions and sad for Dale. Now thinking about it, maybe he avoids it because of some painful memories. I was too careless. But in response to her was Dale's gentleness with a soft voice. It is okay, Enya. Seeing that, Enya hesitantly asked for Dale's opinion. Then, from now on, if I am curious, I will ask Dale directly. Okay. She lifted her hand with joy and a radiant smile. To apologize, can I cook you a delicious meal? Dale also cheerfully nodded. Sounds good. When both of them went out of the room, in Dale's mind were piling up worries. Enya, even after you know the whole truth. His painful and pitying gaze for Enya was like repentance. The setting sun shone on the radiant smile of that innocent and cute girl, as if embellishing her beauty and his. Can you still smile at me like now? The scene switched to the tension of everyone in the Emperor's office. Emperor Fabry was resting his hand on his head to rack his brains thinking, looking extremely tense. Getty, who was standing on the side and seeing the Emperor's tension, was constantly worrying about him. This is bad. It seems that no proposal from the courtiers is satisfying His Majesty. If this continues. He tightly closed his eyes in fear that he would again affect His Majesty's train of thought and fear that disaster would fall on himself. Not only did he not dare to breathe loudly before this angry Emperor, but the entire Zeta squad also had to work overtime without knowing when they would get to go home. The subordinates around him were also extremely tired before the papers filled with words, making everyone's mood as if at the bottom of the abyss, to the point that Getty also sympathized with their feelings. I am used to wearing a mask and standing in for him whenever His Majesty is absent, but my subordinates are not. He was also making himself extremely confused because of His Majesty's pickiness. Who is speaking next? Who can make His Majesty satisfied with the best birthday gift for the lady? It turned out that it was Soho's turn, but perhaps he did not seem as tense as the others. It is my turn, making Getty also worry for him. Damn it. Why is it Soho? Getty secretly prayed for this insensitive guy. I hope he does not anger His Majesty. Soho approached Emperor Fabry's desk to submit the proposals that he had thought of. By His Majesty's order, I have chosen gifts that the lady might like. Suddenly he shouted, making the silent room immediately noisy, and everyone around him also jumped in shock. Jewelry, too predictable. And flowers are too cliché. Soho clenched his palms as if he had racked his brains and thought extremely hard. Who thinks I can be promoted? No, can win the lady's heart with those things. It is time to give up the hackneyed gifts and give something more unique. And he brought out a bright red book decorated with extremely eye-catching gold-plated patterns with the title The Lady of the Night by the author Madame Cosette. What we need at this time is. Soho, with flowery language and full of persuasion, was trying to introduce the Emperor about the specialness of this book, a new and never-before-published work by Madame Cosette. The author that the lady loves so much, a gift that is the new work of the writer who has been silent for 10 years. And as expected, this moved the Emperor, making him have to look up carefully, a gift that completely matches her taste. Fabry recalled the moment when Enya happily held a novel in her hand to show him. Every time she mentions romance novels, Enya looks very excited, but it is just a book. Not an expensive item. Will Enya really be satisfied? Soho, as if he had guessed Enya's taste correctly, was extremely complacent and mysteriously revealed to Emperor Fabry about the secret of the majority of girls. Is that what you are thinking about? The closet of a duchess's daughter is definitely full of expensive jewelry. He clearly stated the reality of the lady while raising the book in his hand. No matter what the material is, the lady wants to be able to get any gem at any time. Soho's eyes were extremely serious as he looked at His Majesty with the novel, but a never-before-published work by Madame Cosette, only His Majesty can get that. And if it is a new work by the favorite author after 10 years, what do you think the lady will choose? Getty, who was standing behind, started to see the instability in Soho's proposals. If this continues, His Majesty will get angry. He whispered, intending to dissuade him, Soho. Suddenly the Emperor Fabry also nodded in agreement with Soho's opinion, making everyone around him also confused. Not bad. Hearing that, Soho smiled contentedly. The Emperor with a majestic demeanor looked at Soho's proposal. It has been a long time since I have seen you do something like that. Well done. Just decide this is the gift for Enya. The scene switched to a bustling and lively metropolitan neighborhood along with someone's sigh. Lady Enya, it is too heavy. It turned out that it was Dale who was carrying high-end items that were packaged extremely carefully, and he reached out his hand wanting to carry the items for Enya. Let me carry your bag. Enya, who was holding a bag in her hand, looked at Dale who was helping her carry a pile of things. Sorry Dale, can you let me carry it myself just this once? You are suddenly so strong. Then Enya looked at the number of goods she was holding in her hand and sighed because she had overspent. I bought too much without realizing it. It has been a long time since I have been to another territory. And there are so many interesting things. She looked at the magnificent scenery around her and the carts that were being transported one after another, all thanks to the Kila Pelt Trade Association opening the large road through Salo to transport minerals from Grunwald. Suddenly, Dale's call interrupted her train of thought. Lady Enya. Dale looked at the number of goods in her hand and had to ask again to make sure. Are you sure you do not need me to help you carry them? How about sending the goods to my house by cart? I can't carry all of this either, right? Dale had to nod and agree with her opinion. Okay. He immediately transported the items onto the delivery cart and Enya sighed in relief. Luckily there are delivery carts recently. She looked at him who was busy moving things in and smiled happily. Dale sometimes has a strange stubbornness like that. Suddenly behind her, there was a citizen who was piling up goods on his hands. Suddenly there was a shout behind her, making both of them jump in shock. It turned out that the items on the citizen's hands were too many, so they had all fallen to the ground. Making Enya also extremely surprised. Oh. She immediately ran over to him. He seemed to be in pain, and his hand was bandaged. She asked with concern, Are you okay? The person also responded awkwardly, Yes, I am okay. Enya saw this person's difficult situation and asked Dale to help. Dale, can you come here and help me? He immediately nodded, Okay, Lady Enya. He pushed up his glasses, awkwardly thanking their help. Thank you for helping me. Getty smiled, You two are so kind. Dale was holding a box in his hand and Enya was a pile of his books and asked, We will help you carry the things to where you need to go. Is that okay, Dale? She suddenly sensed something. I just noticed, somehow he always has the same familiar expression. Getty looked at the pharmacy right next to him and said, I am very grateful, but my house is in the outskirts of the Salo territory, so it is quite far away. If it were not for the clinic, I would not have come all the way here. It seems that they are not open today either. Getty intended to politely refuse the two of them. Recently, the carts often have porters accompanying them, so it is not too difficult. I am grateful for the gesture. But Dale said, Then that is just right. He continued, We are also planning to call a cart to load our things and take them home. How about we conveniently take you home too? This is my wife's idea, so do not hesitate. The boy was extremely grateful. If that is the case then. But he still agreed because perhaps this was the best option. Although I am a bit hesitant, I will trouble you too then. The scene switched to Getty's house located in the outskirts, surrounded by trees and a lush forest. He introduced, That is my house. My wife is a bit shy of having guests. So you two are rare guests who have come here after a long time. Hearing that, Enya wondered, It is really in a remote area. If she does not like having guests, will she avoid meeting normal people? And Dale was vigilantly checking around. He invited the two of them into the house and said, Thank you for not minding the long distance to come here. I will bring the tea up right away. You two sit down. Enya could not help but exclaim, The tea smells really good. Getty was very proud and showed off, It smells good, right? The tea leaves are all taken care of by my wife herself. But Enya suddenly became pensive. Why does this smell so familiar? Where have I smelled this smell before? What is it? The cup of tea was brought before Dale, making him a bit confused. Both of them tasted the flavor of the tea and were also very surprised by the familiar feeling. Even the taste is familiar. Suddenly Enya saw an eye-catching novel on the bookshelf. That book. She immediately said the author's name of the novel, Madame Cosette. She suddenly realized that it was the novel that she loved so much, that it was her favorite author. Enya enthusiastically asked Getty about the novel. You must like reading romance novels a lot, right? He also replied, Both my wife and I like them. These books all come from my wife's collection. She covered her mouth in admiration. There are so many. From The Lady of the Night to unfinished novels, it is the complete collection of Madame Cosette's works. She turned to look at Dale, who was sitting next to her. Dale, you also like romance novels, so when you have a wife, you will probably have a lot to talk about, right? Getty, seeing Enya's enthusiasm, also asked with concern, you also like romance novels, right? Enya happily replied, ah, yes, but my taste is a bit different. She suddenly remembered something and opened her bag. Ah, that is right. She took out a bottle of medicine that had a green color and gave it to him, as well as introducing the function of this bottle of medicine. This is a type of medicine that has an extremely strong effect from a familiar place of mine. It will help the bones heal quickly, so if you brew it and drink it in the morning and evening, it will support the recovery process. He stuttered, oh, thank you for your thoughtfulness. I will pay for the medicine, wait for me a bit. Enya shook her head to refuse. No, it is okay, consider it as a response to the wonderful tea earlier. He continued, if you are so insistent, then please accept these tea leaves. Even if it is just a little bit. Enya nodded, then I will accept and will use it with all my gratitude. Thank you for inviting us. After this unexpected meeting ended, both of them returned to the carriage. We will take our leave here. Thank you for the fun time earlier. If we have fate, we will meet again. When both of them returned to the mansion, it was already late afternoon. Dale brought Enya's items into the house, making her also extremely embarrassed. Sorry Dale, you have worked hard for me today. He also very comfortably replied. It is okay. Being able to help someone is also a meaningful thing for me. Suddenly Dale blushed and called her, Lady Enya, actually, I prepared a small gift for your birthday. She immediately jumped in shock. What, a birthday gift for me? Dale nodded and pointed to the place for the gift. Yes, I put it on the table in the living room. Do you want to see it while I am arranging the things, Dale? Making Enya blush with happiness, thank you so much. But she also did not forget her items and said, but we have to do it together. You just need to help me bring the things from the car into the house. Dale also had to agree with her stubbornness. Yes, I understand. She arranged the things while happily thinking, Dale, he does not need to do this much, preparing a secret gift, how cute. On the table was a gold-plated red book decorated with a lovely ribbon. Oh, is this the gift Dale prepared? Is it Madame Cosette's new work? She has been hiding for several years. Was this work just published? She held the novel in her hand and was extremely delighted in her heart. He still remembers that I like Madame Cosette. She found the title of the new work extremely strange, The Empress in Prison. She suddenly remembered the memories she had once transmigrated into that novel. Sounds exactly like the story I transmigrated into, The Imprisoned Empress, and the plot is also extremely dramatic. The female protagonist realizes she has transmigrated into a novel she once read. To resist the book's predetermined plot, she decides to seek out the male protagonist. The scenario entailed the suffering reserved for the female lead in the story. Facing a marriage with the emperor, who was obsessed to the point of slaughtering her entire family. She leaves her family to avoid the tragic ending in the novel that she transmigrated into. When it came to the climax, while living under the identity of a maid to avoid the emperor's gaze, she met a man. Suddenly, Enya realized something to the point of widening her eyes. Memories from the time she transmigrated into the novel flashed before her eyes, a female protagonist who transmigrated into a novel, facing the danger of having to marry the male protagonist. The emperor, by order of his majesty, the Lockhart family's young lady will enter the palace, and the ending for her was to be turned into a pet. The story in the novel coincided with Enya's own story to the point that she was scared when reading each word. This is exactly like my story. She immediately closed the book heavily. But perhaps in her mind, she was extremely scared and confused by what she had read. While wandering to avoid the emperor's gaze, she met a man. She suddenly realized that she was exactly the same. Even the detail of meeting Dale was exactly the same. Enya tried to regain her composure to continue reading the book with indescribable excitement. Don't tell me that the rest of the story is the same too. If so, there might be useful information about my future. But the next pages in the book were completely blank, without any words on them. There are no next pages. Enya held the book in her hand, contemplating. Maybe it is just a coincidence, but it is too similar to ignore. I feel that if I do not meet her directly, there will be no answers. She bit her lip, tense, Madame Cosette. She immediately made up her mind, I have to meet her. She ran to Dale and frantically asked, Dale, where did you get this book? Dale worriedly asked Enya back, what is wrong? Is there something wrong with this book? Suddenly she also realized the thorny problem. Wait, how am I going to explain this to Dale? She suddenly thought of a very reasonable reason. The story ends in the middle. How am I supposed to know the ending if you say it like this? Suddenly Dale's eyes darkened. You are saying the book is unfinished. What is her name again? Enya did not understand why he changed his mood so quickly. That is right. So, I want to confirm whether Madame Cosette really wrote this book. Enya also explained the reason why she needed to meet the author. An author who has stopped writing for 10 years suddenly releases a new book, but it is unfinished. It sounds really strange. Did you perhaps meet the author directly when you got the book? Who knows, it might be true. Dale hesitated. Actually. A few days after both of them went to find the traces of the book, they finally found the author's residence. So your acquaintance, the person who gave you this book. Enya stood in front of the house that was said to be the author's residence and had to confirm with Dale again, said that they met Madame Cosette here. He nodded. That is right. But that house was actually Getty and his wife's house. But this is the house of the man we met at the clinic a few days ago. Suddenly a voice echoed from inside the house, making both of them jump in shock and turn around to look. What brings you to our house? A woman with white hair holding a basket of vegetables looked at the guests from who knows where with an extremely strange gaze. Enya also began to remember what Getty had said. She is the wife of the man we met earlier. Wait. Enya's eyes were fixed on the face of the white-haired woman and thought to herself, now that I think about it, that man once said his wife does not like uninvited guests. She decided to approach and introduce the reason she was here. Sorry for suddenly coming here, I am looking for someone. Madame Cosette saw Enya's face clearly and was shocked. Wait, you are. She suddenly exclaimed, Enya. Enya suddenly paused and began to observe her carefully. Now that I think about it, this woman, those sharp eyes, the flawless white hair, and above all, that appearance. Enya was stunned. She looks exactly like my father. She suddenly felt confused by her guess. Are you, my aunt? After clearing up the misunderstandings, she invited Enya and Dale into the house for tea. I did not expect to meet my niece in this situation. The world is so small, is not it? She held the teapot, chatting. So you are the person that my husband said helped him, Enya, thank you very much. Enya waved her hand politely at her. Oh, it is nothing, I just did what I should do. But in her head, she was still thinking, so that man is really my aunt's husband. She glanced at the teapot she was holding and concluded, no wonder this tea smells so familiar, I must have drunk it at the main house before. Madame Cosette asked with concern about her feelings, you still like that type of tea, right? Enya immediately nodded and exclaimed, yes. I remember for sure that I have drunk it before. But not recently. She held the teacup and enjoyed it while gently laughing and recounting the story when Enya was very young. Before, I used to take care of that tea tree at the main house. It is a very picky plant, so it might be hard to have the opportunity to enjoy it again after I left. When I hurriedly left, I secretly took a little bit with me. The teacup faintly reflected the image of the gentle aunt. She asked, is Grandpa still well? Enya also nodded in response, yes. Madame Cosette laughed, then I will visit him soon. Can you keep my visit a secret? Enya also smiled and agreed, of course. Suddenly she asked, oh, by the way, Enya, what did you come here for? Enya suddenly remembered the reason why she had come here and many speculations suddenly appeared in her head. That is right, I came to find Madame Cosette, so why is my aunt here? She turned her head and immediately found the novel. I am looking for an author. She continued, I have a few things I want to ask about this book. Enya asked about the identity of the author of this novel. Do you know Madame Cosette? When she saw the book, she suddenly exclaimed, that book. The scene switched back to a few days before the day of the gift for Enya, when two people came to her house to beg to find the novel. Please, if there is a new work by Madame Cosette, please sell it to us. But in response to him was her refusal. Sorry, but besides the published books, I do not have anything else to give you. The long-haired boy with a pitiful face sadly cried out, but was stopped by Soho from behind. Oh no. Soho's immersive acting talent was immediately turned on. Actually, my best friend wants to give this book to the person he loves. Before the confused eyes of the boy, Soho cried even more sadly. The wife of that noble friend ran away with him, a commoner, despite the opposition of her family. Even though they live in poverty, he still wants to bring her a little happiness. To show his love for the woman who trusted and ran away with him, he wants to give this book as a birthday gift to her. He immediately knelt down to shed tears of sadness and urged the other person to act along. The book by the author she likes the most, she is a fan of Lady of the Night, he really wants to get that book for her. Soho expressed, we heard that this place used to receive manuscripts from Madame Cosette's publishing house, so we came here. Even though we know it will cause some trouble. Is there no other way to get it? Before the fabricated story soaked in sadness that moved her. Oh, that is so romantic. She glanced at Dale and speculated, it is quite similar to my own love story, and the friend of the man I met back then is, he really loves Enya that much. Enya saw that Madame Cosette's eyes were directed at him and immediately introduced, I forgot to introduce him. This is my husband, Dale. She was also very amiable, nice to meet you, Dale. Dale also politely replied, nice to meet you, Aunt. I am Dale. Enya recounted the love story and the meeting between herself and him. Actually, I left home after receiving the appointment from the Empress, and I met him right after that. She suddenly remembered the old story. Now that I think about it, Enya received the Empress's decree when she was 18 years old. She nodded, but in her head, she was also thinking a lot of things. If she mentioned that matter, then Dale must also know her situation. Because they are married. They must truly love each other. The evidence for that is. The image of the happy couple was appearing before her eyes as evidence of a sincere love. Just look at how happy they are. After deciding, she decided to call Enya back. Enya. She smiled happily. I am very happy that you have met a good person. Enya's face flushed red. Thank you, Aunt. I did not expect her to say something so warm. Enya also sighed in relief when the relationship between the two of them was approved and blessed by her aunt. It feels like she has officially acknowledged our relationship. I feel a bit embarrassed. Returning to the main issue, Madame Cosette picked up the novel and said, that is right, you said you came because of this book, right, then you have come to the right place. She decided to tell the truth about her true identity. Actually, I am Madame Cosette. This made Enya extremely surprised. What? Enya was stunned, stuttering, Aunt, you are Madame Cosette, wait, then that means, you are the one who wrote The Imprisoned Empress. Enya immediately stood up and asked again, Aunt, do you remember what this book is about? The story about a woman who is reborn into a novel. She pondered for a while and nodded, I remember now. Wasn't it when you were 7 years old, Enya? I wrote that based on the stories you told me back then. She continued, back then, you often told me stories that were very mysterious and interesting. Don't you remember? Enya stiffened. I was the one who told you those stories. Suddenly everything around Enya seemed to darken. What is going on? That does not make any sense at all. Back then, I did not even know I had been reborn. I just vaguely remembered talking to Aunt A. Lot. She slumped down on the sofa, but I completely do not remember what I said. Memories from her childhood suddenly appeared, not only about her aunt. At first, I thought it was because I was too young, so I could not remember, but now when she mentions it. It is strange that I do not remember anything about the time before the age of 7. Enya gradually sank into anxiety. It is like, someone forcibly erased my memory. Suddenly a voice echoed, pulling her back to reality, Enya. Dale, seeing her serious face, worriedly asked with concern, are you okay? You do not look well. Enya saw that he was so worried about her and could not bear to see him sad, so she replied, I am fine, Dale, but in her heart, she still worried about what she said. I thought that when I talked directly with Madame Cosette, it would help me ease my worries. Enya suddenly felt a chill all over her body, but that only makes things more mysterious. She also sensed her anxiety. Enya, why do you look so worried? Madame Cosette asked Enya, is it because of the upcoming fair? Enya did not understand. Seeing that, she had to tell about that festival. Every year, the Lockhart family organizes a fair. She also conveniently said another detail that made Enya startled. This year, I heard that His Majesty the Emperor will personally attend. This shocking news came too unexpectedly, causing Enya to uncontrollably raise her tone. The Emperor personally. Enya felt that this was so unbelievable that she could not have expected it. The Emperor will attend the Lockhart family's fair. He does not usually participate in events like this. Madame Cosette, seeing that, also added, it seems you have not heard the news yet. She said, recently, Duke Hexagon adopted a daughter, and the reason is, to arrange an alliance marriage to improve relations with the Emperor. Enya was confused. An alliance marriage? He went so far as to adopt a daughter just to marry the Emperor. Madame Cosette continued, amidst those rumors, the Emperor expressed his intention to attend the Lockhart's fair. That shows. Her serious face was like a definite affirmation of the information she had said. He wants to affirm that the relationship with the Lockhart family is still strong. Enya bowed her head, thinking with countless different assumptions. Yes, you are right. If the Emperor makes such a statement and I do not attend the fair, rumors will quickly spread that the Lockhart family is having problems. The image of the Duke with a treacherous and sinister face made her feel that this did not have any good intentions. On the contrary, Duke Hexagon's influence will even grow stronger. Enya tightly closed her eyes and prayed, in that case, I have no choice but to attend. Her aunt also saw her worry and called, Enya. However, what she said next made Enya even more worried. You are in a similar position as me, so I do not want to put pressure on you, but I have heard a lot of bad news. But perhaps Enya had already endured too much pressure, so she had to stop and smile gently. Why do not you visit home once? The scene switched to the late afternoon. Enya was sitting at the table with a pile of papers with tangled thoughts. Finally, Emma's warning was right. I have no choice but to return to the capital. She tightly held the letter in her hand. It seems I have no other choice anymore. Suddenly Dale entered the room with a cup of warm tea along with gentle words of concern. Enya, are you okay? Enya, seeing that, also nodded so that he would not worry. I am fine. She only said vaguely, it is just that there are many things I need to think about. Dale was also perceptive when he realized her true intention. You have to go back to the capital. Enya felt surprised that Dale could guess the thing that was giving her a headache so quickly. About that, Dale, but he did not give her a chance to continue but simply comforted her so that the worry in her would be lessened somewhat. I will be fine, so just go. What Dale said made Enya feel extremely moved to the point that she felt a lump in her throat. I do not want things between you and your family to go wrong because of me, Enya. Dale stood before Enya with a firm tone like a vow. I will always be here waiting for you. Enya looked at the man she was deeply in love with and could not help but feel heartbroken. If I go home, I might never see Dale again, but if the Emperor comes to visit, I can't not go, moreover. But she also could not stay here and abandon Duke Hexagon. I can't turn a blind eye to Duke Hexagon's actions when he is about to be released from house arrest and is trying to approach the Emperor. Looking at how he calmly sells poison to the people in the Empire and calls it panacea. Enya clenched her palm in anger. He will do anything to regain the reputation he had during the reign of the late Emperor. I feel sorry for Dale, but my family might be in danger. So I need to go back and see. Thank you, Dale. Enya seriously replied, I promise to come back as soon as possible. Dale looked at her and gave a relieved smile. Okay, take care, Enya. The carriage arrived before the large mansion, which also heralded the appearance of Enya. The maid Emma ran out to welcome her in a frantic and anxious manner. Enya had just stepped out of the carriage in a gorgeous dress and heard the call of her beloved and close maid, Lady. When she recognized her close maid, Enya gave a joyful smile. Emma. Emma came and greeted her with an enthusiastic tone. Are you well? Are you hurt anywhere? Enya also happily replied, I am very well. I have really missed you so much, Emma. Suddenly Marcus came out with an extremely deep and cold voice. You have finally returned. He took steps towards Enya along with a long line of servants standing on both sides. Enya, when she saw her father, immediately knelt down and bowed her head to apologize. I was wrong, father. Seeing that, he froze. Everyone is watching, get up, quickly. Enya stubbornly said, I won't get up until you say that you forgive me. As expected, in response to her was still the father who loved her wholeheartedly, reaching out his hand to help her stand up. Even after all this time, you are still so stubborn. He gave a loving smile as if meeting a child who had been away from the family for a long time. It is good that you are healthy. It seems we will have many things to talk about. And along with the suggestion, let us go have some tea. Both of them sat down at the tea table, but no one spoke first, making the atmosphere more silent than ever. Marcus decided to speak first. Were you hurt or sick when you left? Enya replied politely, no. Are you still well? When he heard that his child was still safe and healthy, he also expressed his true emotions. I was very sad, my only daughter left home. This made Enya both ashamed and heartbroken for her old father, so she had to bow her head. However, Marcus did not notice that and continued, even so. He smiled, I am glad to see your face. Enya, when she saw her father smile gently, was also extremely moved. I am sorry, father. Marcus nodded, I am very glad that you realized. He clenched his hand tightly, that is right, you have come home, because you heard that the Emperor will visit the fair this year, right? Enya, seeing that, immediately nodded, I was going to talk to you about the Emperor, but he decided to interrupt her. Enya. He said in a deep voice, His Majesty's personal visit proves that he is, publicly declaring that the relationship with Lockhart is still strong. That is also to prevent the nobles from gossiping about Duke Hexagon adopting a daughter. He looked at his beloved daughter and said, because the Emperor is concerned about this matter, I hope the fair will go smoothly. Enya, seeing that, was so shocked that her eyes widened, but Marcus also had to speak bluntly, you are not a child anymore. Enya was still stubborn, but father, Marcus rested his hand on the chair. His Majesty has forgiven your rudeness, which also means that he does not want to cancel the marriage. He stood up, advising her, I hope you can calmly consider it again. When she heard that, her face suddenly darkened with heartbreak, but you do not know, father. The image of her future appeared right before her eyes when she decided to sacrifice herself for this political marriage. What will happen if I marry the Emperor? She, with the thought of wanting what was best for her family, also nodded and accepted. I just do not want to lose my family. Yes, I understand. When Marcus walked out of the room, Enya was still immersed in thoughts about Dale. Today I wanted to talk to father about Dale, but there was no opportunity. Dale said he would wait and believe in me. The solitary image of her sitting on the sofa made that scene so tragic that it was unbearable. But what if I can never come back? The scene switched to the day of the Lockhart family's market fair. There was a woman standing angrily biting her finger and muttering to herself, really, why do I have to be here? She stood under the tree silently thinking, recently I was investigated by Marquis Schultz for impersonating the former Lady Lockhart. Duke Hexagon used his power to suppress the matter silently. It was very unexpected that she decided to return to the act of impersonation again, and now I have to go through this because of money. It turned out that her uncle had decided to pay her to participate in the festival as a noble in order to infiltrate into this area. This time she is not pretending to be a noble. She is just participating. What is the problem? She is being paid handsomely, so there is no turning back. My uncle sent me here again. She worried, isn't he telling me to rot in the dungeon under the Lockhart family? Suddenly nearby, there was a conversation between the ladies that caught her attention. By the way, what does the Lockhart family's lady look like a few years ago? The emperor proposed to her, right? Suddenly a woman broke out when recounting false rumors. Actually, people say she is extremely ugly, and when His Majesty saw her face, he was so shocked that he could not continue the marriage. Oh my, poor His Majesty. The fake girl was thinking about why she had to target the daughters of this family. Even though she has never appeared in society, she always causes things to the point that people can't stop mentioning her. Even that senile old man sent me here just to hear about her. She touched the watch on her necklace. A happy image of Enya's family appeared in her head. She really lives in a different world than me. She opened the wristwatch and was noticed by everyone around her and discussed. Isn't that Baroness Portnam? It seems so, but the valuable items she brought along. Everyone could not help but look down on her. Is it just herbs? She was angry. A shout rang out in the middle of the fair as a notification. Lady Enya Lockhart is coming. Enya appeared before the crowd in a gorgeous dress, attracting all eyes with her pure beauty. Is that young girl Enya Lockhart? Enya looked at her and wondered, why does her face look so familiar? It feels like I have met her somewhere before. Enya turned her head and stared at her, making her surprised. What? She is looking at me. Enya ran closer to the booth where she was standing to greet her while she was still confused. She is coming this way. Enya opened her mouth to greet. Long time no see. Yes. Enya approached and whispered in her ear, fake lady. As expected, she was startled. It has been a while, has not it? Enya continued, fake lady. She was extremely astonished, fake lady. She was both confused and worried about being discovered by the real lady. I heard that Duke Hexagon had handled this matter in silence. How did that missing lady know? She took a sprig of herb. I do not understand what you are talking about. She stuttered to explain, I just hope to bring a little joy through selling these herbs. But these words were seen through by Enya. Very well said. Enya used her sharp eyes to look straight at her and issued a warning. I do not know what brought you here, but you better not try to do anything stupid. Enya had decided not to embarrass her and forgive her but also could not let her affect this fair. I do not want to expose you in front of everyone. At this time, whispers gradually appeared. There must have been a conflict between Lady Lockhart and Lady Portnam. The people around were nosy. Although they could not hear clearly, they vaguely guessed. Perhaps she realized how pathetic those herbs looked. Hearing those whispers, she wondered, herbs. At this time, she noticed the herbs that were being sold, memory leaf. The information of the memory leaf appeared, also explaining its function. Memory leaf is a type of poisonous herb, originally used to torture prisoners, but when diluted with a small amount, it is seen as a treatment for amnesia. However, its toxicity kills nearby crops, so fewer people grow it nowadays. It is almost extinct. Enya thought, this thing can really help me recover my memory, but just a small mistake can cause serious side effects. That is why I consider memory leaf as a backup plan. She did not expect to find this herb at the fair. I never thought I would see it here, she said, Lady Portnam. Enya politely offered to drink tea with her. Do you want to drink tea with me after the fair ends? She was stunned. With me? Enya smiled slightly, her eyes shining with understanding. Just the two of us. I know you would not want them to be cut off, so you impersonated my identity. After speaking, she said goodbye and left, leaving the fake lady behind. See you later. A large mansion with classic European architecture, Hexagon. He sent someone who was arrested to pretend to be a noble lady, as a spy. Enya's face shone with seriousness. In her heart there were countless questions. Does he think the Lockhart family's influence is so small? She could not hold back the excitement in her heart. Thanks to that fake person, I easily obtained the memory leaf. In that case, I will take advantage of Hexagon. Enya said to herself, now then, the remaining things are, His Majesty the Emperor is coming. Suddenly, Fabry appeared, making her jump. The Emperor. The people around simultaneously shouted, Long live the Emperor, we respectfully greet the son of the Empire. The mask covered the entire face of the Emperor. Enya could not help but contemplate. His face was hidden behind the mask, but that golden hair and those jade-like blue eyes. Enya regained her senses. She bowed her head to greet, just like in the original story. It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. Her eyes showed a look of confusion and worry. I hope we won't meet each other, but I am also curious. Enya looked up at the Emperor and wondered, so this is how we meet. Fabry's eyes were filled with sadness. Cashin said that he wore a mask because he hated showing his face to others, but is it the same with his fiancée? He must be very angry because I rejected his proposal and ran away. What should I do? Suddenly, Fabry greeted, long time no see, Lady Lockhart. She replied with a surprised face, yes. Enya looked up with confusion. I thought he would be angry, but I did not expect him to be so gentle. Wait, he said long time no see, we have never met before. Behind the golden mask, his eyes flashed coldly. She slightly shivered and realized, he is lying because of the crowd. Enya gently bowed her head. It is a great honor for me to be personally greeted by your majesty. Fabry still kept a polite attitude to reply, I am glad you still look well. He asked in a low voice, are you still healthy lately? Sorry that I can't visit often due to work reasons. The people around immediately whispered, oh my. Two women standing from afar witnessed the story and exclaimed, the two of them look so beautiful together. Participating in a banquet together, does that mean that the engagement between the two has been confirmed? Enya was a little embarrassed because all eyes were on her. As expected, everyone's attention is focusing here. I want to throw everything away and go back to Grunwald. Thank you for your concern, your majesty, I am still healthy. She secretly rejoiced in her heart, luckily he does not mind that I ran away. Fabry was still standing there and silent, making Enya a little scared. Is he going to meet me privately later to threaten me, according to the personality of the emperor in the original story? He won't easily let his fiancée go. What is he thinking? Suddenly he spoke, lady. Enya quickly replied, yes. All the jewelry was neatly displayed on the table. He said, I heard that the Go is an event where people will donate personal jewelry. She secretly nodded, yes. Your Majesty, all the proceeds will be donated. Fabry suddenly asked in a low voice, I have a question. That attitude made Enya a little hesitant. What did you donate, lady? Ah, well. She remembered the expensive gifts. The emperor had given her all kinds of gifts, not only flowers but also countless expensive jewelry. Enya stood looking at the boxes of jewels and wondered, did he give me this, and that too? At this rate, I have to sell some things off. Suddenly, she imagined herself being scared. If that happens, do you dare sell the gifts I gave you? The words like a bolt from the blue struck Enya, making her confused. Pay with your life, Lady Lockhart. Enya was tired of contemplating. I can't let this happen. Suddenly Emma came over to coax, Lady, what about this? She looked at the stuffed rabbit in front of her and fell into thought. Emma brought the stuffed rabbit that I liked as a child, but it is still better than donating the gifts that the emperor bestowed. I washed the stuffed rabbit very clean and tied a ribbon around its neck. The two of them, Enya and Fabry, stood silently without saying a word. A large ruby and 10 small diamonds should be impressive enough. At least they still help me affirm my position as the organizer of the banquet. As if to break the atmosphere, she happily introduced the small stuffed rabbit. I am not sure if you will like it, but this is the stuffed rabbit that I brought along. He was silent, looking at her with a pensive gaze. As if realizing something, Fabry's eyes widened. This thing. He did not leave the stuffed rabbit for half a moment. I will donate. Enya was startled by his action. Sold. She blankly looked at the stuffed rabbit that Fabry took away. Enya stood under a large tree, wondering, and so, the fair ended early. The emperor returned to the palace without saying anything else, but, why? She frowned, thinking about Fabry's actions. Why did his majesty buy that stuffed rabbit at such a high price? Emma hurriedly asked with concern, Lady, what is wrong? Her two hands hugged her knees, her face clearly showing confusion. I find it very strange, Emma, why was a normal stuffed rabbit bought at such a record high price? Enya still continued her unfinished words, and the item that His Majesty brought to donate was unimaginably valuable. It was the first sacred sword of the Empire. A sword with many sharp lines neatly placed in a wooden box. This thing, oh my god. She put her hand on her forehead with helplessness. The fair broke 2 records in just one day, but I still can't believe that the stuffed animal was sold for twice the price of the sacred sword. Emma's face showed doubt. She said, Lady, I think that the emperor was behind this. Enya, hearing that, rested her chin blankly. Really, Emma explained further, the highest bidder will enjoy a special privilege from you. Her eyes shone brightly. That is the right to request. She seemed shocked after listening, and unintentionally uttered a sound, ah. Enya gradually understood everything. In fact, the real value of the Lockhart family's fair lies elsewhere, because this is a charity event. The highest bidder will be granted a one-time right to request anything from the Lockhart family. She slumped down and buried her head in her knees sadly. This is a part in the original story, I forgot, because Mom always organized this event. She suddenly shouted, Emma, why are you just standing there? She replied a little awkwardly, how could I say this in front of His Majesty? Enya was helpless to the point of speechlessness. So the emperor will have the right to request, so this is what he wanted. Suddenly, her eyes shone with determination. It is still not enough to lure me back home. He even made sure to get the right to request anything from me. Enya was cornered. She screamed in vain. There is no turning back anymore. Do I have to get married? Fabry hugged the stuffed rabbit tightly in front of him, recalling the greeting earlier, long time no see. The two of them sat chatting in the reception room. Thank you for waiting until the fair ended, Lady Portnam. Of course, because I promised to drink tea with you, lady. Enya could only smile wryly. In her head, there were lingering bad scenes. Actually, it is more like I can't escape. She hid behind the carriage, peeking at the 2 guards who were chatting with each other. While the emperor's attention was distracted, I tried to escape by carriage. But the Lockhart's guard team is extremely strict, the lady must have notified them beforehand. Anya sat at the table, her eyes full of anticipation for the answer from the other person. Seeing what you brought to the market today, it seems that you are very interested in herbs. What do you think about this greenhouse? The faint reply rose, like a joke. People say that if we can protect the seeds inside our family's greenhouse, we can create therapeutic medicine because we have many diverse herbs. Anya chatted happily, but Lady Portnam has herbs that even this greenhouse does not have. I am very interested in the ingredients of the medicine, so I wanted to talk to you, and... Suddenly, her words became serious. I think you might be curious about how I know about the fake lady. When she heard Anya ask, the fake lady lowered her head guiltily. You went to a shop in the capital, did not you? Opposite her, Anya raised her hand to fix her hair. She kept an open attitude with her. We met there already. The fake lady raised her hand to cover her mouth, feigning surprise. Impossible. Anya threatened. I am really surprised. The fake lady that time will return to our family's fair. She seriously questioned her. I do not know if you are being bold or underestimating the Lockhart family. The fake lady panicked. The woman at that time was Lady Lockhart, then I did that to the real Lady of Lockhart. She rested her hands on the table with a panicked expression. I am sorry. Can you forgive me just this once? I will leave in silence. If I bother you, I will even leave the empire. On the contrary, Anya calmly lifted the teacup to sip. Running away will only make things easier for you, Lady Portnam. Do not you understand this situation yet? She continued her unfinished words, causing the fake lady to stop and contemplate. I knew that Lady Portnam had played the fake lady on the orders of Duke Hexagon. She even knew it was Duke Hexagon's order. Anya half closed her eyes, offering a condition. If you tell me why Duke Hexagon sent you to the fair, and hand over the memory herb you have, I will spare you. The expression of the fake lady was a bit confused. What do you think? Really, Lady Portnam, you have no other choice. Anya gradually cornered her. If you refuse, you will be thrown out of here in a different sense. The two of them sat opposite each other. She slowly opened her mouth. I will tell you everything. According to the fake lady's story, the Portnam family are old nobles who followed Duke Hexagon, but after Duke Hexagon lost power, we would do very trivial things. Saying this, she gradually lowered her voice. Then, about 4 years ago, when our family had become so poor that we faced collapse, Duke Hexagon began to order us to handle matters related to the Lockhart family. At first, it seemed like a simple and innocent investigation, but recently, he ordered to pretend to be the daughter of the Lockhart family and cause devastation. The fake lady gradually became tense. I think it is a bit too much, but thanks to Duke Hexagon's sponsorship, we avoided the collapse of the family, so I have no other choice. Anya listened and thought, quietly observing from behind, he must have hoped to take advantage of the chaos of the Lockhart family, spread bad rumors and expect our reputation to decline. The fake lady told her story and continued to apologize. Somehow, his requests have become more harsh after I told Duke Hexagon that I had run away. I am sorry. Lady, I could not refuse that request. As if predicting this, Anya thought to herself, as I thought. She pretended to be innocent. I really do not know anything. I just did as Duke Hexagon told me. The fake lady continued to justify her wrongdoing. The payment is one thing, but I am very scared about what will happen if I do not obey Duke Hexagon's orders. Moreover, if something happens to me, there will be no one to manage the land where my parents rest. Suddenly, she held the pendant before her neck. Her parents, they passed away in an accident a few years ago. The fake lady opened the pendant. Inside appeared a small photo. The current Viscount Portnam is my uncle. Since my uncle became Viscount Portnam, the family's assets have been unstable. Anya looked at her with a pitiful appearance. So Duke Hexagon and Viscount Portnam are openly using the lady as a usable pawn. The bottom of her eyes shone with compassion. Because she is a disposable pawn, there is a high possibility that they have paired another spy to prepare for the failure. Her meeting me directly will also reach Duke Hexagon's ears. A creepy thought rang in Anya's head. Once the lady is no longer useful, she will definitely be killed for a secret reason. She slightly parted her lips as if wanting to say something, but stopped. Anya nodded to guarantee. I understand. I won't immediately report Lady Portnam to my father. The fake lady seemed not to believe her ears. Really? She continued, I can help you escape so that Duke Hexagon can't approach you anymore. The fake lady was a little stunned. Yes, she analyzed the situation for her. Now, our private conversation has reached Duke Hexagon's ears. Anya coldly said, do you think the person who has deceived countless poor people into suffering by selling a medicine with serious side effects such as paralysis and poison as a cure will let a person who has failed in their mission go? She began to consider, if she comes back like this, her life may be in danger. She immediately shivered, and offered to give an opinion. Can I suggest something? The fake lady put one hand on the paper, replying with a relaxed expression, of course, take the memory herb, and if you let me escape, I will do anything. Anya pushed the paper towards her and ordered, enter the royal palace as a maid and report all news about the emperor to me. But after hearing, she became even more confused, and report anything she hears about Duke Hexagon's adopted daughter, the palace, the royal family, the adopted daughter. She brought the pen towards her and continued, I heard that recently Duke Hexagon has adopted a new daughter, and it seems that he is plotting something. I need someone to search for information. And you appeared at the perfect time. While the fake lady was still confused, Enya constantly hit her psychology, instead of returning and spending her whole life being chased by the Lockhart family or Duke Hexagon. Would not it be better to work under my protection in the royal palace where it is safer? She then closed her eyes, smiling in a friendly way. But that smile was only symbolic, Enya urged, what are you doing, why have not you signed yet? A moment later, inside the palace, she held the signed paper in her hand, looking at the fake lady's signature and reading the name, Nicola Portnam. Enya smiled, throwing the paper back on the table, then monitoring the emperor won't be a problem during this time anymore. In her heart she thought, sometimes I receive information about the emperor from Cashin, but after all, he is still the emperor's close aide. The atmosphere became tense, her thoughts became more serious, having a more objective source of information will also be good for me, interrupting that thought. Emma asked, but lady, are you okay? She seemed a little worried and continued, no matter how good you are at medicine, according to me, the memory-enhancing herb is still very dangerous. Enya frankly decided not to use it. I do not want to use it either, but there is no other way. She again carefully reasoned out the things that would happen next. Danger is one thing, but there is an even more difficult problem, to see the effect of the memory herb. During the effective time of the medicine, you need to go to a place connected to the memory. Enya leaned back on the sofa, sighing a troubled sigh, because the memory-enhancing herb acts as a stimulant to the part of the brain responsible for memory. The more you wander in the mansion, the more forgotten memories will be reborn. After a moment of clear thinking, she also realized, but if I take such a valuable herb and just wander aimlessly, just to recall useless memories, it will be a waste. Enya immediately turned to Emma, showing a curious face and asking, Emma, you have been with our family since I was young. Is there a place I often went to at the age of 7? She carefully remembered the past and replied, around that time, I had just started working as a maid. I could not accept you carelessly, because of my circumstances. Emma also did not hesitate to reveal, now that I think about it, I guess you often went to the royal palace with Duke Lockhart. This made her a little surprised. I went to the royal palace. Enya received the information just now and thought complicatedly, as expected, I can't remember anything, but, thinking about the contents of the imprisoned empress, there must be some connection between me and the royal palace. Suddenly she turned again, her voice firm and called, Emma. Enya, with wide eyes, looked expectantly at Emma while giving a request. Can you talk to father for me? She also just thought of her own reason for that sudden request. I want to see him off when he enters the royal palace. Even so, Enya was still very nervous. Returning to the family on my own is still not enough, and now I have to go to the royal palace. I hope nothing happens. Switching scenes at the royal study, Fabry was silently working when on the table were displaying stuffed animals. Someone looked in and exclaimed, His Majesty seems to be in a good mood today. The story was recounted by Soho, not long ago. He severely scolded us because the book that the lady received as a birthday gift was unfinished, and he is currently standing there observing. Getty did not forget to assess. It seems that he is satisfied with the items he obtained from this fair. Soho again criticized His Majesty bluntly, in the end, because she returned home safely, is not everything for the best, but these statements were all heard by him. Someone immediately shouted a warning, Hey, Getty. He immediately corrected his voice, ahem. Getty put his hand on his chest, beginning to seriously ask, Your Majesty, will you attend the hunting festival this year? Fabry replied with 2 words, that is right. He continued, saying his suggestion, we have discussed, what if you attend the hunting festival this year? Getty's last sentence mentioned Enya, and invite the lady to be your companion, right? After hearing it, he stopped writing and questioned, the lady. Before he could explain, Soho had replied on his behalf, slightly bowing his head and saying, because His Majesty failed to give the princess a birthday gift. We thought it would be better if you showed your excellence at the hunting festival. Getty, after hearing this, had high blood pressure and immediately shouted loudly, Getty, watch your words. But Soho still continued stubbornly, not only not stopping but also adding, but that is the truth, you must quickly admit defeat and look for better ways, and in the end. Both of them were made to sit facing the wall by Fabry because they were too unsightly. He calmly concluded, thanks to that, we also suffered punishment. Soho thought of his suggestion, feeling it was reasonable and agreeing. Moreover, there is a tradition that the winner of the hunting festival will be asked for a date with the person they like. Right. His face darkened, then, in his heart, there was a little suspicion, should not His Majesty gain the princess's support as the emperor? After a little reasoning, Soho had soon thought of the reason, you can't hide your identity from the lady forever. Imagining the events of a long time ago, every spring, at the royal forest, located in the outskirts of the capital, the empire will hold a hunting festival. Because not only are there animals, but also monsters living there, this place is known to be extremely dangerous, but through the hunting festival, monsters will be eliminated, increasing the pride of the citizens of the empire. And the person who achieves the highest score will be awarded a bag of gold and a medal, because the hunting festival allows people to receive both honor and wealth. Usually the winner will confidently propose to the woman they like. And this has now become a tradition. He, based on that basis, recounted to Fabry, now that I think about it, even Duke Lockhart, when he was still the son of a viscount, successfully married the current duchess through the hunting festival. At that time, Marcus had bravely knelt down, offering the bouquet to propose to the lady. If the lady of the baron is not bothered, could she marry me? No, date me. Thinking of such a beautiful scene, Soho also gave advice. Perhaps, this could be an opportunity to build a good relationship with Lady Lockhart. Even Getty agreed. That is right, because it is a very famous story in the empire. Of course, the lady must also know that her parents came together through the hunting festival. They then took turns finding a good plan for Fabry, while he listened attentively, and because she loves romance novels, would not she also have a romantic longing for the hunting festival? Above all else. And just at this time, Fabry's expression became serious when one of the two of them said that, what if some stranger suddenly proposed to her at the festival? What if some rich man dared to propose to her? He seemed determined and encouraged. For whatever reason, the lady avoids marrying his imperial majesty. This may be a great opportunity to leave a good impression. Soho closed his eyes tightly, emphasizing each word. So at this hunting festival, we must. He raised his hand in a very devoted way, loudly exclaiming, conquer the lady's heart. The nobles in the back also unanimously shouted, that is right. Finally came a few days later, outside the imperial palace. Enya was indeed invited. She looked up at the scenery around. Wow, as expected the imperial palace is really vast. Enya again thought quietly, even 48 hours is not enough to visit everything. Recalling that time, when she just requested the maid Emma, she hesitated a little, but lady, according to the encyclopedia, the effect of memory grass only lasts 48 hours. Are you sure you are okay? If you dilute it more, the effect will last longer, but... Emma kept worrying and added, because it stimulates the brain nerves, exceeding that amount is said to be very dangerous. Enya only reluctantly replied, I know, but, because I used to often go in and out of the imperial palace with father. Perhaps I can find at least one clue. Returning to the present, when she continued to walk behind Marcus. While walking, Enya was immersed in thought. I can't search the entire imperial palace, so, I should choose the key places that I might have been to. Suddenly, he stopped and bowed his face. Enya, let me ask you something. This made her jump. Yes. Marcus turned to look at her, his face seriously asking, did you really come with me from early morning just to see me off? His suspicion increased day by day. Marcus continuously questioned many incomprehensible actions of Enya, from suddenly asking for a letter of introduction to turn Lady Portnam into a maid in the palace. Looking at what you have done recently, something is not right. Tell the truth, Enya. He pointed directly at his daughter, threateningly asking, what exactly are you plotting? This made her only able to stammer fearfully, plotting. Enya forced a smile and said, I just, because I made father worry too much when I left home, so I just wanted to see you off one time. After hearing her explanation, Marcus immediately froze, in his heart wondering, is that lie too obvious? In the blink of an eye, his expression changed 360 degrees. I understand, you have grown up now. Marcus turned away, not forgetting to say goodbye to Enya. Anyway, thank you for seeing me off. Enya, go home carefully, I will meet you there. She smiled and waved back, but the feeling still was not any better. For some reason, I just feel guilty towards father. Enya showed a bright face and said the last words. Yes, see you at home, father. In her heart now, there were only two words, family, but if I want to protect the family that I love, I have no other choice. After seeing him off, Enya had to sigh, I thought I would remember quickly, but this is harder than I thought. She again remembered when she was still in the palace with the butler, from the reception room to the banquet hall. At that time, Enya was completely lost. I have been to every place that the honored guests in the palace can come to. The butler followed her everywhere, but she still can't remember the map. Oh, my memory. And from a young age, Enya was so clumsy that she knocked over a precious pot of flowers, causing the butler to have a heart attack. Now I understand why father always worried that I would cause trouble. Just thinking about it, her goosebumps started to rise. I have not found any significant clues at all. Enya then bowed her head, contemplating. I told the palace staff who recognized me, to keep this a secret from His Majesty, but, sooner or later, the Emperor will also find out that I have come here. She slowly looked up. I need to remember something before that happens. What was before Enya's eyes was again a large castle. She observed its architecture and said in her stomach, That old building does not suit the magnificence of the imperial palace much. Looking at its height, it looks like a watchtower. Or perhaps a prison. But Enya knew more than just the appearance of that castle. One thing is clear, it looks like it has been abandoned for a long time. When she approached the main door, a feeling rose within Enya. It is so creepy, but it brings a strangely familiar feeling. She slowly opened the door, peeking in curiously. Could it be related to my childhood? As expected, the room inside the castle still had some dust. Inside it looked strange, like a dwelling. Looking at the items and the smoke-stained walls, it seems that a fire once happened here. Enya walked, and asked questions. Who could have lived in a place like this? Until she saw something and stopped. Before her here, a large painting was hung on the wall, depicting the scene of a royal family. This is a portrait. Enya seemed familiar with the portrait of the son. She slowly analyzed. Blonde hair, eyes like the sea. The person with this appearance and wearing magnificent clothes can only be the emperor. Enya came closer, putting her hand on the large painting and changing her mind. But he exudes a different aura than the current emperor, so the owner of this portrait must be. A question appeared in her head, the previous emperor, or the one before him. The historical milestones gradually formed again and were recounted. The late emperor and the one before him, those who are no longer in this world, did not have the same mother. Even though they were brothers, it is said that they were not the same in appearance, personality, or temperament. When the gentle late emperor suddenly passed away not long after ascending the throne, the violent elder brother ascended the throne, and the people suffered under his tyrannical rule. Unable to stand by, the current emperor led a rebellion and overthrew him. With the death of the tyrant, peace and prosperity finally came. Enya continuously pondered, linking the events together. Although he was praised as a hero for killing a notorious tyrant, considering that he killed his own father. Along with the emperor's cruelty in the original story, in my eyes, the current emperor is no different from a madman. Suddenly, there were footsteps and a voice, interrupting the silence in the entire castle. Someone. The man who had just stepped down was startled when he recognized her. Not surprisingly, it was Fabry, Lady Lockhart. Enya also stammered to call back, "Your Majesty." In her heart now, another question continued to exist. Why is the emperor here? Immediately, a thought flashed. Don't tell me that. This is the place where he hides his secrets. He slowly approached. I did not hear that you would enter the imperial palace today. Enya replied a little awkwardly. Excuse me, I just came here to see my father off, and then take a little walk. She quickly wanted to leave the castle. I will take my leave before leaving now. But strangely, Fabry suddenly said, you can stay. Enya was even more confused. She questioned, but would not that bother your Majesty's sleep? He still held firm to his mind, repeating again, I just allowed you to stay. Enya fell into a difficult situation, forced to agree reluctantly. Yes, then I will stay for a while. But from early on, she felt regret. I should not have stepped in. Fabry then took the initiative to start a conversation. By the way, does not the lady dislike creepy places? This is not a place that people visit just out of curiosity. But the more she listened to the emperor's words, the more worried she felt. How does he know that I do not like scary things? Enya then looked for a reason and replied. I just took the wrong path. While he was still pondering, she had already evaluated herself. Even I realized that that excuse sounds so fake. Fabry again asked the question. Do you know what this place is? Enya frankly replied, no, I do not know. He spent time talking about the history of its formation. This is a tower that was built by the previous emperor to imprison someone. At this very moment, her negative thoughts rose. Could it be that he is threatening to imprison me if I displease him? Fabry explained in the following sentence. Because the previous emperor is gone, I now use this place as my own private resting space. He looked surprised, exclaiming. The place you chose to visit after all this time is actually this place. What a strange coincidence. Fabry simply concluded, now you won't recognize it, because this place has changed too much. Enya in her heart became extremely suspicious. What, does not that sound like? She thought that his words were meaningful. He is saying that I have been here before. He looked to the other side, musing, if you do not remember, it does not matter. Anyway, it is not a pleasant memory. Actually, this is also good. There are some things I want to ask of you. Since we have met like this, I will say it now. Enya widened her eyes in surprise, asking back, ask me, not waiting for an answer. She had already written out several negative answers for herself. Don't tell me it is about marriage again. Is he going to use the special privilege from the fair to mention the marriage? Immediately, Enya thought and acted. She suddenly shouted loudly, I am sorry, while Fabry at the same time also spoke, but it was simply an invitation to the festival. Please be my companion to the hunting festival. Enya was stunned. What? Hearing her shout the two words I am sorry so loudly, he was a little worried. Was that a rejection? Enya put herself in a difficult position. Stammering a few words, no, it is just. Fabry at this time began to introduce a few words. At the fair, I won the special privilege to request anything from the Lockhart family. And obviously, what was to come would come. With the last sentence he uttered, "I will use that special privilege now." Although this invitation was a heavy burden for Enya, Fabry was extremely calm, kneeling down and reaching out his hand to invite her to hold. "Lady Lockhart, will you be my companion?"